three. Testing 1, 2, 3. We're just checking the mic. Please don't pay attention. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very, very warm welcome to you to the 27th National Conference on E-Governance. This is day 2. Yesterday, we had a very insightful day with multiple plenary and breakout sessions, various films, distribution of awards, and the address given by our dignitaries.
This one's for you. Do you need cue cards to be sent here? I have them organized. Or can I please give you a pen? God forbid they say कि ये बंदा नहीं आया.
Good morning to everyone who's made it in time, battling whatever traffic woes we have to battle in Mumbai. We appreciate you being here on time. We're going to start very shortly. There are a couple of more people that we would really have here in the hall with us. So I thank you for being here at the deemed time, but we will be starting very shortly. So do find your places to sit. If your friends are outside, if your colleagues are outside, do tell them that we will be starting shortly as well. Just a few minutes and we'll have our first session of the day. Thank you. Good morning. And as promised, look at us delivering on what we said just a few minutes ago. A very warm welcome to all of you. I know a few of you have been here for a few minutes. Thank you once again from all of us here. And on behalf of everyone, a very, very bright good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 27th National Conference on E-Governance. This is day 2. Yesterday, we had a very insightful day with multiple plenary and breakout sessions. We watched some films on the award-winning projects, distribution of awards, the addresses given by the dignitaries, and the release of papers and booklets on e-governance in the presence of dignitaries.
Yeah, not to forget one of the most impactful cultural performances that we witnessed at the end of the day, which I know left everyone here exhilarated, but we'll continue with our themes of the initiatives on e-governance right now, and we have a third plenary session in the conference. It is data governance, privacy and security in the digital age. The sub-themes are managing big data from improving service delivery, data impact assessment, skilling of next gen for the AI-led world, and current and emerging laws for data protection.
So let's begin with inviting our panel members on the stage, beginning with Shri Amit Agrawal ji, CEO, UIDAI and DGNIC. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. Let's have a round of applause for him. Please put your hands together as I welcome Shri Paresh B. Shah, Global CEO, Allied Digital Services. Warm welcome to you, sir. Shri Rishi Agarwal, Chief Technology Officer, 3i Infotech Limited. Let's give him a big hand, everyone. Join me as I welcome Shri Achyuta Ghosh, Senior Director and Head Inside NASSCOM. Shri Amit Shukla, Founder and Managing Director, EasyGov.
Check. Mr. Amit, can we request you to get the session started, please? Whichever way you want to
do. Yeah, so thank you so much for the introduction and having us here. I had a small presentation, if that could be, I assume that's already set up. I had a small presentation sent in advance. Okay, you want me to do it from there? Yeah, right. This fine. The mic should be working so I can take this from here. 1 second, I'll just get your presentation. Yeah. I also see the presentation, or I'll have to turn side it? Huh. Yeah.
Or what we can do is get you into that.
Yeah, I think that's better.
Can we please have the presentation so that we can continue?
So I'll see this, yeah. Sure. So, yeah, sorry for this little mix-up. So, the topic which I was given was this regulatory policy and government view on DPDP Act, and I've attempted to give a very non-legal summary of the topic from a practitioner's perspective, which is what I assume would be of interest to most people. And again, a bit, how exactly do I operate this? Where do I point? This one? Yeah, got it. Thanks. Okay. So just a short run through in 3 parts. So you have an Indian Act, and of course there are similar acts in other jurisdictions. what is same, what's different, what is the essence of this law in terms of its, how do you view the act, how do you understand the act, not just know it in a legal sense. And finally, what does for a practitioner, how does one, how has the world changed and how should one look at that change and what should one do about it. So, very short answer to that one question about how is this law similar or different from the rest of the world. In terms of the principles that it seeks to protect of data, it is absolutely the same as the rest of the world. The principles are totally in alignment with global norm, and we'll shortly see what those principles are. However, in the design and in the approach, it is fundamentally different. So the difference lies in how we seek to achieve or secure those principles. Some high-level touch points on those, and again, we'll unpack those in the succeeding slides, is the aim itself. So while all other acts that we drew upon, and they were acknowledged when the government and the Ministry of Electronics and IT put out an approach paper along with this for public consultation, that we took a look at the acts of EU, Singapore and Australia, among others. The aim of all those acts is simply to protect privacy. And in the Indian Act case, it says right in the preamble, it has twin purposes, not only to protect privacy, but also do so in a manner that processing is possible, because we recognize that in a digital economy, a digital world, protection should not go to the extreme of impeding processing of data. So it was a conscious legal purpose as stated in the preamble of the Act, that we want to protect data, but in a manner that processing is also possible and enabled. The second is it's an act which is digital by design. So this is both in terms of its scope and application. Again, I'll come to that in a moment. So it's not just Personal Data Protection Act or Privacy Protection Act. It is a Digital Personal Data Protection Act. And it's not just the prefix that it protects digital data. There's a conscious choice why it is digital data and why everything under the act is done digitally. Then it's a simple act, SARAL, that's an acronym for Simple, Accessible, Rational and Actionable Law. And it's intended to be understood by its practitioners, those who enjoy the protection and those who are obligated to provide the protection, and it is meant to be read and understood directly by them without the help of experts and legal practitioners. And it makes processing accountable, existing processing accountable without disrupting it. We are already living a world and a life in which everything is digital. The aim is not to disrupt what is happening. The aim is to make that accountable without disrupting what is happening, to the extent that it is consistent with the principles. Of course, if something is inconsistent with the principles in the life as it is happening, then of course to that extent that has to be changed. And finally, do everything in a manner which is ease of living for the person to whom the common person, and ease of doing business for the business. These were our guideposts in formulating the law and the policy around it. They would continue to be the guideposts around the rules that would be made under it, as well as I said, it's a law which is to be implemented digitally, and therefore in the implementation, the tech implementation of the law. So the principles, as I said, are the same across the world. Lawful and fair use. Fair means you transparently disclose what purposes things would be put to, give a notice, understand everything, and only in a very transparent and fair manner use things. Purpose is limited to whatever you say it is. You can't take data for one purpose and start using it for another without having first disclosed it under the fair use disclosure. And data minimization, you take only as much data as necessary. Don't say that I need this, but then give me this also. It is a common practice, business practice, that you go to a financial entity and they'll ask you to disclose all your personal financial details, even though they may not be required for underwriting the financial product or making the service available. That's not okay. If you do that, and if you transparently disclose, sure you can. You can let them know, I'll give you more offers. This part is separate. And if you give this also besides this service, then I can give you more, but not otherwise. Like you go to today, when you go to a website, you have a cookie notice saying that you want the basic or essential cookies for the service, or if you let me know more, then I can give you more. So it has to be transparent. It can't be taken by subterfuge in a non-transparent manner. Then data accuracy, since you're giving data to do something with it and therefore that affects you, the person taking the data has a responsibility to make sure that stays updated, accurate and correct, because you may otherwise be harmed in the process. Storage limitation refers to that data shall be kept only as long as is required and not beyond that. It's not something which is just lying there. It was given to you for a purpose. The moment the person is over, the purpose is over, you should get rid of that data. And reasonable security safeguards. You have to take reasonable steps to make sure that it is kept secure, it is not breached and leaked. And for all of the above, the person who is taking the data, that person is responsible and nobody else. So there is no, if you engage a contractor, the contractor is not liable and responsible. It's the person who made a promise and took a data that I will do this in return for your data, that person is responsible. There the accountability ends. So in terms of the law, it's a fairly lean law. We had an earlier 2019 bill. It's compared to that, it's less than half in size. By comparison to the other class of legislations, it's almost anywhere from 20 to 40% in size. So it's the shortest piece of legislation. Generally, there's a habit as more law happens around the world, the law book, statute books gets thicker and thicker. More and more thoughts come and you want to regulate more and more. The Indian takeaway from that was it should be actually very lean, because as we said, we had a purpose of enabling processing also. And how we achieved that purpose, or we think we sought to achieve that purpose, we'll just unpack in a moment. We've gone back to an old practice which you see in old laws, centuries ago, old laws mostly. Of late, it's not been there, which is give illustrations. Wherever there's a complex idea, unpack it with an example. If A does this, B does that, then what happens? What is allowed or what is not allowed, or what are they expected to do? Provisos is legalese. You may do so, provided, however, that you shall not do so. This is not common person's language. The purpose is to make it understandable by the people who are concerned directly. Similarly, for the same reason, minimal cross-referencing, almost no cross-reference, bar one or two places. So there is no say ki subject to section such and such, or please refer to this, that, nothing. Each piece is standalone. Each thing is written in plain language, meant to be understood without special meanings. Directly, each clause is discrete and directly understandable. And there are only rules, no regulations. So there's one single body. And the intention also is that the book will also be a single piece. So at the end of it, one will have only one act and one single body of rules and nothing further. So, and since there is no regulator, nothing will be added to it also. So it gives absolute clean-cut certainty and understandability about the law in a very finite space. So there's little confusion to go and reach out to an expert or some regulator or somebody else who will tell you what to do. The best thing is to just open the book and read it yourself. On the thought of introducing the law without disruption, it's very simple that pre-existing consent is to be notified to persons whose personal data is being processed. So if you're already processing data on consent, and that consent is recognized as valid until and unless, of course, you choose to withdraw it. Until the time you withdraw it, you can continue processing, and a notice may be issued as soon as practicable. No time frame is given. However, if somebody takes too long doing it, that is accountable because there's an adjudicatory framework. Somebody can judge you for that. Are you taking impracticably long for doing so? Somebody who's processing data would have to defend themselves, or why have I not yet done it? By when do I hope to do it, etc. And there is a reason no time frame is given in the Act, nor will be given in the rules. It merely says as soon as practicable, because even the definition of personal data was not there in existence. So there's nothing archived or marked in the databases as to what information you hold or don't hold, which qualifies to be protected. And therefore, people are going to need time to do that. They will also need to dig up details regarding existing consent and so on. So there's no time frame given, but in the meantime, basis consent, life can go on and you can continue to process. Of course, the burden of producing the consent remains on the person who says that I am processing it on consent. So in any proceeding, if somebody says, I never gave consent, you are processing my data, it's up to you to prove it that no, I hold consent from you, and here is the proof, and therefore I am processing it. And enables processing outside India. So there was this whole issue at one point in time where data outside India, should it be allowed to be processed, should it be allowed to be taken and so on. In a digitalized world and where a large number of digital processing of services is happening outside India already. So there's no bar. However, in security interests or other such reasons, India has the right to restrict data flows to personal data flows to any particular country or territory. And then there are suitable exemptions, again, so that these are also intended to, we'll see briefly what those are, to, on the thought of doing so things without disruption. And finally, other laws also will apply. It's not though as though there's a clean slate, every law which is in existence is rewritten and forgotten. No, that's there. Only to the extent of inconsistency will this law prevail. And since this law itself is minimalistic, most of existing laws, and particularly in regulated sectors, would continue. On ease of living and ease of doing business, the principles are laid down. So this law is a principle-based law. It is not a rule-based law. It avoids a prescriptive approach, and there is no intrusive regulation either under the Act nor envisaged to be done under rules. And as I said, there are no regulations. There is no multiple data classes. So there are thoughts like data, personal data, sensitive personal data, critical personal data. These ideas exist in certain existing rules, earlier drafts of the corresponding bill, some legislations in other countries. Here, it's all data is uniformly protected. If it's personal data, it is to be protected. It ends there. There are no gradations here, which also eliminates any complexity on where do I classify what. So there's no classificatory issues here. Alternate dispute resolution and voluntary undertaking for faster resolution. So in the first course, you approach the entity for resolution, and if that doesn't succeed, one goes to a data protection board. And data protection board the idea is not to penalize or punish, the idea is to resolve. So if an alternate dispute resolution is offered at any course during the proceeding from beginning to the end, if parties agree and the board approves, that can be settled. And similarly, a party may say that, look, I did not do this and I agree to henceforth do it. And if they give a voluntary undertaking and that is accepted, the matter can rest there. But then if it is breached, then there will be no further hearing and you will be held to be guilty as charged. So the undertaking accepted comes with the responsibility that it must be complied with without demur, without any delay, and without any default. And digital means are recognized. So this is on the piece when I said it is Digital by Design Act. Personal data held in paper is not amenable to digital processes, but digital personal data is amenable, and that is pretty much most of the data already, and going forward it will be almost the entirety of data. At some point of time, data will get digitized, even if it may not be online. So, but once the data is digitized, any notice can be given in app that is recognized. Lots of examples in the app says that there is no separate legal notice or separate form to be filled. You can make it available if something is to be disclosed. That can also be done in app or through other such electronic means. Exercise of rights can also happen entirely electronically. And resolution of issues, not only in grievance redressal, but in the data protection board proceedings, as well as at the appellate TDSAT level. All of them by law says, as far as practicable, they will function as digital offices. So while TDSAT in doing its telecom disposal may function in the usual manner of hearings, paper hearings, etc., here it will be essentially disposing of things from institution till end in a digital manner. So this is an act which is born digital. And every effort is being made to ensure that whatever processes are put in place stay digital, which reduces the burden for everybody. It's almost like an online grievance redressal mechanism at a click. Now, freedom, people always say that fine, you are saying it's a principle-based law, but then there is this dilemma that you are not telling me what exactly to do. This is my obligation and I'll be held to account by law. I may be fined tomorrow if I don't do something somebody decides. How do I get the certainty of kindly tell me what to do and then I will do exactly that and then I am safe? This is not how this act works. Only the obligation is laid down, not the manner of discharging it. There is no regulator or supervisor who will check on you. It's like a Consumer Protection Act. If somebody is, you have any provider of goods or services has an obligation not to harm the consumer. And if the consumer feels harmed, they are free to go to a consumer protection forum. And there is an adjudicatory process with appellate trial. So both parties argue their case, and this is a civil matter. So preponderance of probabilities as a man of ordinary prudence would be led to believe is a standard of proof. The Act says the obligation for everything under the Act and the rules made thereunder. What is expected is that the data fiduciary shall put in place appropriate organizational and technical measures to ensure observance. So all that is expected is not certainty, but that you did in fact put appropriate measures in place. If despite that something happens, a party is not liable. I mean, that would be your defense, that I did whatever was reasonably practicable. If beyond that also something happens, I cannot be held to account to that, and it's an adjudicatory process which will decide. So what that amounts to, therefore, is there is full functional freedom for lawfully processing entities to decide the manner in which they would discharge their obligations. But this comes with the responsibility to understand the law and to establish compliance if adjudicated. Key provisions of the Act: digital personal data is data by which person gets identified. Data principal is the person to whom it relates. Data fiduciary is the person who processes, and everything in the law is about rights, duties, and obligations related to processing. Applicability of the law applies not only to online data collected digitally, but collected non-digitally, subsequently digitized. It does not apply to data which is made publicly available by law or made publicly available by data principal, but it must be made publicly available by the data principal. It can't be just that you take something available online and say that it is free, fair game. No, unless it is there with the consent and with the willingness of the person himself has posted, then it can't be treated, and personal and domestic users are outside. And if it is for a purpose within India, then that too is, even if it is abroad, it's covered. Basic requirement is in the default, it must be by consent, and then there are certain exceptions which are referred to as certain legitimate uses. Before proceeding to consent or at the same time, there must be a transparent notice. It's like a prospectus. If you buy real estate, somebody tells you. If you buy an insurance policy, somebody tells you, this is what it is, these are the details, these are terms. So you cannot just have a single click button saying this is consent. You must disclose whatever is necessary. That is the essence of it. And one unique thing is that consent must be withdrawable at any time, and the withdrawal use must be similar as taking of consent. You can't take consent at a click and make somebody jump through 10 hoops to withdraw consent. And consent is only valid to the extent data is necessary. So if suppose you are giving telemedicine services and say, while giving this data, give me access to your mobile contacts list. Now, this has nothing to do with it. Even if consented to, by law, it is no consent. You are violating the law. It is deemed to be not consent. And all consent should be viewable at a click into other 8 scheduled languages, only at the stage of notice and request for consent, not subsequently, irrespective of which language you are offering the services in. These are certain legitimate uses: compliance with law, disaster, emergency, employment purposes, protecting the employer's liability for data breaches, and when an individual submits data voluntarily for a particular purpose, and for certain state-related purposes. Obligations is the first one is important to note, which I touched upon, that you can involve somebody else only under contract, not just give data to somebody. It must be on clear terms and conditions. And while that will bring accountability between that person and you, but liability for non-compliance will rest squarely with the data fiduciary alone. And every data breach, irrespective of the threshold or size or circumstances, has to be disclosed not only to the board, but to the person concerned. Reasonable security practices are required. Technical organizational measures to ensure compliance are required. Accuracy of data are required. Erasure when not required. Effective grievance redressal, and a contact point. So these are very simple obligations. This is all that the Act asks you to do, really speaking. For children, there is something additional, and that is to process only data only with parental consent, and not to process any data which may harm a child, and to not track, behaviorally monitor, or target advertising at children. However, there may be some exceptions which may be provided by rules. Those are in the nature of protecting the children's own interest. Sometimes it may be necessary to allow this in the interest of the child. Data principal has 4 rights precisely under this Act. Right to know who else you have shared my data with, and a summary of what data you are processing, not the full copy of the data, because that may involve storage and other technical complications. The right to demand that you please correct my data, the right to grievance redressal, and right to nominate a so to say digital successor, that if I am incapacitated or dead, somebody should have access to or be able to exercise my rights. Exemptions are broadly, other than, of course, the obligation to remain secure, to perform judicial, regulatory, supervisory functions, to enforce legal claims, to prevent, detect, investigate, or prosecute offenses or contraventions of law. Certain exemptions to startups to reduce compliance burden, and an outright exemption for research, archiving, or statistical purposes, subject to some standards, which will be laid down, and for notified state instrumentalities for security reasons. Now, so with this quick intro, so just two final slides for you on what does it really mean for you and how do you go forward. So legal certainty is already there. Rules will only mention procedure, and there is complete freedom to choose appropriate organizational ethical measures. Nobody is going to tell you what measures to put in place. And since principles are aligned with global norms, global practices may be leveraged. So there's global experience, you can draw upon that, whatever you think is best suited for you. And since obligations are simple and broad, adherence can be readily secured through automation. And this will lead to sound data management, reduce business risk, and enhance customer trust. So therefore, without waiting for any rules or the law coming into force, the suggestion is that it is sound business strategy, and you may simply go ahead and start adopting the principles into your practices. Finally, what are the first ABC steps that are logical? Of course, identify all personal data held and locate the consent for its processing. Delete any data that you may not need or which is held without consent, or if you feel it's still required before the law comes into force, obtain consent. Begin clearly stating the person now onwards only while seeking consent so that it is compliant with the law, and collect only necessary data. Equip principals to digitally know and update data. Seek redress and make nominations. If you equip them digitally, then compliance is assured. You don't have to worry about compliance. Get both applicants and hosting infrastructure comprehensively checked, define minimum and internal data access rights, and keep data encrypted at all times. And finally, since the responsibility would rest with the data fiduciary, review contracts with agencies, vendors, and monitor and audit for compliance. So this is all that I had for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for the valuable insights. We would like to felicitate you and for the time that you have given to this conference. I'll request Mr. Puneet Yadav, Additional Secretary, DARPG, to kindly join us on the stage to felicitate Mr. Amit Agarwal. Thank you, sir. Moving on to the next one, we have Shri Paresh B. Shah, Global CEO, Allied Digital Services. I'll request him to kindly come forward to address the gathering, requesting our speakers to kindly stick to the time frame that's given to him. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, NASSCOM, to give us the opportunity to speak at this very important topic. I'm going to talk about data governance, especially for emerging technologies, which is something that's very important. It has become a major change. As you know, technology is really advancing very fast. And obviously, data governance takes a very major role. And yes, I have a presentation out. I don't know whether it's coming up. Yeah. So if we go back about 12 years, 15 years back, where we were just using internet applications, and pretty much data was confined to enterprise, data centers. Things were much simpler. We just had to make sure we store the data well, we back up the data well. As you know, from 2012, the industry has made a rapid progress, especially when social media became very active, mobility became very active, cloud became very active. So these were the three major areas in technology from 2011, 12 onwards, that data started residing everywhere. Okay, data started getting created everywhere, and that made a kind of major change. And that's where the complexity of managing data grew, and that's where the data privacy, data security started getting importance. So today, if you look at it, technology is advancing very fast. The speed with which it is progressing, definitely we are not having that pace in the governance of it. So that is definitely creating a lot of challenges. We see left and right, a lot of ransomware attacks, phishing attacks, and with coming technologies like AI, which is now getting center stage, the complexities is just going more and more. And that is where right now there is a kind of very imperative need to have a very strong data governance. So as we have a policy on Data Privacy and Protection Act in India in 2024 also that is being released, that's not enough. We want to see how we can get to the next stage. Just pardon. So just talking about the three aspects, basically rapid technology, a lot of innovations happening in the startups. Just imagine a startup company writing code and putting it on the internet. It's exciting, but it can lead to a lot of data breaches. We have heard several instances where startup has not governed the data well. They are excited about releasing software, doing some quick AI work, and suddenly finding that they get into big problems of cybersecurity. Okay, even data privacy. So a lot of maturity is required from the data management point of view. So that's another aspect. The other aspect is, how responsible our development is. We as Allied Digital, are very active into smart cities, as we do also global IT services. When we do a lot of smart city projects, we generate tremendous data, right from citizen services to large video, petabytes of data. I'm not talking about terabytes, but petabytes of data. And that has plenty of potential for analytics. What can be given to other companies? What data can be shared? These are all public data. It's a domain data, and there is no clear, kind of still a policy how much data would be shared and what more applications can be developed. Obviously, all comes to, again, governance. So because whatever data, new analytics that we run, we have to run it with responsibility, with society in mind. So that's very clear that all these emerging technologies, while they give a lot of opportunities, obviously we have to make sure there is a parallel approach to data security. I'll just list down certain emerging technology trends, talking about AI, which is the kind of, I would not say emerging, actually it is already there, okay, today. We are in part of pretty much an AI-driven environment today. And if you look at this, you must be seeing a lot of phishing attacks coming, a lot of wrong data being put in, and completely, if you just use Copilot, there is no guarantee that you will get correct answer. If you feed it data wrong, it can give you wrong answers. So AI is like yin and yang. We just did a presentation. It has a lot of positive aspects of cybersecurity, but it has a lot of more negative aspects of those. Of cybersecurity. So it's like a Batman, okay, doing many things. It can be a good character or it can be a bad character. So AI is one aspect. We'll deep dive into this, but that's definitely a technology which really requires strong data governance, because it's a data scientist who plans the entire AI, and obviously data governance is a very key part of the role in that. Blockchain, obviously, it gives you a lot of transparency, good identity management. Obviously, still there are challenges in smart contracts. When you build smart contracts, you may kind of overcome certain challenges, and that is where blockchain also has potential to make sure that it can put in some data security issues. Talking of quantum computing, everybody talks about that. It's a very next generation coming new technology. Ample CPU power in terms of hundreds than what we do now. So maybe 100x, 200x. So it can basically, immediately decrypt any, the 256 bits encryptions that we have immediately. But the downside is that's another reason why, quantum computing can also do such a fast decryption, so you can actually get into trouble. You can break the password if you are into a forced approach of making sure that you want to break up. So quantum computing has both pluses and minuses. While it can encrypt very large bits, it can also decrypt so fast that cybersecurity again on the encryption becomes a challenge. Just moving into new technologies of 5G, right? 5G brings up tremendous opportunities, online videos, you can watch very seamless videos, obviously, but it still brings in a lot of, a broader attack surface. Like, just imagine IoT devices, when they run on 5G, when we actually deploy sensors in smart cities, especially for a lot of government projects. Deploying on 5G and 4G makes a very big difference because in the 5G, the network slicing happens. So same network is sliced to different devices. And if you don't take care of security across different slices of the network, again, you come across a lot of challenges. So 5G though brings in a lot of speed and agility in your network. We have to make sure that we take care of cyber security. Again, the digital security becomes a challenge. Talking of next trend on IoT, right? IoT is also getting mainstream. Industry 4.0 is coming mainstream. We work with a lot of FMCG companies where they want to automate processes, or a lot of government, obviously smart cities, everything, whether it's smart lighting, whether you talk about garbage management, everybody has sensors. So interoperability, are we actually making sure these devices are upgraded in their firmware regularly? So that also becomes a big challenge. And how, because there are a lot of protocols IoT devices have apart from the standard protocols. If you have exposed any other protocol unknowingly, it can basically have a challenge. Even Bluetooth, they can work on. So obviously, again, IoT devices present challenge. Operational technologies have a separate cybersecurity challenge. And when IT meets OT, that's another approach where a lot of new areas are there where you need to make sure you bifurcate the networks very well in terms of firewalls and ensure that there is a clear, when the data transfers from the operational devices to the IT to generate reports or generate dashboards, nothing gets lost or nothing gets stolen. So that's another. Augmented reality, as you increase more user experience, you also have challenges on whether you are putting the right data security or not. The latest Apple device also, when they released about the new studio device, it's an excellent way to use augmented reality and great visualization, great, extremely good user experience. But all this user experience has an impact on data security, what a user can see, what he cannot see. The access control even becomes more important. Deep diving into certain other technologies, especially domains in biotechnology. As you know, gene editing has become very critical today. So again, data privacy and security also becomes very important. And that's a big area because AI is pretty much used left and right in this. And obviously, we need to make sure how we govern the data, ensure what data privacy we follow in terms of personal data, and making sure that whatever analytics we go, we deep dive into that. Autonomous vehicles, just imagine if one of the images in the car, if there's an automate pretty much running on the grade 3, grade 4 level autonomous vehicles, and if the signal is wrong, if the data goes wrong to the signal, the autonomous car can really collide with anything. So again, how you govern the data, security becomes even more prominent and important. These are a lot of different challenges that all these new technologies bring. Same thing with robotics. If you give wrong cameras to the robot and obviously the image is kind of modified, it will interpret a lot of different things, right from healthcare to manufacturing. We are using robots pretty frequently now. If you go to any FMCG company, large FMCG company, they have built-in robotics. They do a lot of analytics, but obviously governance becomes so important. So let's talk about the impact. We know that emerging technologies are being used and leveraged. Obviously, there are a lot of good points out of it. Obviously, the job creation, there's a huge market. I totally believe that the job market will only improve. Though we say AI will take away certain jobs, but they will take some jobs which are routine, but it will also create a lot of opportunities to run AI as a user, run AI as a programmer, and run AI as a data scientist. So definitely there is a scope, and since more job creation can happen, definitely, because AI brings in a lot of new opportunities to improve, more opportunities to solve problems. both in public sector as well as in enterprises. So definitely gives a lot of opportunities to definitely get to people to use AI, but at the same time, we need to make sure, the data governance, the policies, regulations are well supported. Obviously, it has big impact on the ESG. We being an ESG company, social environment, social and governance, it becomes very key to make sure what impact these technology bring to the society. And that's where we want to make sure the ethical AI is definitely practiced, and it becomes very key part of using the data governance. So as a company, just give a a half a minute overview. We are into digital engineering, where we do a lot of IoT. We do smart cities. We do software services, basically, and AI. We have adopted AI-first strategy, and data governance is very key. We being also ESG company, we also do cloud and cybersecurity. So it becomes very important for us and for our customers, whether we have both enterprise and governments, and we being spread across the globe. It becomes very important to not just practice a single country's policy, but also adopt GDPR, adopt different frameworks of NIST, and make sure that we continuously are aware and taking care of both our customers as well as our own data governance. Just moving out into a little bit deep dive into AI, I'm sure that's something, a topic very important. You look at different aspects in AI, okay? As I mentioned, phishing attacks can be more better engineered in AI now because they capture your social profile. They capture a lot of public domain data. Today, if somebody has to search on my name, definitely they can find a lot of information. And that's where, it's very important that, our data is being well governed, both from the regulatory point of view, as well as what awareness a person has in being a citizen today as a digital aware citizen. So AI brings in technology where it can also damage, help hackers to do more social attacks in phishing. Obviously, the other area is deep fakes. We all know the videos that are created, fake videos. And we saw during election times also, and even in US, that's a kind of a big trend. There are so many frauds we hear, on deep fakes. So that is something that we are, pretty much area that we want to make sure that, we take care of. Okay. A lot of things are happening at AI models when data poisoning happens or, wrong image. If even an image is slightly modified, and if you send that into the AI for testing data as well as creating a trained data set, immediately your entire algorithm will change, as you know. So it's a huge criticality how you basically govern the data. Again, I will not spend more time. I think I'm running out of time. So I want to make sure that I cover few aspects of it. So a lot of other aspects of it is generative AI. So as I mentioned, whether it's Copilot or you use any OpenAI framework, again, it is important what you basically feed in the data. If you basically put wrong information, definitely you are going to get wrong data outside. So it's very important that we use generative AI also with caution. Make sure all these standard models that are used, we don't generate a wrong code. Especially the error comes where today ChatGPT-4 is 1 trillion node points. So it gives excellent results, close to 90%, 80 to 90% accuracy. But suppose you tell them to generate a code, it can generate false code if you give wrong parameters. And that false code can be used for damaging. So very important on that. So there are a lot of other areas on models. I will not cover much in the interest of time. But if anybody has questions, I'm here so we can talk about it. But as I mentioned, data poisoning, modifying data or images can really trigger a lot of wrong things. And that's why how do you basically control the data? So let me just move. I think the slide is not moved.
Mr. Shah, if we could just request you to wind it up, because like you mentioned, in the interest of time.
Yes, I will close that. I was thinking this was getting moved, sorry. So yes, just in the interest of time, I will just brief. So data management strategy, if you look at storage, how do you store data, integrate data, and obviously how to identify data, all this becomes part of governance, and that's an important aspect of total data governance today in the AI world. So just cutting down on this, regulatory compliance becomes key, making sure you stitch to the frameworks, whether it's an NIST framework, or making sure there is no bias in data and keep fairness, whatever you are developing, all these new technologies. And lastly, making sure that we improve and be consistent in our data frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shah. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people have questions. Hopefully you can get to ask him personally because like he mentioned a couple of times, we are a little short on time. We have 3 more plenary sessions coming our way. We have 3 breakout sessions as well and a lot more planned for you. So a very humble request to all our speakers here on stage and who will be coming up. I hope you believe in the statement, don't kill the messenger, but we might have to just expedite things. So to the speakers coming up next as well, if I could request you, I know it's not the best request, but to go past maybe 10, 12 minutes so that we can stick to time. Otherwise, we will be delayed a lot. And I'm putting you on the spot, so I apologize for that. Shri Rishi Agarwal, Chief Technology Officer, 3i Infotech Limited. May we please have you on stage with the gentle, humble reminder, and I apologize again that we are a little short on time.
I'll try to make sure I'll cover it in 10 to 12 minutes. Can I have slides? So thanks, Mr. Shah and Mr. Agarwal to set the context. I hope you can hear me. So from the industry perspective, I'm giving how we are taking that data governance framework. And as being on the global organization, we not only cover India, but over multiple countries. So that's where we have defined this framework, which we work for ourselves as well as for our customers, both domestic and international. Okay. So okay, so I'll cover quickly on that framework. I know I have loaded slides, but I'll not go through after the session. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer. So just giving it as a framework, what we talk about, like what Mr. Agarwal has mentioned, that how we will have DPDP Act. Now, when we want to build within the organization, we have to define what is that, how we want to define that the goal to meet all the data. And I know there are different actors required for the data. So considering that, we define the goal and put the governance at different stages of the data, which start from like how we source the data to process and build the data. So it's a 4-pointer strategy. What we talk about is strategy, data management, enabler, and stewardship. So that's what we do. And with that, the data, as we talk about, it has to be complete, consistent, valid, and accurate, and also follow the integrity. So the way we say that the major enabler for any data to be, or governance to be there, that people, process, and technology, then it has to have that data stewardship, which is like data lineage, technical term, but what we call that any point of time, you should know where are we on the data, like the complete journey of the data from the source to the business outcome. Then how we create master data management, metadata, and then again, as we are full of data, structured, unstructured data, different sources, which covers from application, database, data hub, as well as the external feed. And nowadays we talk a lot, like a lot of data is generated through IoT devices, how we use them, and like erase also. Like that's where on the part of DPDP Act, you mentioned that how you use as well as delete the data. And then the results, we should be doing that the proper business. It should be relevant to the customers, employees, as well as to the compliance and external agencies. So we start with the strategy. As I mentioned, we define what we want to do. And when we are, I'll just quickly cover as example how we are ready with the DPDP Act for our systems as well as that the processes. So we define that what we want to do, then we operationalize. It's not only technology, but process and people. Means that the upscale, rescale, communication has to be done. And then we monitor that maturity model at every stage, every element of the data, up to what level, how we can consider their KPIs, and up to what level we have to maintain that. Again, this is like when we say that most of us, as an organization, we are either on the reactive or reaching on the defined stage as that the compliance and regulatory body gives that the requirement or the data requirement. But now with the data, how effectively we can use, we go on the 5 stage, which is undefined, reactive, defined, proactive, and predictive. That proactive and predictive, that's where we are able to leverage the data maximum for the business usage. So this is a life cycle. I'm sure you know that we start from the assessment, cleansing, consolidate, then data security and monitoring to make sure we fit on all the sides. Tools and technologies, I'm not specifically use that. There are multiple tools now in the market available which can be implemented, and to make sure that the data is given at any stage as per requirement, what we call as a role-based access, as well as that giving a automated reporting. Now, stewardship, this is what we talk about. I'll skip. I think that's complex, a simple way. Basically, 2 levels. One is the operations and on the executive sides. So governance, when we talk about, first we define that operational or tactical. That's where that when we store the data on the system, what all the controls we have to embed on those. So that's not available to anyone. It has to be role-driven. And at the leadership level, or what we call it as a strategic level, it should be like dashboards with that minimum personal PII or personal information. Roadmap, typically when we work with the organization to any new compliance, reporting, or data changes, we define like 2 to 4 quarters to define that we are up to the speed. And quickly coming up like DPDP implementation, what we call as an implementation plan for internal, as well as we have worked on the 5-pointer, which is giving that what all data we have to define. And then at different departments, branches, or head office, what data should come. And then the controls on all our softwares, how we are going to. And then the 4th point is on the data storage on the different core systems, as well as on the individual machines also. And then that's where we go as a communication, or I'll say awareness to each employee, as well as our, I'll say, value chain, how that the data will be given or changed to be given. Now, this is a very key point, I'll say, that which we keep on doing it, like as mentioned on that recent technology changes, a lot of data, a lot of compliance has to be done. So how we make sure we have all within the organization upskill initiatives to make sure people understand data, compliance, cyber security, and they should be using it on their functions. Then also, as you know, like we hire a lot of graduates. So we work with the education institute to train and make sure that when they come, they know that what all the rights and data to be used. And then with that, what we feel that we all are ready with the data compliance and security. I hope I was on time or before time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I think you finished it before time. We can take up to 1, 2 questions. Okay, we'll continue with our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome Shri Achyuta Ghosh, Senior Director and Head Insights, NASSCOM.
Is the presentation up? Okay, till the time the presentation gets up. Good morning, Mumbai. Good morning. Thank you. So yesterday night, I had just started making notes for this presentation. I thought, bolna kya hai? What do I say? Something interesting came up when I was doing my research. And what I saw is that, do you think the world has become a safer place? Do you think it's become safe for you to transact, to react, to be there? What I have seen is that the number of banking frauds that have happened in 2024 is 4 times higher than the number of banking frauds that happened in 2022 or 2020. So in the last 4 years, the number of frauds have gone up by 4x. However, the value of losses, the value of money loss has come down to 7% of 2020. So the number of frauds have gone up, but the losses have come down significantly. What it means is that people are actually very innovative in making frauds. At the same time, the systems that we have put in place over the past few years are kicking in to contain the impact of those frauds. On that note, I know we are a little bit short of time. I have a lot of notes. I'll try to cover only the crucial things that I think that I can separate. So NASSCOM estimates the technology sector in India to be worth $254 billion in FY24. However, the cybersecurity piece is only $6 billion. So are we really serious about cybersecurity? Do we really think it's important? I think we are probably not there. At the same time, what is important is that the 6 billion number was less than 2 billion 3 years ago. So basically, the importance of cybersecurity in the last 3 years has really gone up. What I've seen is that about 97% of the organizations that we have surveyed, they have invested in AI ML for cybersecurity purposes. 84% of them have bought cybersecurity layer in their crowd practices also. And about 81% of them have invested zero trust to bolster their cyber resilience. So I think there is growing interest in this sector. The Indian DPDP protection bill is a significant development, introducing a very comprehensive framework for data collection, storage, and processing and transfer. The thing is, organizations who were always focused on the global market, they have been practicing these policies because GDPR was there earlier. They've got their systems in place. The Indian domestic market companies, enterprises, I think they probably need to do a lot more in scaling up their cybersecurity practices. Data fiduciaries, Amit sir talked about it a while ago, so I don't want to jump in. Just a moment. Yeah. From a comparison perspective, if you look at GDPR versus DPDP that we have in India, it's a very similar kind of a scope, but there are certain things that probably GDPR does differently. For example, accountability measures for cybersecurity practices. I think that's much more better in the GDPR process. And another piece that I wanted to talk about is little known one is Singapore's Personal Data Act, PDPA, that they call. What it does, it's also similar, but there's 2 differences there. One is the do not track mechanism. That's a very evolved mechanism in the Singapore law. And the second one is the data breach notification part, which is also very strong in that. So I think that is something I wanted to talk about. Just moving on quickly. Data privacy and user content, right? Obtaining explicit user content is a cornerstone of data privacy and building transparency. There's one example. Do you know of PIPEDA? P-I-P-E-D-A. So that's Canada's Personal Information Protection and Electronics Document Act. So that's their Privacy Act, right? And the unique thing about PIPEDA is that it actually recognizes or asks organizations to conduct PIAs, which is Privacy Impact Assessments, for high-risk activities involving personal information. So that's something that we could definitely consider doing. Australia has a very interesting privacy law specific to children's privacy. That's an important topic, right? Children's privacy, because you see children today a lot on the internet, very connected to what's happening around there. So key provisions include age verification. They have a law which takes reasonable steps to understand what is the age of the person who's actually using. Parental consent, that is very, very important. So it is either expressed or implied, but consent is very important for everything that the child does. The do not tag provisions are very strong. Data minimization, which is basically you collect only minimal amount of data that you need from a child, not everything that you typically connect from other people. Data retention and deletion, once you have collected, how long do you retain it? When do you delete it? Those are also important parameters. Data breach notification is there. Enforcement mechanisms are strong. I think there's a lot that India could learn from Australia because children are a vulnerable community. Moving on to the next one, which is on cybersecurity threats and mitigation. Cybersecurity threats are constantly evolving. We have ransomware, we have phishing, we have data breaches being common, and Indian businesses need to be very vigilant, right? Now with Gen AI come in, this has actually become an even more complex challenge as it is being leveraged by cyber threat actors. Are you aware of dark LLMs, any of you? So dark LLMs are basically a malicious version of ChatGPT and other GPTs that are out there, which operate without any limitations and without any ethical guidelines. There are products such as Worm GPT, Fraud GPT, Darkbot, B-A-R-T and B-E-R-T, both are two different products. So these are software solutions that are actually very malicious versions of generative AI. How do you mitigate that? How do you mitigate that? Third-party specific, incident-specific playbooks that in case something happens, what do you do? Second is how do you keep doing simulations, tabletop exercises. And the third is an offboarding strategy that in case there is a data breach with one particular vendor, how do you quickly get that out of your system? As per Gartner, almost 45% of the enterprises have faced challenges and business disruption due to data breaches. And about 65% of those enterprises have actually increased the amount of investment that they are putting to ensure that they can, basically the budgets are actually increasing. The cyber risk budgets have increased. There's some examples of companies that I want to mention. SentinelOne, it's another company which uses AI to identify and respond to threats autonomously. CrowdStrike, all of you are very familiar with it. Their Falcom platform actually leverages AI to prevent malware. Darktrace, CyberReason, these are all AI platforms that provide real-time threat responses using AI. There are different startups who are very active in this space. There is Cybil, there is Seclor, right? I mean, a lot of them are there. We've done a lot of research on this topic. Please visit DSCI or NASCOM and have a look at that. I think the next one is robust security measures. We have heard of terms like continuous threat exposure management, CTEM. You have heard of IAM, identity access management, encryption, multi-factor authentication, regular security audits. I think these are all things that we feel may not be necessary, but in this world of extreme cybersecurity challenges, I think this is something which is a necessary evil, I would think. United Kingdom actually has a very good cybersecurity strategy that provides a comprehensive approach, including national capabilities, international collaborations, and industry engagement. Israel is another good example that we could study and try to see how do we develop cybersecurity capabilities and put everything, look at everything from the lens of cybersecurity. I think this is something that I'll quickly, this is something that most of the other speakers before me have spoken. I'll move to the last one, which is on emerging technologies. And if you look at emerging technologies like AI, IoT, blockchain, they both present challenges as well as opportunities. You can actually use these technologies to beef up your cybersecurity practices. You can also use these technologies to create more innovative hacks out there. So, how do you use them actually matters a lot. Japan has actually implemented specific regulations for AI, including the Act on Promotion of Utilization of Information and Communication Technology. Again, a lot of learnings that we can do. Even Korea has a very active act. If you look at AI skills, right, in India, we think that we have about 500,000 AI skilled employees. That's what NASSCOM estimates, 500 to 600,000 employees today. This demand for these employees, 2 minutes. Is about, and this demand we believe will be about 1.25 million in the next 2 to 3 years. The technology industry has skilled over 1 million people in AI, but when it comes to AI skill, you have to look at a pyramid approach. You cannot be skilling everybody at the same level. You have to take a very layered approach. So you give some basic skills to everybody. How do they work with AI? How does the copilot generation work? The second level is the integrators, the people who integrate different AI solutions. They need a different set of skills. They are a smaller subset of your employees. The third level is the developer community, the people who are building AI products. And the fourth level is more of an expert level who are building the models that go within the product. So you take a triangle approach, a pyramid approach, and you try to give maximum skills, which is on awareness to everybody, and you slowly start looking at the pyramid. So that becomes a little bit more easier to handle rather than getting afraid of 1.25 million people that we need to skill AI and all. I think the last thing that I would like to talk about is that all is not lost. I think in India, we've got, if you look at all OECD countries, India is the highest, India is ranked #1 in terms of AI skill penetration. That's a good, starting point, which basically means that we have people who are AI ready. You have to skill them. You have to move them from analytics into AI. But I think there is a ready talent pool available. So I'll leave the discussion at that we have made a lot of progress when it comes to policies, skilling, and understanding of the market. The ecosystem has matured a lot, but there's a lot to do, and we can learn a lot from other countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ghosh, and thank you so much for respecting our request on the shortage of time. Mr. Amit Shukla, founder and MD EasyGov, is going to bring us home. And Mr. Shukla, before you start again, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, but if we could just stick to time as well. Thank you so much.
Sure, I will take care of that. Respected Secretary Shri V. Srinivasji, DRPG. Respected first woman Chief Secretary in the state of Maharashtra in 65 years, Srimati Sujata Madam Ji. Shri Amit Agrawal Ji, my guide and mentor Shri Rajiv Chawla Ji. Respected government officials from the Government of India and the state government. My friends and doers from the private sector, the media person, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to talk about what is there in European Union AI Act. Though it is far off from us, but it has a clause like our PDP Act, that if we want to do the business in European Union, any Indian company, a tech startup, a AI startup has to do the business, they have to be compliant with the European Union AI law. And that's why it is very important to understand what is there in the European Union AI law. Privacy and security is no more critical to the business. Why? We always read that there has to be a privacy and security layer in all the IT applications. It is no more critical to the business. It is the business now. That has changed. Now it is the business. $160 billion in 2022 to $1.8 trillion in 2028. We were the user of the IT. Now we are the product of IT. That has changed. Why? Because data is money, data is power. You can influence the election result. You can make someone who is not your customer. You can change the behavior of a person. And every company, every government is dealing you now as a product. You are being re-engineered to think in a certain way. And that is what is happening in the AI world. And the answer to that is European Union AI Act. It regulates a lot. And sometimes it looks like it's a very regressive act. It wants to hold back the business. But we have to learn, we have to understand why it is important, because data is now money, data is now the power. Businesses work for the money, government work for the power. You are the one who produce the data, and your data can be used in a manner that can influence both your political and business decisions. There are 4 models of a data in this world. US model, data for profit. No regulation. Google came, you can spy in a Google map, where are you going, what you are doing, where are you eating. Everything can be to generate the monopolistic digital business. Every company, a data company that has emerged from the US, has created a digital monopoly. You have an Android on your phone, you don't have a choice. The Android will decide which app I want to show you. You remember, the Paytm app was put down from the Google Play Store because they were missing some privacy and security regulations. It was subject to the debate, what was that point? But the point is, that time, the Paytm was competing with GPay in the market, and this single regulations put behind the Paytm 3 days back. The 3 days has the impact for the 3 years in their business. That is what the regulation is, and US sitting there put the data regulation for the whole world when we didn't know even what is happening in the AI. The China model is data for surveillance. Put everyone on a surveillance. European Union model is data for regulation. And India thought that our data model will be data for development. How can we help not only 1.5 billion people of India, but whole of a global south with our new model that is data for development. If you have to understand the privacy and security, as I said that it is a business now, you have to apply the organs principle. It is a bit theory, but I may be able to put it in a simple word. The first thing is an open standard. Very easy, we are talking about this last 2 days in all the conferences. But you know, even the mobile charging pin, we couldn't reach to the standard. Every time a manufacturer will change the pin of a mobile charging. C type, O type, big O, small o, D type. What is happening? Is that complicated to have a standard charging pin for our mobile phones so that we can exchange the mobile charger if you want it? So it is easy to say open standards. It is very difficult to enforce because every company wants to practice the monopoly. They want to control their customers. And that's why the open standards are very difficult to implement. Revocable. Whatever the authority, I will give it to you. As a data owner, I'm a citizen, I'm a product now for you. It has to be revocable. The day I decide that I revoke, you have to delete all the footprint in your system as soon as I decide. It is a revocable. I took a bank loan, I paid it off. Why do you want to keep my records? I'm revoking all the access that I've given to you to grant a bank loan to me. Granular. I will give you a small anecdote, right? A person jumped the red light. A police traffic came and asked him a driving license. The driving license has the information, the blood group, name, father name, address, type of vehicle the person can drive, and the validity of a driving license. Do you think traffic police should know all this information? Is a transport authority? What he should know? He should know only 2 things. What type of vehicle the person is driving, and as on date, is the person authorized to drive that vehicle or not? Actually, he doesn't need these 2 information as well. He knows this information because he's seeing a person driving a vehicle, and that is a motorbike. And he also knows that what is the date of today. So he has to ask one query that this person found driving this vehicle. And from a transport department, he need an answer in yes and no. That means no data moved from anywhere. Still, he is able to discharge his duty as a transport officer, as a traffic police officer. That is what granular mean. Auditable. who accessed, why accessed, when accessed. Notice, if my data is shared, there are joint parties, notice to the all party given for each and every action of my data. Security by design, I will not emphasize again on this point. I've told you that security is no more peripheral to the business, it is the business. Quickly on European Union AI law, it's a risk-based approach. It doesn't say that we are making a business out of it. It says we have to limit the risk. And why they came up with the risk-based approach? Because the AI has broken all the barriers. It has gone all industries, health, education, defense, public safety, transportation, you name one. It has changed the face of all the industries. So you have only two options. One, you repeal all the laws and write all the laws again, considering AI. If your car has an autonomous driving system, don't you think the Vehicle Motor Act should be rewritten? If your loan is getting processed through an AI algorithm, don't you think all the lending policies has to be rewritten? So for the European Union, it was a big challenge because every industry got changed. What to do? Write whole laws again? Said no. Let's keep it very simple. AI is not the master. AI is a slave. AI is not the master. AI is a slave. And we have to limit the risk. What are the risks? Health, safety, fundamental rights, democracy. If the AI is hitting towards the democracy, rule of law, any harmful effect should be controlled. So on the basis of that, they decided there is something that is prohibited. The first thing is black box AI. That means, recently we saw in the news that for one of our political leader, someone asked on a chat GPT what kind of a leader he is, and the answer was the person is a fascist leader. And when the ministry summoned that of the company Google, Gemini, asking that why did you say that this person is a fascist leader? They said, we don't know, it's a black box AI. It's a data that is available in the market. We only comprehend the data, we use that data, and we tell what is the outcome from that data. So we said that no, it is not acceptable to us. We have in our country RTI Act. If we use black box AI, how are we going to respond to the RTIs? We cannot respond to the RTIs. The person will ask, why this happened? We say that it's a black box. Oh, come on. Are you want to repeal my RTI Act? Profiling of the person. In any form, in any shape, profiling of the person is not allowed. For any purpose. Neither for a political purpose, nor for the business purpose. Distorting, changing the behavior of a person. Putting some data point, showing something that started influencing the mind of a person. That is prohibited. Biometric one-to-many identification. So we all use sometime DigiYatra, and we have to first show our boarding pass, then our biometrics are matched. That is called one-to-one mapping. Because through your boarding pass, your biometric has already been fetched. Now it is a one-to-one mapping. But in Mumbai airport recently, they are doing an experiment that you get away with the boarding pass because we know that how many people have issued the boarding pass. So our algorithm has to do one-to-many with the limited people who are walking on that day into the airport. So let's say if 50 people are walking at that time, I know that I have to map these 50 faces only. So we started mapping the faces without using the boarding pass. This experiment has happened in Mumbai and Bangalore. As per the European AI law, it is prohibited. It cannot be because it is a biometric one-to-many mapping. Biometric is not only your thumb impression, physiological, it also includes your behavior. The way you smile, the way you walk, the way you talk, the type of clothes you wear, the kind of expression you give. Any mapping that is one-to-many is prohibited. Real-time remote biometric, physiological or identification is prohibited. I'm running out of time, so I will quickly tell you that if you look, I'm a mentor at IIT Kanpur, so I was talking to the AI startups and said that, look, if you have to make your system, you have to comply with the European AI law. If you're thinking to take your startup or a business to the Europe. They said, sir, whatever you have told me, after this I'm thinking to shut down my startup. Because everything is prohibited in European AI law. Nothing that can make sense, that can make a digital monopoly is allowed. And this is what the European AI law is, and this is what Indian digital public good philosophy is. I think there are a couple of things I more wanted to talk, but I think the person is here, so I have to stop it here. Thanks a lot for your time, and I am available for any question and answer after this session. Thank you very much.
I can tell you this, that all of us were very mesmerized by what you were saying, everything you were talking about AI, we were really hooked. But unfortunately, yeah, time is a constraint for us. You might just find me be one of the people asking you 100 questions after this, but I'll wait to get off stage for that. For now, we'll continue with our show.
So we'll take the questions offline as we have a tea break after this session. But for now, we'll felicitate our speakers of this session. We'd like to invite on the stage Mr. Santosh Kumar, Under Secretary, DRPG, and Ms. Savita Godke, Section Officer. Let's begin with our speakers, Shri Paresh B. Shah. Thank you so much, sir, for the insightful presentation. Thank you. Next, we'll felicitate Mr. Rishi Agarwal. Thank you so much, sir. I will request Shri Achyuta Ghosh to kindly come forward. Next, I'll request Mr. Amit Shukla to come forward.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for our panelists as well. It has been an amazing session, and we would love to hear more, as I'm pretty sure our audience will as well. We thank you for giving us your time and your inputs. Thank you so much. A warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our speakers today, who have not only imparted so much information to us, but have also shown why some of them must have been toppers in school. One instruction in terms of time, and they've really implemented it so well. Thank you so much. As promised, we will be giving you a short break. But my request for the time constraint is on you as well. I would hope you honor it. It's about 11:02 by our phones right now. So can we have you back in by 11:10, please, to start our next plenary session? Thank you so much. We'll see you here at 11:10. Do enjoy a break. Enjoy some tea and coffee as well. Thank you.
You can grab a cup of tea and coffee and come back to your seats. Thank you, everyone. See you at 11:10.
हेलो हेलो चेक आवाज़ आ रही है एक बार क्रॉस चेक कर लो ना कॉल कर लो ना हेलो चेक उनका आवाज़ आएगा उनका आवाज़ वही चेक करना है नहीं आई जस्ट वांट टू नो Hello, hello, check. Hello. Hello. It's clear? Yes.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ नहीं आ रही ना मैं should I keep on speaking? You're able to, you're able to hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you.
It's clear?
Yeah, I can hear you, ma'am. I can hear you.
Okay,
ma'am. Yeah,
thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Just give us a minute, sir. We are switching it to LED.
Thank you. Just tell me when to I have to on my video and the voice and
Sure. Yes. Anuj? Anuj? Yes, please check. We can see him on the LED. Please check. On the LED. We can see sir on LED. Please check. It's audible also. He can hear my voice. We can hear his voice. It's working. Checked. Yes, sure. Yeah, sure. So we. Okay. So. Thank you so much.
बता दूँ एक वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस
May we request everyone to please make their way back to the seats so we can get started with our next plenary session.
Requesting everyone to kindly get back to their seats. You can take a cup of tea and coffee along with you and settle down. Requesting everyone to help us keep this conference on time. So meanwhile, requesting our speakers, our panel members of this session to raise their hand as I take their names. Just wanted to check if they are around the stage. Mr. Abhishek Singh is here. Abhishek Singh is here. We are just checking if the speakers are here. Dr. Shailesh Kumar is here.
For everyone who has not made their way back to the seats, well, we hope you will do so in the next 20 or 30 seconds. Before we continue with our next plenary session, let's just take a look at the initiatives of NIC in AI. May we please have the AV?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, proceeding further. First of all, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your tea break. Thank you for making it on time. Proceeding further, we have a plenary session 4 on use of AI in governance. The subject themes are building AI capabilities in governance ecosystem, AI in governance for public value creation, legal implications of AI in public administration, predictive analytics through AI and its implications for governance, role of AI in participatory governance, blockchain of effective governance, AI-enabled e-service quality impact analysis.
For the same, may I invite on stage the panelists. First up, Shri Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, MITI, who will be also the chair for this session. Sir, we may have you on stage. He will be joined on stage by Dr. Sailesh Kumar from Jio. May I also request Shri Prasad Unnikrishnan, Partner, Grant Thornton, to please come up on stage. And along with them, Dr. Anjali Kaushik, the Dean, Strategic Initiatives and Professor at MDI Gurgaon. Now we have 4 chairs on stage, but we will have another panelist joining us. Professor Prashant Salvan from IIM Indore will also be joining us, courtesy technology. And I'll let Shri Abhishek Singh lead the way right now.
Over to you, Mr. Abhishek.
Thank you. Thank you. It's indeed an honor and privilege to be chairing this session on artificial intelligence. So what we'll do is that, since we are running behind schedule, we'll try to ensure that all presentations are done within 10 minutes. And what I'll do, I'll just have a quick few thoughts to just to set the context. And then we have the experts who are there on the panel from Jio, from Grant Thornton, and from IIM Indore and MDI Gurgaon. So the industry people and the academicians will give the real flavor about the issues involved in AI and governance. So the question comes in, why AI should be on India's national agenda? This is very well known to this audience. It has a huge role to play. So whether it's contributing to the national economy or ensuring good governance, ensuring social transformation, the power of data. We have always heard that data is the new oil, but just like oil requires processing, data also requires processing to get insights into that. And AI today, with the advent of compute and with the advent of new algorithms, it allows you to get more insights from data and also build models which can help in predicting what needs to be done. So not only predicting what we see in generative AI, but in various sectors in governance, the huge applications of artificial intelligence riding on the potential of data which is there. Then another key important year for India this year is that we are chair of the Global Partnership on AI, and GPay also, as we call it. The GPay has been come into new avatar from 29 member countries, has expanded to all OECD countries this year, and we are working closely with all the GPay countries to come up with a global governance framework on artificial intelligence. So when we talk about the potential of artificial intelligence, very often in many ways we think that, many people think that AI has a risk on jobs and maybe some jobs will go away, but it has also the potential to contribute jobs in the emerging sectors. What it requires is reskilling, upskilling, but yes, there are reports which say that it can lead to creation of 47 lakh new jobs by 2027, and India as a tech provider for the world has a big role to play. If we are able to really leverage our demographic dividend, if we are able to train people into becoming data scientists, data analysts, data annotators, AI developers, then we can fill this gap not only for India but for the entire world. Then, as I mentioned, there's a report from PwC which is cited very often that it will contribute almost $1 trillion to Indian economy, and it can ultimately help us realize the $1 trillion digital economy dream. And so very critical for public service, which has already been used in several states. We'll be hearing some examples today, and it can help augment the startup story that we have. We have so many unicorns that we talk about, and the ecosystem, the vibrant AI ecosystem that we are looking at will contribute greatly to that. The Stanford AI Index ranks India as the #1 when it comes to AI skill penetration. It also ranks India as #5 with the funding for AI startups that's concerned. So in all indices, we are regarded as very high on AI potential. So we have what are the strengths? We have a large talent pool, which is well regarded. As I mentioned, #1 is AI skill penetration. The digitization, the amount of data we have created, especially with the implementation of the Digital India projects, right from Aadhaar to UPI to DigiLocker to products in the field of agriculture, education, healthcare. We have given our population, we are generating a lot of data. And data is the base of AI, so it helps us in building applications which can ride on that. And then, as I mentioned, we have a very strong startup ecosystem, and we are growing very fast in this. Number of AI companies which are coming up, which are being incubated, which are building solutions, is growing very fast. In fact, only last week, we had a roundtable with startups, and we came across a company which has gone from 0 to 400 crores of revenue in just 10 months. So that's the potential that we are seeing in various AI companies this year. So again, potential in governance, the topic of this session, improving public service delivery, ensuring evidence-based decision making, ensuring inclusive development. And one example, of course, has been the Bhashini project, about which an MOU was also signed yesterday with the government of Maharashtra. Like in a country which is as diverse, natural language processing, which is an offshoot of AI, plays a big role. How do we ensure that all services are available in all Indian languages? And more importantly, how services are available with voice-enabled service? Because that becomes very, very critical for ensuring that everybody is able to access services. And yes, through conversational AI, through voice-enabled services, through services in various languages, it results in empowering citizens, which was witnessed with the chatbot, which was built during COVID. And after that, we have seen several states, several departments coming up with conversational solutions. Agriculture built something, PM Kisan Mitra, farmers can query and get answers for that. So several applications I will quickly go through, which are the applications which can create a huge impact. In fact, we have launched a AI Innovation Challenge in which 14 problem statements have been given by India AI Mission, and all startups who might be here today, they can think of providing these solutions. But yes, there are solutions like use of AI for diagnosing tuberculosis, use of AI for diagnosing breast cancer, for diabetic retinopathy. Several applications are there. And it can also play a big role in disease surveillance and preventing early dropout of TB diseases. Then there are applications in agriculture which has been tried in several states, and in fact even in Maharashtra, it originated here where Vadwani AI did this project in which American bollworm disease could be detected by doing image recognition. The farmers could upload pictures of the worm, and then the server would tell them whether it's pink bollworm or American bollworm and what pesticide, what measure they should take. And this advisory that's given to them is given in the local language so that people are able to easily use. Urban governance, there are some applications which have been used in several cities. There is a startup which has built an application where it is leveraging the Ola and Uber drivers and Zomato, Swiggy delivery boys, in which when they are navigating the cities while doing their job, their cameras capture the images and they are able to find out where the potholes are, where the manhole covers are missing, traffic lights not working, street lights not working, or some traffic bottlenecks. And this data is fed to the municipal corporation or to the local police, and then their teams are able to go and fix those problems. So instead of two teams having one team trying to find out the problems, other team trying to fix, technology is used, and these fellows are also incentivized. They're paid money for doing this work. It's a win-win for everyone. Traffic violations, many cities are using it. In fact, we all have been subject to challans because of image recognition technology, but that also ultimately helps in better traffic management and police management. Digi Yatra is all of us have almost used it. Very simple application of AI which automates the work that the CISF fellow does at the airport, brings in efficiency, saves time, ensures that we are able to have a seamless travel experience when we use this application. Then, but what are the challenges of deployment of AI? While we are very good in talent, we are very good in data, we are very good in building applications, startups, but there are several challenges. Why are we not able to compete with countries like China and US when it comes to development of AI? One big bottleneck that we have is the AI compute infrastructure is lagging. We are very much behind there. Then foundational models, we don't have Indian foundational models. We are relying on Western foundation models, which has data bias, because if they are trained on Western data, then the same outcomes will be different when we apply that in India. So we need to have an Indian foundational model. Lack of data discoverability. Like, we do generate a lot of data, but data very often in India is in silos. Agriculture will have its own, health will have its own, rural development will have its own. And these databases don't talk to each other. So we do need to kind of create a datasets platform, standardize, have the common data and metadata standards for all domains, ensure that data is available through APIs, ensure that those who are wanting to use data for building AI applications can actually access them. And then startups, while it's a very, very vibrant ecosystem, but for them to get funding sometimes becomes a challenge. Year 21, 22 was very good for startups, but for the last 1.5 years, there has been a risk in getting capital for the startups, because how they will monetize, how will they earn revenue, that has become a question that people need to answer. And then while we are very good in skilling, but we need to constantly have reskilling, upskilling in order to ensure that we retain our advantage when it comes to AI talent. And then, of course, the AI governance issue, building safe and trusted AI becomes a very, very important pillar. So how we are addressing this, these challenges which are there are being addressed through the India AI mission, which the government approved in March of this year. And India AI mission has got 7 pillars, and each pillar is designed to address the gaps which are there. So first pillar is, of course, compute, for which the RFP for empowerment of agencies is already live. We had a very good response in the pre-bid, and hopefully in a month or so, we'll be able to ensure the compute is available for Indian researchers, academicians, and startups. Then India AI Innovation Center, we are working with the experts to build up a foundational model of for AI, which is based on Indian data sets, which is trained on Indian data sets and can be used by Indian AI community. Then datasets platform, as to ensure that data is available in a seamless manner. This India AI datasets platform is addressing that issue. Then application development initiative, we are trying to ensure that 25 AI applications in various domains are developed and not only done a proof of concept or a pilot, but scaled up across the nation. Because if there is an AI application to detect tuberculosis, can we deploy it in every community health center? Can we deploy in every hospital which has an X-ray machine but doesn't have qualified radiologists? Similarly, if there is an AI application of farmers, is it just a proof of concept in a lab, or can it be used by farmers in real life? So that is the kind of initiative that application development initiative is trying to sort. And the 14 problem statements that have been launched, for those solutions, either startups or the industry partners or students who are developing that will be getting a crore of prize money for developing those solutions. Future Skills is again an initiative wherein we are ensuring setting out data labs in tier 2 cities for training people in to become data scientists, data annotators, data analysts, as also giving fellowships to undergrad, grad students and research students for taking up AI projects. Then startup financing is a vertical in which we are providing funding support to startups at the pre-seed stage, seed stage, and the product stage. So the entire all stages of a startup life cycle funding provision has been made. And safe and trusted is, of course, to develop tools with the help of researchers and industry partners to ensure that whatever AI solutions are being developed conforms to the ethical guidelines, conforms to the responsible AI guidelines, ensure that the AI that's being developed in India is safe and trusted, and the risks for artificial intelligence is addressed. So while I'll just conclude with this, and I have other panelists to measure with this, while we are moving very fast in developing artificial intelligence solutions, but we need to kind of have a balance between developing solutions or solving governance challenges, but at the same time be aware of the risks which are there, aware of the risks of fake news, risk of misinformation, develop solutions, whether they are watermarking or develop frameworks for assessing AI-based solutions, then also look at how we are going to address the issues of job displacements, the issue of sustainable AI development, ensuring that, because AI computes today, we all know that consumes a lot of power. So how do we ensure that energy considerations are also done, so that in the quest of developing AI-based solutions, we should not fall back on the goals and of the sustainable development objectives. So it requires a very coordinated approach. The approach that India has taken is to be innovation-oriented and do regulation just to ensure that the user harm is prevented. So this is all that I wanted to share to set the context, and we have our speakers from the industry and academia who will be joining us. So we have Mr. Prashant Salwan, from IIM Indore, the Dean of IIM Indore, who will be joining online to make his presentation. So I will now request him to give his intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hope you all can hear me. Yeah, I hope you can hear me. If somebody can just tell me.
Can we have Professor Prashant Salwan, please? Yes, yes, please.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm online. So good. Welcome you all. And it's so great to be here. I really want to thank Sri Abhishek Singh ji. We have Dr. Shrindra Kumar Saab also here, and Sri Unikrishnan ji and Professor Anjali Kaushik ma'am. It's great to be with all you. And thanks a lot to allow me to give my presentation online. I'm currently in London. We are doing a small work with the Bank of England. I'm also going to share with you something very interesting on e-service quality. So hope you can see my presentation here. And it's a really important thing where I'm actually going to discuss with you all these issues here, and really personally grateful for DPRG and Professor V. Srinivas to allow me to give this particular presentation. Why this is so important here is something interesting I want to tell you, because my presentation is AI in governance for public value creation, and I'll try to complete it within 10 minutes time. One thing which is very important here for government here is it has to be both efficient and effective. Now, when you talk about efficient and effective, I'm also going to share with you two of the cases which I presently worked on. One was with the GST Madhya Pradesh government, and one with an utilities firm, how AI, ML and other activities was used. So when you look at efficiency, efficiency means a measure of how well a government uses its resources to perform activities, that including carrying out activities faster with fewer resources or with to a higher standard. And an efficient government produces the maximum possible outputs giving its input. So you manage with the current resources which you have. But effectiveness, now this is the most important point. The measure of how well a government performs in several areas, including the quality of public service, the civil service, the policy implementation, it also considers how credible the government is in its commitment to improve these areas. And World Bank Group has formed one index called Government Effectiveness Index that ranks countries basis on these factors. And this is so important. Why I'm telling you here is, let me show you these figures. I hope you can see the slide in front of me. Do you know, when I was yesterday when we were discussing with Bank of England, they already told me that in 2020 itself, they said Bangladesh will be a failed state. I was astonished. I said, why are you saying that? He said, just look at government effectiveness index. Now, all global investment is happening looking at government effectiveness index. Brazil is the second country which is going to get a failed state, means if you have a marks less than 30 percentile in government effective index, that is defined as a failed state, means you don't invest in that country. FDI withdraws money from that particular country. If you look at India, India has done from 2014 onwards excellently well. Just look at the India's rank. If you can show the India's rank here, excellently well. And China competitiveness is actually now reducing a bit. United States and United Kingdom are managing together. So one thing which comes out very clearly is government effectiveness index is now the main anchoring to decide about investment in other countries and growth of other countries. One more thing which comes out very interesting here is, now as sir was just mentioning about the input which has been done by the government, and we can really show, if I can show from 1996 to 2022, there's a huge growth in India per se when you look at effectiveness index. The effectiveness index has really grown very well, and we 100% sure that when by 2030 we may actually come close to United Kingdom. Even if you look at this, another part here is the GDP growth versus government effectiveness index. Even if Bangladesh GDP growth was comparatively compared to India was a little bit higher, but their effectiveness was the lowest. Hence, it became a failed state. If you look at India, we have a GDP growth as well as percentile is coming good. So that means we are going to create and capture value far more better, and citizens will be more happy. And those developed countries where the GDP growth is less, but still they are effective, they are still able to manage their economy and sustain it as a developed economy perspective. So again, the anchoring comes in economic sense is government effectiveness index. Now, what is that government effectiveness? Government talks about is defined as an act or process of governing by overseeing, controlling, and direction of something. Like I was just seeing a lot of presentation happening and what should be AI law and things like that. The government need to have clear operating rules. They have to define responsibilities and lines of authorities, and they need to create mechanisms to ensure that these rules and authorities are followed, because a strong government structures improve public trust and through better organization performance and better customer outcomes. And this public trust is the main anchoring in everything. It can be in e-service quality, it can be government citizen activity and everything. So the effective index talks about public trust, organization performance, and customer outcome as the dependent variable. And why this is so critical? Because more than ever, the digital government project have to meet the high standard of social expectations while creating of complexity and integrated challenges, as presented by many of the speakers here. And one more thing which comes here is, other than the front-facing and interactive technology like social media, data distribution, and platform-based architecture, their applications in open data and open government data analytics, smart cities, service cooperation, many areas are very much important. Why this is so critical here is, like now when elections were happening, I'll give you a small tidbits before I go for the actual Indian cases. When elections were happening in US, now the president happening, the earlier was the governor elections were happening. Each state did a service. What is the level of e-service quality in my state? And they realized that the state government is the lowest. So those governors who got re-elected actually were the people who the e-service quality of the government service quality was very good. And that's the reason the thing came out is the customer experience matters a lot. States that have the higher rate of customer satisfaction enjoys higher trust in government. That's the reason public trust is very important. Lower cost to serve, lower risk to negative public coverage or commentary, and greater levels of voter participation happens when the customer experience is great. Residents on an average 4 times more likely to agree with their state provides an adequate standard of living, affordability, high quality life, health life, and they are satisfied with the customer expectation. So the main issue here is with how the government increase. One more thing which is here is not all services are created equal. The experience with some state services drives an oversized population, and that's the reason they say some of them may like vehicle services, taxes, public transport, affordable housing, and unemployment insurance. Many other people may like something else. It's about US government I'm talking about. In India also, state-wise, we can prioritize and do excellent work. The issue here is that's the reason we say the public value creation in digital government become very important. Digital government, in fact, transfers the way in which public sector organizations produce and deliver services and interact with its citizens. These transformations are mediated by digital technology, but also by operational and institutional factors. And that's the reason we use in our research public value theory is a perspective that explores how public organizations operationalize public value and how public activities benefit citizens, stakeholders, and service users. So we have to think from a holistic perspective to decide. I'm going to share with you a small insurance case because insurance industry is the most penetrated industry in e-service quality. And then I'm going to come to GST in Madhya Pradesh and the other case. So we want to tell you about that public value management is very critical. I don't want to go to these whole stages. This McKinsey study talks about the 7 potential to improve government productivity. We all know very well. We know AI, ML, and deep learning. So I'm not going to go in depth about this. So how the whole thing came out and how the whole growth is happening. So you know very well. But the main issue here is where AI is used in e-governance service are multiple areas. There are 15 areas from personal insight to pricing and promotion to sales channel optimization to digital marketing to integrated supply chain to robotics and workforce automation to network optimization to yield energy and throughput to R&D and procurement and spend analytics to customer service, fraud and debt analytics to HR people to strategic and analytical issue. There are 15 basic areas where AI is used in the government service. Now let us take a case of insurance. Now, let us look at this. It's a very interesting one because insurance in the industry, which is the most implemented by e-service quality and public value innovation, which we talk about. Take a case of a lady called Julia. She's a 58 years old lady. So she received a push message how to prevent glass damage during winter months. So she has taken an insurance. She gets notifies her insurance about the glass damage via a simple intuitive online notification on her phone. Then she analyzes the fraud check online. She selects the repair and appointment by nearby repair shop, and the insurance digitally receives and repairs the invoice for her. So everything is online. Now, issue here is the same platform is also helping a lady called Betty. She's a 24-year-old lady. She pushes a message warning her about oncoming lightning storm. So they tell in advance that there will be a lightning storm. You have taken an insurance, but make sure you take care of the vehicle well. Something happens, so she digital first notice of loss and automated claim management, digital loss and automated settlement. Everything is done in online. She doesn't have to do anything. She is very happy. Another lady, a gentleman called Scott, he's a 39 years old. So he's driving a car and he's taken in insurance, driving insurance. And the insurance is so strongly linked that the smartphone reminds him to keep track of his speed limits. The card automatically notifies his insurance of the all relevant details, so he doesn't have to do anything. His claim is analyzed and fraud checked and identified as only a minor damage claim. He uploads photographs of the damage of his insurance carrier, allowing automatic claim processing. And he accepts and within minutes receive the money in his PayPal account. So when you look at these issues, there are multiple customer segments which an insurance is actually focusing on. And in all these analysis, the platform is the same. In the sense, the digital assets are the same, but the same digital assets actually help you to create value for multiple customer segments. And that is what a customer or e-service or public value innovation in government has to do. So you have to invest in digital asset in one go, and all customer segments are getting satisfied parallelly, equally. So their cost also reduces, but the value creation also increases. Let us take a case of GST in Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh government formed a very unique committee, and which Rajan Katoch was a former Secretary Revenue was the chair. Lokesh Jata was the commissioner of commissioner of taxes at that time. Now, and I was a member of the higher power committee of GST, and we did a lot of research. You must have heard this news. Gutka King accused of 400 crore, GST fraud involved, cement company was caught. approximately more than 4,000 crores were caught in GST by Madhya Pradesh. Something happened in Karnataka, but the GST of Madhya Pradesh caught those things and informed those states that this is what wrong is happening with you. How does this thing happen? This thing happened in a very simple perspective by when we were doing, apart from the common national portal of GST and other related business intelligence related tools, the commercial tax department designed and implemented a series of innovative interventions from enhancing e-governance and service level delivery by further ensuring ease of doing business. The administrative and technology-based innovations have been implemented over a period of 2 years for increasing service quality, data management, business intelligence, and collective obedience of law among stakeholders to public service outlook. And what the committee did was, you'll be astonished. We said, who's our stakeholders? Now, what we have to do? Government has a portal, fine, but what inputs we can do so we can further enhance this portal? We said, who are our stakeholders? So we did a whole list of stakeholders. We found these are the 5 basic stakeholders, and what each stakeholders is having a problem. So the people can't understand English. They don't know what law is. What are the activities I need to do? So they did each and every mapping of the customer stakeholders management and said what is the issue they are facing. And then they looked a lot of people together and built a whole operating system. So the following thing came out: better understanding of GST law is not there, understanding of several tax compliance with due date is as a problem, knowledge of latest amendment in law is not coming, credible source of knowledge dissemination in Hindi language is not coming, variants of implementation of Act rules are not coming, and 85% of the stakeholders have a turnover of less than 1.5 crore, and tax compliance is a big challenge. What should we do? And our whole digital platform has to be based on these 6 basic challenges faced by the stakeholders. And they developed such a unique system. I'm going to tell you the way they developed chatbot. The first time a state developed a beautiful chatbot called Megha. It's an AI and WhatsApp-based chatbot using technology as a mediation and e-service quality. And Megha addresses several queries related to GST Act and other compliance services. And it was a very good activity. The welcome kit was provided to all the people, online versus
Professor
offline.
Prashant, if you could just quickly wind up.
Yeah. Just finishing. So these all things were implemented, and the result was awesome. So you can look at the way the things came out, and the saving money and things like that. It was very good, and we increased to 4,000 crores of things coming out. The last thing, I'll just take 1 more minute. There is something called customer deviant behavior. So what happened here is we did a research with the utilities firm in Madhya Pradesh. And we found out that customer, especially they say, comply with legal social norms, and it's wrong, don't do it. The second tactic is the industry such as retail industry, they use as a punishment. But in government service, that's a big issue. So how should we manage the deviant behavior, customer deviant behavior? We also found out something that around 96 billion is non-technical losses in utilities firm because people don't pay, because they don't have smart meter, they have traditional meters. So we use AI and ML and did a very excellent activity there, where even with limitation of the granular with data, we found out 20% success in identifying theft cases. And doing that, the non-technical losses also reduced. And the second, the most critical part here is people got to know in Indore city that government is monitoring their data. So they themselves came out and started paying their utility bills. So you can imagine that how this whole thing happened. This was published in a big global journal that how consumer deviant behavior reduces when you have good AI/ML implementation activity coming the line. So I'll stop here now, and thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity to present. And it's great to be here and sharing my inputs.
Thank you, Professor Salwan, for giving an overview of issues in AI governance, how it can improve our AI governance index, as also sharing use cases in insurance, in fraud prevention, as also language-based technologies. Thank you, truly grateful. Next, we have Dr. Shailesh Kumar, the Chief Data Scientist from Jio, who comes with a lot of experience of building and deploying AI-based applications. Over to you, Dr. Shailesh.
Hi, thank you all for inviting me, and good morning. It's a very enlightening experience for me. So today I'm going to talk about, the theme is government runs on AI. And some time ago I was looking at a company called Chai Point, and the theme for Chai Point was India runs on Chai. So I kind of borrowed from there, and now I'm looking at Ola runs on AI, Jio runs on AI, Bharat runs on AI, so government runs on AI. So I'll also try to add one more pillar to what Abhishek sir said. He talked about the 7 pillars. I'm going to talk about the 8th pillar today, what we also need. So, so the idea is, I think they have uploaded the wrong slide. So I'm just going to, sorry, they have uploaded the longer version of the slide. So the idea is that, eGov is a very complex system, and I won't talk about all this. eGov is a very complex system. You do a lot of things, and there are a lot of silos that we have created. And the problem is that when we create a lot of silos, we land up with a very broken system, right? The things that happen on one side of the silo don't happen, connect with the other side of the silo, right? So I'm just trying to skip. They have uploaded a wrong version of the slide. But really, if you think about the products that have evolved, we have come from individual physical products to Google-like products, which are crowdsourced intelligence, and now we are heading towards what we call ecosystem products. So if you think about agriculture, healthcare, all these are ecosystems: smart cities, e-governance, retail. And the question is, do we have an operating system mindset the way we have for cloud and for mobile? Do we have a notion of what is an operating system for agriculture or operating system for governance? And I think that's where we want to think about next. So if I think about eGov, eGov is a very complex system. I did some chat GPT and said, what does eGov do? And it gave me a lot of answers. I tried to organize them. And I said, look, this is a very complex system. We are going to build hundreds of apps, maybe thousands of apps, to do each little thing separately. And each one of those things will be disconnected with everything else. And that is one of the things I see a lot in different organizations. Banks become use case thinkers, governments become use case thinkers, large corporations become use case thinkers. And the idea is these systems are very complex, right? We cannot think about them in isolation. They're complex by the number of entities, the number of interactions, the amount of data, the kind of metrics they have. So what we need is a next generation platform. And today, if we don't do this systematically, this is what happens. We create what I call the slumps or the digital slumps, which basically mean we have acquired vendor products over a period of time. We have tried an ERP here, CRM here, SAP there. And now we are trying to patch them all together to run our governance, right? To run our telecom, to run our healthcare, to run our agriculture. So that is one of the dangers that I foresee. And what we want is a very beautiful, automated, integrated operating system that is real-time, learning all the time and all of that. So I think this platform approach is the 8th pillar that we need to imbibe. While we build hundreds of applications in the bottom-up way, what are we going to do to integrate them in a top-down way, right? So, ecosystems are very complex. They have multiple systems that need to be integrated. There are different kinds of workflows that need to be integrated. And obviously in a detailed version, we'll talk about all this. Exceptions happen all the time. Here's an example of an exception workflow, how it needs to be integrated. How do we think about ecosystems, right? How do we connect everything, right? What happens in a government policy, what farmers do. If a farmer, clicks on a picture, can a pesticide be delivered without 200 apps in the middle? All this is workflow thinking, and integrating all our ecosystems is going to be the 8th pillar in which we want to work on. So what is an operating system thinking? So think about all events that can happen in agriculture domain, right? What do you need to store and maintain the agriculture digital twin of all farms, all soil, crop, and all that? All the agriculture content in all languages generated or stored, all the AI models on crop, on biomix, on soil and all that, all the knowledge base of agriculture, and then drive all the advisories automatically. Now, this can be built by different startups, different companies, different organizations, but it all needs to come together as an operating system. Otherwise, we will keep creating hundreds of apps, and that is the key message. And we can run all these. Similarly, if you think about a healthcare operating system, what are the health events coming? The dengue is growing in one part, malaria cases going up in one part. How do we do public health? How do we do supply chain of medicine? How do we do advisories? How do we do health advisories and all that in a real-time, automated, integrated fashion, right? Again, how do we think about education operating system, right? Millions of kids are getting educated. Now the new world of education will be highly personalized at scale. How do we think about an education system with lots of events coming on one side? What a kid should study next? What is the right content? What is the right practice? Can we personalize education the way we have personalized Netflix and Pizza Hut, for example? And it's a shame that we are not there yet, and it's a big problem that we have to solve, right? So curriculum personalization, content, practice, learning. So you can see all these are complex systems, whether we talk about education, healthcare, agriculture, and we need a operating system mindset to all of this, right? So what does eGov citizenship operating system might look like? Again, you will have lots of events coming in all the time, different people, government issues, security issues, all of that, cameras. All this is coming all the time in a very complex manner. We need to continue to generate all kinds of advisories to citizens, and supply chain and all that. So how does e-governance evolve? So we have to build a complex thing. So we need 4 core infrastructure. One, we already talked about the national data stack. The second is the operating system that I talked about. What does that mean? Third is the AI marketplace, because no single entity can build all the thousands of models that we need. So can we create a marketplace where anybody can produce a model, anybody can consume a model? And then we need national super apps in all the verticals, right? So these are the 4 key infrastructure in my mind that will help transition us from where we are to the next generation system. A unified data lake, everybody talked about. We need to make it very data platform agnostic, technology agnostic, domain centric, APIs for everything, and then serving all the different verticals. We need to think about operating systems, which is what do customers see, citizens see, what do vendors see, then how does all that data come in a standardized format? It goes through all the AI layers and all the workflows and produces all the advisories and decisions and goes back to the systems, right? So we need to bring this operating system mindset. We are trying to do this in Reliance and many other companies now. How can we adopt such a framework in the e-governance system? And obviously, like everybody said, AI is going to create a lot of jobs. If we go backward, there are many sectors, each many beneficiaries, each many applications, each many services, and each lot of AI services. Who is going to build all this? And it's not one company or hundreds of startups, it's all of us together. And so the AI marketplace is a very important idea. I will skip the video, but the idea is, imagine somebody has built a Machli app somewhere and he needs it to be enabled in different languages, and somebody else produced an AI model for Telugu and other languages. How do these 2 people connect with each other? Through an AI marketplace, right? So I produce a model, put it in a marketplace, somebody consumes it. We need to start thinking about AI marketplaces instead of one-to-one connection between people. So I'll skip that. So the idea is, I think we are on a path of digital transformation 2.0. eGov can be transformed with a lot of very systematic principles that everybody talked about. Digitization, standardization, abstraction, and at the end, trust. How do we build trust in people that we are not giving biased or malicious AI output? Yeah? Thank you, and we'll talk more later.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shailesh, for giving a complete overview with regard to the entire AI stack, from data systems to AI applications to super apps, and to also a framework for looking it into the operating system model. Now we have
Hello everyone, am I audible? Yeah. The first thing is, like, being a speaker, second last, and I don't want to overstep the time. And second problem is, like, the previous session was actually on data protection, but they have already taken and hijacked everything on AI. So I'm standing in between that session as well as the speaker next, and then talking about AI. I don't want to repeat what others have already spoken. But since my topic is on role of AI in a participatory governance, it's better that I start asking some questions which is thought-provoking, and then let me get into the subject of why AI in a participatory governance and a citizen service delivery. The first question is, have you ever thought, what is the ratio of the number of government staff to the citizens in the country today in India? Does anyone has a guess? Anyone have any guess about it? 1 is to 1,000, 1 is to 2,000, what is the guess? Huh? No, 1 is to what? It's roughly between 1 is to 100 or 1 is to 75 to 1 is to 100 if you take the entire defense force and other people. Now take out those people and if you again look at it, it's 1 is to 500. Now the point is, while we have heard the last 2 days, and we have heard all the speakers talking about technology on one side and adoption on the other side, at the same time talking about things like data privacy, protection, this, that, etc. I ask one question to all of you. You lock your home and come every day. You always have the problem of a robber getting into it at any point of time. Same as the business in IT also. It can happen anytime, but that doesn't mean that we stop using technology there, right? A lot of regulations happen, things happen, etc., etc. So the point is, if in country 1 is to 75 is a ratio where a government has to serve a citizen, while the number doesn't look so large, but the point is, 80% of the services provided by government today are once in a lifetime, twice in a lifetime, or 3 times in a lifetime. Rest 20% are utility or other kind of services like health, education, etc., which is on a regular basis for people to use. That's why we don't understand the pressure of delivering today, while government officers will look at the files and say the rest of the other ways of doing it. But that is where intuitive IT systems have a place, which is basically called as use of AI in governance and the participatory governance. So, excuse me. I'm not going to talk about the slide because my previous 2 speakers have already spoken about it. So I'll just go to the ecosystem. So what does it create and how do you want to actually have a participatory role of citizens in public governance? Why I'm talking about this is because when you look at this entire thing and people have to participate in the governance process, and we don't need to take into the extreme situation of a general election of the government or in that kind of a thing, but even for getting services, I am of the view that data has to be shared. Data has to be stored. And all the speakers, except the 2 panel members in this, have made one critical point that when you share data on an AI, you don't know what it is. It's like a black box. Something will happen. No, that is not the way to look at AI, first of all. Having worked on this field, I have a different way of looking at it. You take an engine, you use the government data, you create your own large models, data models, and you then work on it, then this privacy issue of going out of the data from a government site is not there. That's the first point. So this collaborative ecosystem where we have people like Geo or all those kind of companies like Microsoft or anyone who is coming in to support the government in creating that ecosystem, wherein they create a separate model for government, like IIT Mumbai. Government of India has already signed up with that IIT Mumbai to do such things. So that is first part of it. Second is active citizens participation. This is where the previous session people were talking about giving the consent. Getting a consent for me to get a better service, nobody says no to it. So misuse of data will not happen provided I'm giving a consent to get a service. So I am coming to that particular aspect. Third, insight-driven data governance. I'm not going to talk about the nitty-gritties of it, but I'll talk about it when I'm actually showing you a use case of which has actually been developed by one of our clients for delivering such services. Excuse me. I think it's not working. So I'll quickly talk to you about a couple of examples which has not been mentioned because I a little bit changed this examples which has not been mentioned the last 2 days, which are primarily some examples of how AI has been used by the various government entities today, which is basically talking about participatory governance. So our AI-driven, Aadhaar-enabled payment system, which is going to be in the real, and people can actually withdraw the cash, they can know about all the transactions is already in place, and government is rolling out. Delhi government's AI for pollution control is the second thing. I'm not going to take too much of time. Conversational AI, people were talking about Bhashini yesterday. The same thing has been used as in another model by BPCL yesterday. The Bangalore Metro Rails, WhatsApp Pay, which is also AI-driven for the way of transactions, etc. Other two things I'm not going to talk, I'm just because of paucity of time. I just want to focus on this particular aspect wherein I'm talking about a participatory governance model. What we have done in the state of Meghalaya were in the state of Meghalaya, what we have done is a very simple thing. We started with a one citizens portal. And in that citizen portal, government services are also provided, and the benefit schemes are also provided. There's an AI engine which is running at the back, which has got an interface with the government, as well as an interface with the citizen. Now, it is collecting the feedback on all the possible platforms, including social media, Facebook, etc., of the CM, the CS, all those kind of things. What it does is, it basically looks at the entire queries, the comments, etc., and we have developed an LLM model which is internal. It is not external or not sitting in a ChatGPT or a Gemini or, for that matter, Copilot. It has been sitting inside. It reviews this data. It basically looks at the right answer to the specific query or a grievance produced, and then provide the information to the citizen. And it has been running successfully well. That's one part of it. Second part, what I'm trying to say is about the participatory governance. When a particular scheme, people are saying so many issues, and people are saying this scheme, we don't want this particular aspect of that scheme, the government is collating the data, and on an yearly basis, the planning board or of that particular state is looking at the scheme and seeing whether this scheme is the right scheme, do you need some tweaking for that, and then changing that. Third, when people are mentioning that specific roads have a problem or a street light has a problem, it is going to the respective departments. In the next year's budget, they are saying due to some climate issues or due to some traffic issues or whatever may be the reason, these are the stretches of roads which actually require maintenance on a regular basis. Budget is allocated. So this is what is about a participatory governance in AI, and AI can be used for all these models. And here, when people give these kind of suggestions, there is no intrusive way of actually getting into the personal data, while all the data which is available in the public for a citizen to access services, they are giving their feedback to get these things done. So while we can talk on many such examples, I'm not going to take too much of a time on that. Now, what are the challenges and risks? Already this has been discussed multiple times by all the people here, so I'm not going to get into that, because data privacy, security concerns, ethical issues. One important thing I want to tell you, again, this is also an eye-opener. We should all understand these things. You must have seen all the Hollywood and Bollywood movies, etc. And you have seen all the animations, all the kind of things. Even if you do at ChatGPT today, right now on your mobile, and ask, can you throw me a picture of an alien? It will still show you some kind of a form of a human being with some head, one hand or two hands, one legs, etc. So there is a bias and a limitation to the AI also. Its thinking is limited to the data models which it has already captured. So it doesn't think beyond what we are actually thinking. I'm being very open. I've tried all these things. That's the reason I'm making that statement here. Two, the point is, many a times today, at this level of maturity which I'm saying, we don't have a visibility more than 6 months to a 2 years period. Why I'm telling you this is because before I came to the session, was doing a lot of research. One, I don't want to name the report, 2011 report on IT industry as well as the IT jobs in the country. By all the reports which has come, has never mentioned AI in it. There's not even a mention about AI in it. 2018 report of Niti Aayog, which spoke about AI in government and AI in the country. They had mentioned very vaguely, and they were already talking about cognitive learning only. It did not go beyond that. So which means, what I'm trying to say is, our limitation today is that technology is changing so fast. What I am telling today, or the entire group we are discussing today, it may change in the next 2 to 3 years. The dynamicity with which the government or the private sector absorbs the technology and adopt is the most important thing. Call to action, 2-3 things I am saying. One is, start with targeted projects, because one thing I want to say, blockchain, when it came, the same thing happened, 2-3 years. There is some common terminology in marketing which is called as fad and fashion. So blockchain became a fad. I hope you know the reason, right? Blockchain was actually adding only one layer of security on top of what you were trying to do. But to implement that, you needed a better connectivity, high-speed internet, as well as a computing power. Now, why I'm telling you it here is also because in AI, if you want to use, you need to have a higher computing power, which is a GPU power, to develop your large model, and then a CPU power to actually run it. So the government, when they are actually discussing and deciding on the model, they need to look at what you want to do, again, the computing power. That's very important. Second thing, when you're creating use cases, you should understand the use case which is mostly required. Say, for example, and high impact is a income tax service or faceless thing, wherein the faceless can be an AI tomorrow. That's the third. Third thing, like everybody mentioned, transparency and trust. Definitely, transparency and trust is required, but the trust and transparency, like someone mentioned, should be based on the risk rather than on the law. So those are the three things I wanted to say as a call to action for the participatory governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasad, for giving a review with regard to issues and challenges in AI governance and including the Meghalaya case study. Now I have Professor Anjali Kaushik, Dean Strategic Initiatives from MDI Gurgaon, to give the orientation from the point of view of academicians with regard to how AI can be applied in governance.
So good afternoon, and being the last speaker in the panel, so with very little time, I'll try to maintain the time also. I had a few points, but I think enough has been said on the opportunities from AI. So I'll quickly rush through the slides. And being associated with the e-governance scene of India, I've seen a lot of evolution happening from the computerization to the AI that we are discussing now. And it's interesting how we have evolved over a period of time. Already we are seeing successful use cases of AI in education, in predictive analytics, agriculture, health. We talked of IGOT, we talked of Maharashtra, we talked of Bhashni also. The last speaker also touched upon the AI-powered chatbots, and now we are talking of language coming in, and we are talking of ensuring inclusive access to government information and services through use of AI. So I'll try to touch upon a few new things which we can possibly do, and some of the challenges which come to my mind. So because there are two things, there are so many opportunities and there are so many challenges. And given the limited time, I'll focus on a few studies which we have done in MDI recently and touch upon the highlights of those studies. So one is, we are leveraging traditional data sets for actionable insights and improvements. So we are getting a lot of data. It is not only the data per se, but because ERP has percolated into the government departments, so we have a lot of process data also. So we can use that process data to optimize the workflows. And we were somewhere working with UK Revenue and Customs, and where we saw that, how they have used this data to improve their processes also. So process innovation can happen with the use of AI in the process part of it. Somewhere there is a lack of expertise in AI, and this is one of the challenge. Let me now so the session one focused on data governance issues with AI, and enough has been said about it. Somewhere, maybe the availability of data sets can be made available for research and educational institutions, so that, everybody gets into that mode where they can, contribute and be participative about the whole thing, and which is where collecting, increasing availability of data and knowledge in standard discoverable formats across data types and text, images, voice, video, etc. in multiple languages can be made available, so that, different governments can come up, institutions can come up for that purpose. In our institute, for instance, we are using data.gov.in, and students are doing a lot of projects on that. Which is where use of these data sets for context-specific personalization at the level of country, at the level of state, because the problems of each state are different. So we cannot have universal AI solutions, so they have to be contextualized to the state, to the organization, to the department. So when we are talking of this personalization, so somewhere it has to happen at each level. So at the level of citizen, at the level of district, at the level of state, and at the level of the country also. So, which is where we can use the AI models to do the personalization at different levels, depending upon the nuances and the demographics and, whatever are the indicators in each state. So maybe there are no universal models and we need to contextualize each of these models also. Somewhere while, lot of development has taken place in the last 1 or 2 years globally on the AI front when we are talking of the legal and regulations. So EU AI Act came last year, NIST had the AI risk management framework. So when we are developing so many AI applications, so one of the challenges which I foresee is that, high-risk AI data sets and algorithms need to be clearly identified, such as the use of biometric identification, profiling, and providing essential services. And we need to lay down the guidelines and, what should be the essential regulations when we are dealing with these kind of data sets and algorithms. So, and increasingly we are talking of human-computer interface, wherein we are also talking of AI-powered devices accessing and manipulating individuals' thoughts or brain activities without consent, etc. So somewhere we need to, demarcate that these are, high-risk AI, these are limited risk. So when we are doing these kind of activities and we need to have essential guidelines, what is permissible and what is permissible. So wherein, regulatory sandboxing comes in, that, we have regulatory sandboxes, at the same time we are encouraging innovation so that we are balancing both these activities. Responsible and transparent approach to data governance, which was discussed in the first session today. And there is a need for data-driven architecture. There are data ownership issues. Who actually owns this data? Is it the citizen? Is it the government? Or is it the data processing entity when we are on a PPP mode? So what are the rights of each of these entities on the data? And while we are talking of a data protection framework, how do we operationalize it? Because it's going to have a huge impact in the government and in the industry as well. Each of the forms that we are using for collection of data needs to be scrutinized, rechecked, validated, and data ownership has to be married to the data life cycle. So where the data is traveling and how the ownership is changing hands. So all these things need to be built up. Defining an AI risk management process across all stakeholders, setting up an AI audit process and ensuring adherence to AI principles, which should be an annual process especially for high-risk AI system, laying out clear governance structures and procedures to evaluate and identify. So there has to be a body which is identifying, which is notifying, maintaining a registry of high-risk and sensitive AI implementations. And so especially, one of the concern areas is AI-generated misinformation, disinformation, deepfakes, or synthetic content. And what should be the extent laws and regulations when we are talking about these kind of things. There may be a requirement for revision of platform guidelines in view of the disinformation and deepfakes and developing we need to get into the development mode for technologies, real-time monitoring, content provenance, what should be the chain of custody. Should we be using blockchain along with AI? Can we use blockchain solutions to maintain the chain of custody for the content that is getting generated? So how to balance these kind of things is very important. So this is my last slide, and so I have another 5 minutes. So there is a challenge in AI integration and provenance and governance issues. And the next session is on privacy security. So I'll not talk too much on that, but we need robust AI regulation addressing privacy, security, and ethical regulations in AI applications. We need to study existing and evolving AI technologies, algorithms, and their impact on cybersecurity across diverse stakeholders. It could be AI providers, AI implementer guidelines, AI users. So what should be the guidelines for each of these bodies? So when we are talking governance, we need to separately evolve a structure that for providers, this is their requirement, for implementers, for maybe citizens, and at the same time, where exactly we require human in the loop, where we require government in the loop for critical decision making has to be identified when we are implementing an AI decision making. Identifying compliance requirements, especially for the critical infrastructure, and having responsible AI practices and post-launch monitoring. Especially for high-risk AI scenarios, there is a need to oversee and manage innovation lab and sandbox facility. and maintaining a repository of vulnerabilities and threats and a self-regulation checklist for high risk for AI providers and implementers. So these are some of the thoughts, and so I was going across a study. If you look at the LLM studies, and there was one ChatGPT study, the same LLM and ChatGPT, when you are giving kind of problem, same questions to the ChatGPT models, every 3 months, you are getting different results. So somewhere, how much to actually trust these ChatGPT and LLM models when we are deploying them in the organizations? How to do the model maintenance, which is again a part of the governance, and where to use these ChatGPT kind of things, how to contextualize. So these are some important consideration. And Shailesh ji mentioned AI marketplace. So maybe, somewhere there we need some guidelines for the AI producers, which are common if you are having AI marketplace. And if government is operationalizing such a thing, then we need to think of AI governance framework for the AI producers in such a marketplace also. So some of my thoughts, and I'm very much in time, and we are already doing a lot of effort. So somewhere the governance effort has to be strengthened with the kind of AI opportunities that we are building upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Anjali Kaushik, for highlighting the key issues with regard to AI in governance. So we would, I don't know the anchor standing here, if we have any time for any questions, or if the time is not allowing, then we can have questions at during the lunch or something. Over to you.
Extremely sorry, but we can take the questions offline and the lunch break or something. Thank you so much, Dr. Anjali, and the entire panel for the wonderful insights. We will now felicitate our panel members. I will request Shri Sanjeev Saxena, Senior Director, DRPG, along with Srimati Roshni Kadam Patil, Deputy Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, to join us on stage. We will begin with our Chair of the session, Shri Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, MIT. I will request both of them to kindly felicitate Dr. Shailesh Kumar from Jio. Moving ahead, we will now felicitate Shri Prasad Unnikrishnan, partner at Grant Thornton. Let us now felicitate Dr. Anjali Kaushik. Thank you, everyone. Let's take one group picture. Thank you. Let's quickly move on to our next plenary session, that is the fifth one, on creating sustainability with e-governance. The sub-themes are creating sustainability, SDGs, employment in the age of AI, India's Digital Public Infrastructure for Tomorrow, Public-Private Partnership for Innovations, and Green IT Practice. I will request our panel members to join us on the stage, beginning with Dr. Lavneesh Shannan, Head of Government Affairs, SAP, who will chair this session, along with Ms. Sapna Kapoor, SIO NIC Maharashtra. Next, I will request Mr. Devrup Dhar, co-founder and managing director of Primus Partners. Next, we have Shri Ramendra Verma, National Sector Leader, Government and Partner, Transformation Practice, Grant Thornton, Bharat. So it's 12:30. We have 45 minutes for this session. I will request our chairperson of this session, Dr. Lavneesh, to kindly keep this session on time. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this very interesting session on how do we link sustainability with e-governance. Now, we have been talking on technologies, the application, the opportunities for improvement since yesterday. Let's talk about the impact on planet, the impact on society, the impact that digital technologies can actually create on the whole sustainability narrative and imperative that we have been building. We have a very eminent panel. We have Ms. Sapna Kapoor, who is the SIO for NIC, Ramendra Verma, who heads the government practice at Grant Thornton, and Devrup from Primus Partners, all with huge experience in digital government projects. And I do believe that the linkage, the new thought of linking technology and digital with sustainability would be an outcome that all of us will try to drive by the end of this session. So maybe what I can do, I can quickly start with setting the context. I have a small presentation which I can run through. I was not supposed to be the chair, but I was made. So I had prepared a presentation. I'll just run through it, and the idea is to set the context, and then I can invite the three speakers. They present their point, and then we can have discussion based on the content that you see. Let me go there and start running the presentation for you. In terms of setting the context, I hope that will be the trigger to actually take the discussion forward. Can you put the slides on, please? Yeah. Okay. So we have been listening to terms like digital India, the developed India. I think it's time now, using e-governance, we come to the concept of a brighter India also. And when I say brighter, I'm talking about building a resilient, inclusive, green, high-tech, and equitable republic that all of us can actually. And that's where the thought of interwoven digital and sustainability agenda actually becomes so important. We have been using digital for improvement. We have been looking at financial improvement. We have been looking at cycle time improvement. We have been looking at cost effectiveness. We have been looking at operational effectiveness. Let's also look at the sustainability effectiveness, both from a green technology perspective and technology for green perspective. Now, what are we talking about when we are talking about? The first point that I wanted to highlight for your consideration is sustainability today is viewed many by something that we need to comply to, that's a good thing to have. The point that I want to bring on table for your consideration is sustainability is just not compliance. It's an opportunity. It's an opportunity. And this part of the world, we always say that the battle for sustainability will be won or lost in Asia. The reason, 51% of our global greenhouse gas emissions come from Asia. There is the impact. This part of the world would see the maximum impact when it comes to the impact of climate change, and India may see a far higher impact on GDP than the global average due to the climate change. Hence, there is an opportunity. And very interestingly, we did a study with the BCG and World Economic Forum, and we found out that it's just not compliance. It's just not what it leads to. There is a $4 trillion of opportunity that is available if you look at sustainability as an innovation into the process modeling. Sustainability not alone as complying, but as a process innovation. And most importantly, for all of us in this hall, 50% of the new types of job that will get created as a result of merger of the roles around sustainability and digital will get created in Asia. And obviously, India will get a lion's share of that particular. And also, the ecosystem is changing so fast. From a regulator's perspective, from 97 till now, we have seen 20x change in the requirement to actually report, requirements to actually ask for the compliance to sustainability, whether it's the BRSR or the ESG or whatnot for businesses. Now, when I'm talking about sustainability, we have worked so well on creating an equitable resource system for our citizens. We have tried, we have put our efforts on ensuring that the service delivery is accessible to all. However, governments have two roles, that I wanted to highlight. One obviously is an enabler, setting the standards, setting the framework for sustainability. More important for this conference and more important for this particular group is the role of government as a consumer and exemplar. That is redefining, changing digital government operations to make it more sustainable. And if you are thinking it's too far-fetched, if you're thinking, oh, why should I link my digital government operations with green? Please, understand that in this part of the world also, many governments have now started taking the initiative of making the government operations net zero. New Zealand is one. In the developed world, the government of Germany, US has actually found out in 18 that the government operations per se will be net zero. There'll be no emissions. So the governments have already taken a call. Singapore has actually taken a call to make all the public sector operations net zero. So I'm talking about the three parts. One, the zero inequality through social responsibility, zero waste, that's the circular economy piece, and also zero emission. Now, the more important part is, how do I do it? We see the trends that we are getting. One I mentioned is sustainability is actually, we see the increase in regulation. The transformation themes that you see in the middle box is something that I wanted to leave it as the thought triggering points. The sustainable mobility, sustainable infrastructure, the green finance management, the public finance management, responsible procurement, and that's a big area because all of us are probably the biggest procuring agencies. Procurement, our contribution to the procurement numbers is probably the maximum. And then the digital. Now, what am I talking about? When I'm talking about emissions, example being the travel management. All of us have traveled. We have been measuring the cost of travel. We have been measuring the time of travel. We also now need to embed the carbon emissions as a result of our travel that actually we are doing. The green procurement in terms of the socially responsible back-end practices of the supplier from whom I'm actually procuring. Zero waste, that is paperless administration, and all of us have actually moved big way on that. Zero inequality, my workforce focus, and then the access to citizen services. Most important is the need to have the holistic reporting through the whole of government approach. Now, that's something that I wanted to start, and there are use cases that are already emerging. Using digital applications, how can I do sustainability management in government? As I mentioned, sustainable public procurement is one. Sustainable travel is probably the most low-hanging fruit in terms of the use cases that I'm developing. Sustainable mobility. Also, the management of sustainability program using digital platforms is another use case. Social responsibility is something that we do day in and day out sitting here. And then the social infrastructure and the government real estate property, the management. Some of these use cases where digital technologies can play in terms of promoting sustainability are listed here. Now, you have heard enough about AI and I just wanted to take the discussion forward and linking AI with sustainability. Now, both sustainable AI and AI for sustainability is something that I wanted to cover. Now, this is now a known fact. BCG did a study that AI can help reduce global emissions by 5 to 10%. At the same time, Gartner says that AI consumption, the power consumption by AI, would go up to 3.5% of world's electricity. So we have a dilemma of sustainable technologies and technology for sustainability. And hence we say, for AI to be successful, it has to be reliable. That is, it has to be based on your data. Most importantly, it has to be responsible. That is, it needs to meet the ethics and the compliance standards. And third is relevant, reliable, that it has to be secure, that you have heard since morning. Now, let me try to give you what AI can do when it comes to sustainability. Today, if I have to estimate what is the impact of environment that this particular conference or other meetings or other activities or my procurement is doing, I make a lot of assumptions about the emission standards of my components of the work. AI can help reduce that significantly. And one study that we did actually results in 80% of the reduction in manual time in terms of estimating what is the impact that I'm creating on e-governance can actually be achieved. Similarly, another use case is reporting. Now, the reports that we submit, whether it's the ESG reporting, whether it's the general financial data linking to sustainability, we see that AI can actually result in 98% of the reduction in time taken to collect the relevant data. And also, it can actually save 80% time in actually creating. So there is a huge potential for AI for sustainability. Now, how do I then move forward? The first thing that I wanted to put as a thought trigger, and I will let the other speakers also comment on this, let's start embedding sustainability metrics into the process metrics that we have been digitizing. Let's start measuring the sustainability impact in addition to the financial and delivery time and quality of delivery impact that we are doing. And to do so, as the first thing that we need to do is create data transparency. And that, I think we have the foundation ready in all our organizations. Using that, I can operationalize, create those insights, and then I can move to my suppliers and my citizen side onto scope 2 and 3. As I mentioned, embedding AI and sustainability is an opportunity that is lying to us with us now when we are at the stage of AI mission. We are actually conceptualizing. And just 6 months back, take us as a company, as SAP, 6 months back, we were talking about what AI can do. Today, in the products that we offer, we have more than 100 use cases of AI already inbuilt. So people can actually touch and feel what AI can do. It's no longer the fiction. It's no longer the thought that we are talking about. And hence, the need for a private sector participation. The government can actually put programs linking digital with sustainability on the leadership. And obviously, the standard program management around the skilling, capacity building, the R&D, the innovation. I think the message that I wanted to leave is the days of digital and sustainability being managed as silos are over. We need to actually converge and merge the two in terms of managing as a holistic, singular entity and hence creating an exemplary leadership in ensuring that we promote sustainability for the end citizen, and that realizes the vision of a developed but inclusive India. Thank you very much for your time. I'll be happy to take questions. And with this, I can invite Madam to you for your initial comments, and then we will go to the other speakers. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So, this is the session which sits between the talk and the lunch. So, we will try to be very brief. Most of the talks since morning we have covered is it. I mean, yesterday we were talking about e-governance. Today we were talking about AI. And just now, the recent talk, it was about how do we balance that digitization and sustainability so that we have a fair balance between the two. So we as NIC, we feel more now responsible and more accountable because we are the technology partner of the government or the ministry with whom we are working with. So sometimes we are as an advisor. So I mean, from this session as a speaker also, but as an attendee also, there was a lot of stuff for us to understand, and now we will be implementing it wherever we are. So to start with, okay. So the discussion, it will revolve around like, since NIC is involved in a lot of e-governance initiatives, now how do we use technology to make them more sustainable? So how do we need to streamline our public services? How do we improve to bring transparency and accountability, keeping still sustainability as one of our focus? How do we leverage our digital platforms so that we have more and more of citizen engagement? And how do we bring cost effectiveness and move towards more of a greener planet? So next we will talk about how to achieve this sustainability again using the technology and what is the future of sustainability as of now, what we understand. So today's Abhishek sir session, it was too elaborative, too informative, and I think the last topic, how to go towards sustainable e-governance with AI. So it was a wonderful session. So last part is, I think, very nicely already covered by Abhishek sir. So I move on to the next slide. The role of technology, it comes when we try to simplify or streamline our online services. So we do business process re-engineering, so we have to simplify them also. If some departments ask for some of the services, we cannot say we'll go back, we will study and then we will design a form. So that is why we have some platforms which are ready to use, no-code platforms, which tries to simplify the services. We are always focusing towards how the transparency has to be built. We have a platform for open data. We have an online disclosure of information which is proactively available on our sites. And to improve the citizen engagement, I think the whole concept of this, the CP Grams and the PG portal is like online redressal, which gives more empowerment to the citizens. They help them to build more trust in the government. And then finally, we will come to the sustainable practices, that how we can reduce less use of paper, more of green procurement, more of e-office, more of online services, so that we move towards a greener planet. So for streamlining public services, we have like some of the examples, like we have a service plus in place. So if any service is required, we just gather the information and we just put it across our platform and the service is ready to use. I mean, there is hardly anything to say about the UPI and the DBT Bharat, which gives us the opportunity to just make on a click of a button and just knowing the details, and we can, the benefit goes directly into the beneficiary's account. And the real-time information access. So in Maharashtra, the initiative of Aple Sarkar, so where we have all the services available, we have the redressal of the grievances. So that is one of the real-time information access which empowers the citizens. To bring more transparency and accountability, NIC has come up with a data gov. So that means we have a data sets, And we have the APIs available through NEPIC, so where we can expose that data, reuse that data, so that that can be used in other applications. So ultimately, when we make something which is reusable, which is low code, no code, which is easily accessible, so by not reinventing or not making those applications again, we are going towards sustainability. Similarly, the citizen feedback system. This is a rapid assessment system, which is an initiative like if we use a service and if we integrate this rapid assessment system with our service, immediately we can give our feedback. So this is the feedback which reaches the government and which helps us to improve our services and involve them in our missions. Leveraging a digital platform for citizen engagement, we have e-Sampark, where we can directly talk to, we have a database of the officers and the citizens where we can directly send the information about our surveys or polls or some alerts and notifications. And similarly, NIC has come up with a platform called Sandesh, so where we integrate Sandesh. It is a low-cost solution to the SMS. So wherever citizens need to be, or the employees or the government needs to be informed, a broadcast message can go from Sandesh, which is again a low cost, a sustainable solution, because here no paperwork is involved, even the cost of the SMS is cut down. So some of the very famous practices which we have been following for making our environment sustainable is use of e-office. Government of Maharashtra in 2023 has taken an initiative of creating a central registry unit, so where all the information which used to flow in multiple copies to the different departments in a physical form, now they are taken at one point of time at just one location. All the information, it is digitized in front of the person who is making that that maybe the grievance or the application, and it digitally flows through all the departments in the Mantralaya. So we have a paperwork at one place, and even the deduplication of information is achieved. Again, a very sustainable practice to be used by Government of Maharashtra. Moreover, we have different kind of dashboards at different levels, maybe at the district level or the state level or the PM level or the Apex office level, which helps us in monitoring and managing how our natural resources, how our schemes, how our different initiatives which are taken by government, how they are behaving, how good we are in achieving what we have thought about it. So they also help us in building towards the environmental sustainability. There is a sir talked about green procurement or minimal procurement or paperless procurement. So we have two platforms, that is the JEPNIC, that is the e-procurement, and the government e-market. So which has made all procurements paperless, transparent to the bidders as well as to the agents who are registered on that. So these are two very famous and very widely used initiatives which are again given by government. So overall we can say that we have to streamline our processes, we have to reduce our leakages, and we have to improve inclusivity and expand access to the services. So some of initiatives these are like SWAS, and this is like if any department or any government agency, they want to make a website. So it's again a low code, no code solution, already security audited. So if the information is given, we can immediately move to SWAS. So it gives us a very streamlined process of making the sites available. Then GIGW guidelines, which ensures that we are expanding our access and as well as we are improving our inclusivity. Jeevan Praman, yesterday also it was discussed how we are including citizens, how we are giving the services to them. This is one of the initiatives we can talk about that. Now to achieve sustainability, sustainable development with technology as an NIC, what is our focus is that we are going towards a robust digital infrastructure. So we are going for the state-of-art connectivity. NIC has already started, not as NIC, I mean all government has to work really on the capacity building. So we have recently taken an initiative where we have a Vidya Kosh where we can take up the courses. The courses are very interactive. So we are trying to come up to that level so that sustainability becomes part of, like 5 years back, we were saying that your UI, UX should be part of the design. Now, every design of any e-governance initiative, sustainable, to make it sustainable, it should be by design. So we are now doing the capacity building towards that side. Robust data protection and cybersecurity measures, this is the talk. We are really working hard towards it. And integrating e-governance with overall development strategy, and e-governance with sustainability in our focus, that should be our overall strategy when we design any solution. So holistic government vision, which we feel we are more accountable, is like making a data, collecting a data. Like recently we had that Ladki Behan initiative. So I mean the department really worked hard to do that initiative. So Parag sir is looking at me because we didn't have that Kutum kind of data which should have been available in Maharashtra. So now DIT is working towards that. So we should collect data, we should standardize it, it should be verified, and all our ecosystem of the schemes, it should revolve around that data. And fortunately, DIT is working very hard to bring that golden data in picture. So in case it looks like golden data is a project, but again, it is a step towards sustainability, because we will be having one data, one point from where all our initiatives, our applications, they will be reaching out, they will be talking to that data. So for the future, it is data, like we need to have a data-driven decision making. So recently, Government of Maharashtra has come up with the Digital Good Governance Index. So where what we do is we have the sectors and their indicators. So it is the bringing effectiveness in governance right from the district level. So every quarterly or every yearly, however, how that index behaves, so there is a monitoring and the information which is coming from the field level. Like if this is the sector, if this is the indicator, how my district is performing. So with that, the decisions which are being taken at the state or the center level, now they are more informative, they are more effective, because they are based on some data set. Blockchain technology, AI powered services, I think it is a lot of has been talked about, like how governance has to now take care of making it more sustainable. Like recently now what NIC is taking as an initiative is like in e-office. So in e-office we have sometimes we end up with lot of redundant data, because it is the same file, the same attachment which is moving around at so many places. So now and in NIC we have done a POC where we can do the deduplication of that file, and then we can just redirect all our requests to that file at one point of time. And finally, it is that national cloud, government cloud, which has come up. So it is a totally scalable. It is a cloud which is, I mean, what all resources are required, how much are required, how much will they cost, whatever managed services you are required. So with the private partnership and government partnership, so we have a cloud-based infrastructure. So we are again moving towards like all applications which can be made available on cloud, they should be made at a single point, so that we have a better management and we have less use of energy and power by having it more decentralized. So that was all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sapna ji. Really, really interesting and motivational to see the ground level initiatives that have been taken to actually ensure the linkage between the whole SDGs and the e-governance. And thanks to NIC's efforts in bringing it up. And as I was listening to her, I was asking ChatGPT if I can get something on NIC and sustainability, and I got a very interesting one which I would like to read. It's in Hindi. It says, NIC है e-governance का आधार, डिजिटल भारत की ओर ले जाए हर सरकारी द्वार, right? डिजिटल से जोड़े गांव, शहर और प्रदेश, NIC की सेवाओं से चमके ये भारत देश. Now, so this is not me that created. This is AI that created as we sitting up. Thank you once again for this. And I would now invite Devrup Dhar, who's the co-founder and managing director for Primus Partners, and he is a known face in digital government for the last many years. Let's hear the perspective from the industry too.
Thank you, Lavnish, and a very good afternoon to all dignitaries present here. So I'm going to talk about AI and its impact on jobs and skills. And I would rest my case with 5 points. So I have 5 slides. Okay. So we have been talking about AI, and there's a general perception that AI may have an impact on jobs. Jobs may reduce. There would be a cut down, etc., on jobs. It's my belief, I firmly believe that AI would result in a net addition of jobs. Yes, there would be certain job roles which may become obsolete, which may be required much lesser, but the net addition would be much higher. So I look at it not just as artificial intelligence, but as collaborative intelligence. It's humans and machines working together. And wherever AI or the use of AI is able to enhance the efficiency of an organization, that's where AI would be more effective. Many of you would have heard of Moravec's paradox. Hans Moravec, he is an Austrian-American scientist, researcher, professor. So in 1980s, while working at Carnegie Mellon University, he and 2 of his fellow researchers, they came up with this paradox of saying, and they were working on robotics at that point of time. There was no AI at that point of time. And he said that in terms of robotics or in terms of any sort of automation, automation would do things which are difficult or complex for humans, but things which are simple for humans, it would struggle to do. And the same is true for AI, which means there would be a lot of complex data crunching calculations which would be done by AI or systems very effectively. But there would be much simpler things of decision making, empathy, working in teams, team building, which would still require humans, and humans would be much better at that. So AI is not going to replace humans. AI is going to be a collaborative tool for humans to perform better. So there was this study done by Harvard, and you can see the graph. Basically, they looked at 12 industries, and they said that, and on the y-axis, you have productivity improvement. They looked at various parameters like cost reduction, like revenue enhancement, performance improvement. They looked at different productivity parameters. And they said that wherever an organization, and they looked at 5 principles, like rethinking of business processes, or whether the organization allows employees to innovate, to experiment. And many of the innovations or many of the new features that we see, for example, let's take Google. Today, when we start typing something on the search bar, it prompts what you could be searching about. And this is a feature that was worked on by an employee of Google, which was not a formal project. It was just an experimentation, trying to do something new that he worked on, and he created this. So organizations which allow employees to experiment, which is using AI in a responsible way, in an ethical way, including data collection being done ethically. So wherever you have organizations following these 5 principles in implementing AI, the productivity, if you see organizations which had followed 1 principle, the productivity improvement is somewhere around 3.5x. 2, wherever an organization has followed all 5 principles, the productivity improvement is almost around 7x across certain parameters. So the bottom line is that AI is here to stay, but it is here to augment or collaborate with humans to perform tasks, not replace. So net, there would be a job addition. Second aspect is around versatility. You have a lot of tools, you have systems, you have concepts which come in. AI is something, if you see, is able to work across different sectors, different segments. It's not just in the technology space, but if you look at banking, if you look at telecom, FMCG, almost every segment, every space, there's an application. So the concept or the tool has a versatility in its application. So which means that it is going to create more opportunities than take away. So net, it would, as I said, the second the point I'm again making is it would be a net job creator for the economy. Third is AI. Yes, it's going to create jobs. It's going to bring in a net addition, but it also requires certain focus skills, whether it's around data science, whether it is around data annotation. It requires certain focal skills. It requires skill upgrade for people as well as for organizations to focus on this skill upgrade. In 2023, we had about 4 lakh professionals which were focused on AI. If we look at the next 2 to 3 years, the requirement would be about 10 lakhs. So that's the sort of scale or the quantum which is there in the industry for us as a country as a whole to be able to take this up as an opportunity. The other part which is there is all LLMs, all models, AI models, have been trained on most of Western data and data which is in English. Another big opportunity which would come up is training this data model with data in Indian language. Today, if you look at it, the overall data, if you look at overall internet, the data available in Indian languages or regional languages is about 1/30th of the data available in English. And this is from an India perspective. I'm not talking of a global perspective. So there's a significant amount of data requirement which is there. And there is a significant amount of data annotation requirement which is there to be able to use AI to its fullest in India. And this would open up a significant opportunity, significant job creation opportunity within AI. Recently, we did a research and we came out with a report on ethical AI, responsible AI. And in that, we surveyed CXOs across the industry, across various places in India. And about 78% of them said that skill development within the organization and country as a whole to be able to ride on this AI wave is very critical, very important. Many of you would have heard of this term called creative economy. John Hawkins, in his book in 2001, had come out with this term called creative economy, saying that the world is moving towards a creative economy. So economies change from agrarian to a manufacturing-oriented economy, to a service-oriented economy, and then towards an economy which thrives on creativity, thrives on innovation. And for that sort of economy, and we are moving towards that, we are seeing that a new product coming up, very innovative, and then it's able to scale significantly. So AI is going to be that which would be able to drive the creative economy growth in the country. And for that, we require people, we require a large number of professionals to be able to take this up. My fourth point is around DPIs. We had G20 earlier, and as part of the leaders' declaration, a very critical point was around DPI, and India took a lead saying that we would take DPI to the world and especially to the global south. I would take a step forward and say DPI is not just digital public infrastructure, it is digital public intelligence. It's infrastructure plus AI matched together, mapped together, which can create a significant quantum jump for what we are trying to achieve. So if we are able to, we already have our DPI, we have our products, platforms in place, whether it's in health, we have, whether it is in education. So we have significant platforms in place with respect to DPI, and many of them are being taken to other countries as well. The moment we are able to integrate certain elements of AI in this, the benefit or the impact would be significantly higher or significantly larger. For example, let's say healthcare, and it comes with significant amount of data which comes into the system. If we are able to real-time analyze that and customize the system, personalize the system, the impact would be much higher. Similarly, another aspect is cybersecurity, because you're dealing with citizen data. So the moment the system is able to correct itself based on the inputs it's getting from everywhere else, from the external environment, and make it more secure, the benefits would be significantly. I was reading a blog by David Menzies. He talks about AI being an enabler in KYC. KYC is something we all do. And with eKYC, it's much, much simpler than what it used to be 10 years, 15 years back. And he says that data is of 3 types: solid, liquid, and gas. Solid is something which will not change over a period of time, or it's less prone to change, like images, etc. Liquid is more like the text data that we have. It can change. And gas is more like the conversational data, which can change very frequently. If you ask me the same question today, I may give you a different answer. I may give you an answer conversationally. The same question tomorrow, I may answer it slightly different. The wordings may change, and so on and so forth. And so he says, if the system is able to take, let's say a person needs to fill up an eKYC or KYC form, and maybe has some scanned document, maybe has some information somewhere, but is not able to structure it correctly in how you need it. And if my AI system is able to take data from that, maybe a scanned PAN card or an Aadhaar, or whatever data he or she has, and be able to help fill up that form and help drive that KYC, that would bring in, and plus being able to do it in a local language, would bring in significant benefits, especially with the rural population. So AI, along with DPI, is going to be a game changer for the country, and this is another place where a lot of jobs would get created. Last point I would want to leave you with is this research, this study, which was done by Oxford University, wherein they had segregated countries into 3 parts, saying compute north, compute south, and compute desert. Compute north are countries which have significant investment in chips, where you have the large data centers. And it's being... I'll just continue. And it's being led by US, China, and it also has India, Japan, Australia. Compute South are large parts of South America, some parts of Africa, some parts of South Asia Pac, etc. And the rest of the world is where you don't have, they have technology solutions, but they don't necessarily have that level of data center being present to be able to. Yeah. So there's a significant opportunity, and this difference is going to increase for India to step in and be the torchbearer of the compute south and the compute desert, to be able to be the data center capital of the world and drive growth. So all these 5 points together makes me believe that AI is something which will create jobs. It's a net job addition. It would be a net job addition to the country. And with the right skills and the right approach, it's going to help the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Devrup. A really different and an interesting perspective on AI. Let me now invite Ramendra Verma, who leads the government practice for Grant Thornton. Again, a veteran on government digital transformation initiatives and has a hands-on experience on many projects. Let's hear his point of view.
Good afternoon. Sir, creating sustainability with e-governance is a concept which has, I think, introduced for the first time in this particular NCEG. Earlier, we have all been, we have grown up with linking e-governance with efficiency, citizen convenience, savings. All these things are, were the key themes for e-governance. So suddenly we find in this session, in this conference, how do we link sustainability? And sustainability is a big problem. It's a global problem. And until and unless we bring IT into it, it will not be able to manage the sustainability part of it. And when I say manage, if you want to improve anything, if you want to control anything, one thing which you have to do is start counting it. Counting it in a manner where it is unambiguous count which is happening. So it is with this intention, I think, the sustainability, linking is sustainability with e-governance is important. Sir, I would want to get your attention, please. Sir, in future e-governance awards, we should also start to measure how much impact are those projects having on sustainability. That's an important parameter because this is one problem which all of us are facing. This problem is not something like a flood or a disaster happening which we have to react tomorrow. But in our lifetime, we are creating so much of carbon emissions, we are creating so much of a climate hazards for our next generations to come, and I don't know in what way and shape we'll be leaving this earth to the next generation. So it's important how do we think of sustainability while we are talking about e-governance. So currently, if you see, globally when we talk about sustainability and the e-governance, things are not very clear. We are still talking about smart governance, efficiency, whether it is Singapore, when you talk about Smart Nation Initiative. If you read the document, it is mostly on how to have smartness into their governance. Obviously, sustainability is a part coming out of it, but it's not a very focused document on sustainability. Similarly, if you read the document on digital governance of Estonia, again, it's focusing more on efficiencies, and I'm sure many of us would have gone there and seen how much of digital effectiveness is being created in the governance. Sweden, South Korea, UAE, all are talking about sustainability in some way, but it's not actually focusing on sustainability. And hence, it's important that when we are looking at how do we look at sustainability, how do we manage sustainability, how do we count sustainability progress in our lifetime. So I'll be covering 5 points. How do we, focus on enhancing the resource management, whatever resources we have, in whatever way and form, whether it is natural or man-made. The second is the focus on reducing carbon footprints. The third is how do you monitor these ecosystems? Coming back, how do we count, how do we calculate, how do we project it and show it to the people, all stakeholders, how we are impacting the ecosystems. Implementing sustainability regulations. Now this is something, an important criteria. How do we try and force sustainability regulations? And one needs to just deliberate it a bit, because there are many sustainable solutions which are coming, which actually are not so sustainable. So how it is packaged, how is it seen? We talk about hydrogen as a fuel, but the amount of energy which it takes to create that hydrogen is much higher than the actual calorific value it generates. So it's something which we have to see how do we manage. Then creating innovation hubs, how do we create the mass, the volume or the energy of the youths in creating innovative solutions which can solve climate problems. I think these are the 5 points which I will try and cover, and I'll try and wrap up before time, possibly giving you some time for question answers. Lavnish.
Thank you so much. No, these 5 actually are really prescriptive. Thank you so much and appreciate
No,
your...
I'm still not done, so I'll give you
go ahead,
5 minutes only.
No, I'm not stopping.
So the first part is enhancing resource management. I think this is an important part because, and things like when you are stopping at a red light, I mean, there is so much of fuel getting burned, so much of traffic happening. Now, e-governance solutions, which are already, we have developed it, but we are not counting it. How much of fuel are we actually saving? How much carbon emissions are these e-governance solutions really impacting in the common life? That's an important thing. If you look at smart light, that's another element where we are using electricity only during the time when it is required. So it's an important thing. So e-governance solutions should be oriented in a manner where we start looking at how is it contributing to sustainability. And when we start having those parameters in our awards, then it will tilt the focus of the people and the ecosystem and the stakeholders to see, yes, this is something important. If I'm able to reduce the travel of a common citizen 3 times to coming to the government office, it's not only efficiency which we are serving, we are saving the petrol or diesel cost of his coming to office and going back. Now, this is, while we are doing it, we should start measuring that. Reducing carbon footprints. I mean, we all have been, working in the e-governance saying that how much it saves paper, how much does it save the time of the citizens in traveling. All these things we have been talking about. But we have not, again, monetized. I mean, if you look at saving papers, e-office itself is a very good example where we have stopped, having those paper files. That itself is saving so much of energy, while you have other benefits, obviously, in terms of efficiency, in terms of making sure that the data is there at whenever you want to see it, rather than file which sometimes you have the normal issues of file being in a good shape when you want it, especially when it is 5 to 7 years of age. The third part is monitoring and preserving ecosystems. So how do we really start measuring the ecosystem? And when I'm saying this, then we have our forest ecosystem. Every year you will hear about some fires happening here and there. Now, how do we measure our forest? What is the number of trees? What is the health of the trees? All these are currently possible with the existing solutions. Drone analytics, they are available in the market. So we need to start using those e-governance tools to make sure that we are able to preserve our ecosystems. Whatever we have inherited, we pass it on to our next generation. Then implementing sustainability regulations. I think that's very important. We need to look at various initiatives which we are taking. How can I start to put sustainability regulations? And this is not only for the IT, but also for the public in general. We have various acts within us, but the point is it is not available online. So we need to have predictive analytics. We need to have those sensors to catch hold of what is the emissions being produced by various factories. It should not be self-reporting. Probably it needs to have a mechanism in which the government is able to monitor these emissions and also have sustainability regulations to make sure that they fall in line. Last, I think creating innovation hubs. The youths of today are much brighter than probably people of our age. And if we put the energy of the youths behind in making sure that they create solutions for the infrastructure, for the solving climate problems through various innovation hubs where they are well connected, various institutes, various startup organizations talking to each other, I think we'll be in a much better shape to solve the problem of sustainability while involving e-governance. So while we are talking about all these aspects, IT also is not independent of generating its own carbon footprints. So while we are using IT, we need to be clear about how do we produce or promote energy efficiency in the IT infrastructure. What type of data centers are we creating? Are they really energy efficient? How can I embrace green IT policies? How can I enhance e-waste management? I mean, that's another major area which is getting missed out. Many of these, computers, even if we look at solar, we'll be creating so much of waste, IT waste, in the next 5 to 7 years. Probably that will become a mammoth problem. How do we solve it? All this needs to come back in a circular economy. That's another area. Designing for longevity and upgradability. That's another area which can probably solve. Leveraging cloud computing for efficiency, adopting circular economy policies. These are the way to look at how can I use e-governance and in particular, but IT in general to solve the problems. And last but not the least, how do we promote awareness and best practices? I think with this, I'll come to a close. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ramendra. That was really, really comprehensive, and thank you for covering every part of e-governance. And I'm sure most of us are aware that our vision, as given by the Honorable Prime Minister, is Panchamrit, on the 5 pillars of achieving sustainability and net zero. And you gave a 5 prescription, to actually go through that with e-governance. We have 5-7 minutes. I would like. Sorry. You want to say something? You want to say something? Okay. Shall I pass on?
Thank you. Very interesting. I have 2 questions for the panel. One is for Mr. Channa. You've been part of the National E-Governance Conferences from Shillong to Bombay now. And how do you see the sustainability as also the digital transformation of institutions? And how sustainable is this digital transformation that you're witnessing? And I have one question for Devru, that this computing north, India is placed in the computer chips of north. The world map that you showed, how distant are we from the other compute north countries? And what is the policy interventions that are required to actually place us in that league of nations?
If I have understood, because the voice was not that clear, if I have understood the question, sir, first you said, what is panel's experience on the journey of digital transformation and how have we seen it turning into sustainable one? Is this the first question? And second, you say, how can we bridge the compute gap for India vis-a-vis the other countries? Are the 2 questions correct? Okay, maybe Ramendra, would you like to take the first one? Or okay. So frankly, on the digital transformation piece, if I talk alone on the digital transformation piece, I can tell you my experiences, and I don't mind sharing it openly. I handle Asia Pacific and Japan. Many countries that I go to, they want to replicate, they want to follow the India model of digital transformation. Sheer numbers, sheer complexity, sheer project management and program management skill is something that others are looking at. Now, and that actually gives us the opportunity now to link it with sustainability. Now, have we formally structured something? Maybe no. Have we started creating appreciation for that? Yes. And the challenge is, if you look at the business side, sir, business obviously has a disproportionate responsibility to sustainability because most of the emissions which we are creating is from oil and gas or other sectors. There we see digital solutions now becoming the norm to measure and manage sustainability. And companies are coming out with technology solutions which are actually happening, whether it's the sustainability dashboards, the control towers and all. I don't think we have reached that stage in our digital governance thing. And that's an area where probably we will need to now put in joint industry government efforts on creating the element of sustainability in e-governance. And if I can take the liberty, maybe the next conference we can have an award on sustainable e-governance initiatives if that pulls some of the initiatives. But gradually, with the business, with the industry actually coming in, I think very soon there will be a pull for us also to actually start measuring the government operations as an exemplar and also ensuring that the sustainability guidelines on digital procurement are actually pulled in. I see that happening. When is the larger question, so if that answers. On the compute, maybe I will leave it to Devrup to answer. He knows it better. But then, I hope that answers, if not fully, partially your questions.
So on the question of compute and compute north, if you see that compute north is basically countries which today have very established presence in data center clouds to be able to cater to solutions, products, etc. for the world. And that this is predominantly US, a small part of Europe, China and India predominantly. So India now has an opportunity of being the compute capital or a compute bridge, if we were to say, for the whole of South and what Oxford called as compute desert, a large part of Africa, a large part of South America, where there is very little investment in data center or cloud, and we don't see investments coming in. So while we have a large investment, large portfolio of data center and cloud, and government is also providing incentives for organizations to set up, predominantly today the focus is inward towards being able to cater to India. The focus along with being able to cater to India should also change to be able to cater to the world, especially the south part of the world. And if we are able to do that, then definitely we can become the compute capital for a large part of the world, because China would have its challenges. US would be limited in what it would do with respect to the places in Africa and all, and hence India is generally seen as a natural leader for this whole geography, and this is a large scope to be taken up, which is a complete white space today.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the audience? There is one, but you will have to pass mic. We'll only be able to take one. You know this person by now. Yeah, so, yeah, okay.
Sir, I have a question regarding the sustainability aspect of the digital infrastructure that was covered in the last part of it. Sir, with the increasing scope of e-governance and proliferation of IoT devices, capturing of more and more data, requirement of data storage and its back-end infrastructure is increasing day by day. At the same time, we are also emphasizing ourselves as to be a, what we say, a compute capital for the world, serving to the entire world, especially the digital south and deserts. So our requirements for both digital infrastructure, power consumption, and storage requirements, etc., will grow up manifold. There was a reference from Ramendra sir in the last slide, right? We also to be thinking about that, but anything specific or anything more concrete has been done or thought about it at higher level, sir? That's my query.
Maybe any one of you, the two of you, because you actually have data centers.
No, I think that was the point which I was making. When we are doing e-governance projects, how much of weightage do we give to the evaluation about this particular aspect of it being energy efficient? I think conferences like these are important for us to understand that either we start putting those specifications on the energy efficiency on the infrastructure being used. And the second part is the e-waste getting generated after 5 years. How do we treat that? If you go traditionally by the L1 model, we may not find solution. Till the time we start giving this importance and move beyond L1, or make that a basic criteria and then move to L1, that's when we will start solving the problem. Right now, unfortunately, I don't think we are solving or addressing that issue.
Yeah, I'll just add to it, like yesterday, it was referred by, I think, Deputy CM sir, like when they started collating the data at one place for Maharashtra, they found that it was for PDS maybe or some, they found that it was 30% of data was a ghost data. So by collating, because we were processing it in silo, but when we collated it, we found that 30% we can do away with that. So then putting it at one place and then working on that clean and neat data, it again saves energy and resources and compute. So we are still in the learning phase, but that is what we are saying, collecting the data, cleaning it and keeping it at one place. No doubt it requires compute, it requires storage, but again we are moving towards sustainability because we are squeezing it to the actual data which we want and at one place of time. Thank you.
Okay. Channa ji.
Sorry.
This is here, DC Mishra.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I have some other take and I would like to know your reaction on it. See, sustainability is that fulfilling the need of the current generation without compromising the need of the coming generation, right? Many of you stated this principle. While if you read a book, Technological Society by Jack Sellell, it's a seminal work where he says that more predominance of the technology would be compromising and dictating the social norms and human emotions. So what technology, sustainability or e-governance sustainability we are talking about? Is it at the cost of social norms? And we are witnessing those change in the human values and social norms.
Okay, is that
Thank
the question? So this is, Mr. Ji, this is a topic that all of us can debate the whole evening long in terms of what's the impact of technology on emotions, social pattern, and surprisingly, one short answer, because we are out of time, we have learned to live with each technology wave. And only thing is, because this is a two-way evolution, the data that we are giving is the data that we are being thrown at. So there's a different norms that will get developed, but I'm sure sooner than later we will learn to live with it. No, thank you very much. I really want to thank the panelists, and first of all, I really want to thank the Department of Administrative Reforms for including sustainability in the e-governance discussion. And this is for you, Srinivas sir. I created using ChatGPT sitting here. It says कि सतत विकास की राह में आपने जो कदम बढ़ाए हैं, सतत विकास की राह में आपने जो कदम बढ़ाए हैं, ई-गवर्नेंस की राह में नए नए आयाम सजाए हैं, नए नए आयाम सजाए हैं। प्रशासनिक सुधार विभाग का हम सब आभार जताते हैं ई-गवर्नेंस की डिस्कशन में जो सस्टेनेबिलिटी की चर्चा को लाते हैं। Thank you so much.
क्या बात है?
Thank you so much, sir. And glad you made the giant target on my back by saying everybody knows this man. But if it helps us get on with time, I'm more than happy. I can always win brownie points back by saying I'll make sure you get your meals and chai, coffee on time as well. So don't hate me too much. Before we let you go, though, we would like to invite on stage Shri H.K. Bhatt, Under Secretary, DARPG, and Shri Ashok Redekar, Under Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, please, to help us out with the felicitations.
We will begin with Dr. Lavnish Chanana. Thank you so much, sir, for that interactive and interesting and insightful session. Next, we will felicitate Ms. Sapna Kapoor. Mr. Devrup Dhar. And Mr. Ramendra Verma. Let's take one group picture. I'll request all the panel members to kindly come forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, as promised, on time, we will be giving you a lunch break right now. May I request everyone to please make their way back by 2:30. We will be having our breakout sessions and plenary sessions following lunch as well. So do enjoy your lunch, but please make sure you're back by 2:30 p.m. We have 3 breakout sessions happening in different venues. We'll inform you about that. The main hall here has innovations and future trends in RTS. In room 205A, we have Maharashtra state government initiatives in e-governance. And in room 202, we have district-level initiatives in e-governance. We will announce them again after the break so that you can choose your breakout session and attend it. For now, enjoy your food. Thank you.
Requesting all the delegates to kindly join us for lunch in the adjacent hall of Jasmine, and our speakers and our chief guest to join us for lunch in the VIP lounge, which is on the 2nd floor in 204.
Test one, three. Test three. Check. One, three, three.
It's roughly between 1 is to 100 or 1 is to 75 to 1 is to 100 if you take the entire defense force and other people. Now take out those people and if you again look at it, it's 1 is to 500. Now the point is, while we have heard the last 2 days and we have heard all the speakers, talking about technology on one side and adoption on the other side, at the same time talking about things like data privacy, protection, this, that, etc. I ask one question to all of you. Come every day. You always have the problem of a
because we are ready to continue. If you are eating your meal and you can hear my voice, we would request you to quickly finish up and come back, because we cannot keep waiting for everyone to come back and find their seat. That would take a lot of time. So as and when you can and are able, please do make your way back into the main hall. I will be announcing the breakout session, so you can choose which breakout session you would like to attend. But just a reminder to everyone who is in the food area of the hall right now, that please wrap up as soon as possible and convenient for you. Uh, some of you might have already made your way into the other halls where the two other breakout sessions are happening. So for everyone here who can hear my voice, I'm just reminding you that in 202, which is on the second floor, 202, we have district level initiatives in e-governance, the awarded projects, Lab Mitra, Vokasathi, WhatsApp solution. We have Shri S. Rajalingam, Shri Ajit Kumar, Shri Amit P. Javalgi, Shri Shekhar Singh, and Shri Devang P. Desai, who will be talking in room 202. In room 205A, we have Maharashtra State Government Initiatives in E-Governance. Our speakers there are Shri Jitendra Duri, IAS, Miss Meenal Karanwal, IAS, Shri Shubham Gupta, Shri Appa Sahib Dhulaj, Shri Sumnesh Joshi. So if you'd like to attend that breakout session, we'd request you to go to 205A. Meanwhile, here in our main hall, Jasmine 2.
I think it's good time to start with our breakout session 6. We have all our plenary sessions, our panel members present here. I will request them to kindly join us on the stage, beginning with Shri Swadhin S. Kshatriya, S. Chief Secretary, and ex-Chief Commissioner RTS Maharashtra. He'll be chairing the session. Along with him, we have with us Shri T.C. Gupta, retired IAS Chief Commissioner Haryana, Shri S. Ramaswamy, IAS, retired IAS Chief Commissioner Uttarakhand, Shri Baldev Singh, retired IAS State Commissioner RTS, Konkan Revenue Division, So the topic of this breakout session is the innovation and future trends in RTS. So ladies and gentlemen, with us on stage, we have Shri Swadhin S. Kshatriya, ex-Chief Secretary and ex-Chief Commissioner RTS Maharashtra, who will be chairing the session. Shri T.C. Gupta, retired IAS Chief Commissioner Haryana. Shri S. Ramaswamy, retired IAS Chief Commissioner Uttarakhand. Shri Baldev Singh, retired IAS State Commissioner RTS, Konkan Revenue Division. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin the breakout session 6. The topic of this session is innovation and future trends in RTS. Over to you, Mr. Kshatriya.
A very good afternoon to all the participants, ladies and gentlemen. The panel consists, I would like to briefly mention, you'll have to, of Mr. Baldev Singh, my colleague from Maharashtra cadre, who's the Commissioner for Konkan Division. We have Mr. Ramaswamy, who's the Chief Commissioner for Uttarakhand State. And we have Chief Commissioner Mr. Gupta for Haryana State. So it's a very distinguished panel, I would say. And the subject today given to this panel is innovations and future trends in RTS. So there are two aspects we are going to deal with. This is not a very hard, I would say, line that can be drawn but we'll try to cover both these things. Broadly, I would request my colleagues that given the time frame that is available to us, each of us is going to have about 15 minutes time, and I will have to do the unpleasant job of trying to see that we follow the time schedule as far as possible. Now, the first thing that I would like to mention is that if you see, somebody will help me on this, I'm going to draw from my experience. I must tell the audience. Okay. No, just go back. Pehla slide, first slide. First. First slide. First slide. This is back. Okay. I'm going to draw from my experience as the Chief Commissioner Right to Services in the state of Maharashtra from the year 2017 to 2022. And one of the first thing I would like to say is that the Right to Public Services Act, as has been enacted in several states of India, I think now the number is around 30 states have enacted it, itself is an innovation. Why I'd say it's an innovation? Because this act empowers the citizens. It gives a right to the citizen. Many a times an act often puts restrictions, curbs on your activities, but this is not an act in this fashion. It is empowering the citizen, and therefore we decided what should be the logo and what should be the tagline. And for that, I thought the best way will be to ask the citizens, what do they think or what do they expect from this act, which was enacted in the year 2015 in Maharashtra? And this has come from the citizens. We held a competition. We gave a publicity in the newspapers and we asked the citizens to give suggestions. So the suggestion from the citizens said that they expect this act and the approach of administration to be one of your service is our duty. In Marathi, actually the slogan came, Apli seva he amcha kartavya. This is what people are expecting now. And this act is an example of this approach. So this is an innovation. Now, if you see the logo has also come from the citizen. What does it depict? It depicts, I asked the citizen who sent the logo to us. So he says that when a government service is made available to the citizens in a seamless fashion, without any hassles, the citizen is happy. So how will he show the happiness? So this is how he has shown the happiness by showing a hand. It means that government is like a support, is like an Aadhaar for the citizen. And when they get a service depicted in the form of some kind of a certificate or documentation, the citizen is happy. Now, I'm not going to go into all the objectives because these are all well known that the Right to Services Act has been enacted with the objectives of bringing about transparency, accountability, timeliness. Timeliness is a new feature because this act says that every service has to be delivered within a time frame. And the time frame is to be decided by the department, but once it is decided, it becomes a binding factor. And any default, any delay will attract penalties. And it has emphasis on use of e-services. Now this information is a little outdated because I collected it a few days ago, but I am going to rely on my colleague, Mr. Baldev Singh, as to what is the latest, because around 770 services have been notified by the state of Maharashtra, but I believe that now the number has increased and it is probably more than 800 or so. We have three ways of delivering it to the citizens. We have a citizen app. It is called the RTS Maharashtra, which is bilingual. You can make use of the app, or you can go to one of the Seva Kendra or service centers. We have now more than about 40,000. So that is also an innovation. And that innovation has taught us that we need not insist that services will be provided only by government. It can be outsourced And these outsourced centers have also been functioning quite well. Of course, there have been some instances over there. There is also an portal which the Honorable CM and the Deputy CM mentioned at the time of inauguration called the Aple Sarkar portal, which has become a very popular portal. You can apply through the portal. So these are 3 or 4 ways. And what is important is that of these 40,000 service centers, almost 20,000 service centers are in the rural areas at the Gram Panchayat level. So this is another innovative approach that allows citizens various channels of delivery. Either you can make use of an app, you can apply on a portal, or if you are not comfortable in applying yourself, you can go to one of the service centers, and the service centers will be able to help you to apply for the service. And the service center, I think, has to charge 20 rupees per service that they're going to apply. Now, this is working quite fine, and if you see the figures, I think more than this is a little old information. I think there is, if I remember correctly, sorry, I can. Okay.
आप कंसोल का पर थोड़ा ऐसे कंसोल का पर देखा है उधर कीजिए बस.
Okay, like this. Okay. Now, sorry. Go back. Come to the innovations now. Go back. Yeah. I think we can stop here. Yeah. Okay. Another innovation that has been done is that the services, in the morning, there was a session as to how a service can be evaluated. So that evaluation has to be extended to the departments, and the departments will have to be evaluated on the performance of how their service delivery has been there. Now, there are parameters which we have laid down, which we can discuss separately. But in order to make it simple so that everyone can understand, we have introduced a color system of green. Somebody, please come here and help. This, I think. We have introduced a system of green, red, and amber. Yahan khade raho. Huh? Go back. Yeah. That's it. Okay. So I was on this slide saying that these are the 3 color system that we have introduced for evaluating. Our experience is that if the evaluation is in the form of a report, which is presented to the legislature by the commission, it has a very salutary effect. So that is another example of an innovation that is to be done. Now, what are the things which need to be future trends? One is to encourage innovation. So we have been discussing a lot of innovations that we have done. Every day I find that new innovations are being done. Yeah, this is it. I'll tell you. So in the morning, we saw how innovations are important. Even recently, I read in the newspaper that the collector of Kolhapur has introduced an innovation of door-to-door delivery or delivery at the doorstep. So these kind of innovations are important. The innovations need to be encouraged. And every day we will find new innovations are taking place. Right now, I find in the delivery of service, 2 innovations which are being discussed in Maharashtra are the how to assess damage and see that relief is given urgently to the citizens, and that is called e-Panchanama. And we have also introduced something called e-Peak Pahani. So these are use of electronic systems for better delivery of services. Process mapping of activities is something which I would recommend, because one young officer has carried out process mapping of about 1,200 services. And in one page, he has documented how the service delivery can be done. So it becomes like a standard operating procedure. Collectors as controlling officer, this innovation I found has helped a lot because you need one person who will be able to coordinate, who will be able to give a direction to all the right implementation of right to services. Initially, the orders were that the collectors will be coordinating authorities. Then we said it needs a little more control. So collectors are now declared as controlling officers. And that is one, I would say, innovation. We have to generate competition among departments and collectors of delivery of services. And I would personally feel that there is a need to have a state commission for ensuring right to services being implemented in all states. And also there is a need for RTS legislation to be enacted at the national level. If you look at the example of RTI which began as a state, I would say, enactment, ultimately enacted by Parliament has become very effective. And there is also a need for having, we have discussed in the morning a lot, therefore I will not discuss in detail, the use of DigiLocker and the blockchain technology. I had raised this question on the first day. We were very happy with using DigiLocker, but we are now told that more than DigiLocker, we need to take the services and documentation to blockchain technology. Single platform. This is what has been emphasized by earlier speakers also, that we must have government as a whole approach. And that I think is very important. All public services need to be notified. This is a very important, I would say, suggestion for a future trend. What is happening today is that selected services are being notified. And when the citizen comes with a complaint, the first question you ask him is the service that you are complaining about, is it notified or not? That I feel needs to be corrected, needs to be done away with. All services need to be notified. All departments must prepare a master list of services that they're delivering and identify footfalls and set up service center. This is a good innovation I found in some districts, that the officers have studied where maximum number of people come visit, and those are the places. And I was surprised. I visited some places like a bus station or a bus depot, including hospitals. They have set up these service centers and they're doing fine. So they are based on the footfall of the number of citizens. One more innovation I found was that women self-help group have been entrusted the responsibility of these service centers. And in remote districts like Chandrapur and in Gadchiroli, women self-help centers are doing an excellent work in delivery of services. That is a step towards women empowerment. And this is an innovation which can be tried by other departments also. These are, I think, some of the innovations that I have. FAQ also, I think, needs to be published and announce an incentive and award scheme, because this act or any act which makes it transparent, which makes accountable, timely, time-bound, puts more, I would say, responsibility on the staff. And they will have to be appreciated also, while they'll have to be held accountable. Now, for award scheme, we have not been able to correct me, but they will correct me. We have not been able to announce an award scheme. I remember one presentation by an officer from Karnataka state. I don't know whether anyone from Karnataka is here. They have computerized the award scheme. And every month they are announcing the best performers and the best awards. So something like that has to be done. And if I think a personal intervention is avoided and it is a very, very fair and objective kind of award system, it will be better. All these suggestions, I mean, the right to services and the timeliness, time-boundness needs to be incorporated in the state government has a manual of office procedure. So we found in our state the manual of office procedure was very ancient. It was outdated. So it has been updated in 2023. And some of the requirement of the right to services has been incorporated in that. And the last suggestion is that we have prepared a manual of good governance in Maharashtra. So the delivery of public services will have to be incorporated in all kinds of manuals. And lastly, there is a need for major awareness. I think with this, I would say that I'm just initiating and setting the ball rolling for the discussion to start. And I'm going to invite now my colleagues from Uttarakhand and from Haryana. So may I request Mr. Gupta to come and take over the further discussion. Thank you.
Presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thanks to Shri Swadhin Kshatriya ji, who has been a pioneer and implementation of the RTS Act. Now, what is this RTS Act? Some people, they ask as if it is providing some services to the people, means koi naukri dene wala hai, commission. No. This is the most interesting act, most interesting, which concern each and everyone who is there in this hall and who is citizen of India, who has taken birth in India or abroad also. We have been discussing for last 2 days about e-governance, digital India. Now the benefits are reaching the people, but the thing is, if those benefits, those e-governance initiatives, if the benefits are not reaching the public, in that case, what option do they have? In private sector, if you take a flight and flight is in time, or if the product is faulty, in that case, you have a Consumer Protection Act. But in that case also, it takes years together to settle the case, though the time limit in the Consumer Protection Act is 6 months. But what happens in case of the government? You apply for a birth certificate, that birth certificate is delivered after 6 months. If you ask the Mumbai Municipal Corporation to fill up a pot, and that pot this is there on the street, in that case, if it is not repaired within a reasonable time, if the street light is not functioning, if the garbage is not being lifted, in that case, what is the solution? This solution is for each and every service which a common man needs. The solution is in the Right to Services Act. And this, fortunately, this act has been enacted, not implemented. This act has been enacted in 25 states of the country, plus 7 out of the 8 union territories. And this enactment is there on the statute books since 2011. Madhya Pradesh was the first one to enact this. And lately, it has been done by the northeastern state, that is Manipur. Manipur has come out with the act in 22. I have given the list now. There is an enactment by the state governments, and in some cases, in most of the states, unfortunately, this is not being implemented. Though the act is there, but now the thing is, to oversee, there is a commission, provision of a commission in some of the states. Sir said 7 states have commissions. Sir, there are 8 states now with the commission. Now 8 states are there, but out of 8 states, 3 are defunct. Punjab, there is no chief commissioner for a long time. Union Territory Chandigarh, there is no chief commissioner. In case of West Bengal also, there is no chief commissioner since January. And in and out also, in case of West Bengal, initially there was no chief commissioner, and then there was a news item in the in newspapers, 40 crore rupees spent, but 3 years, nothing done in the commission. So commission is not solution for each and everything. I am saying it is only the implementation. Now, implementation in case of Karnataka. Karnataka, there is no commission, but the implementation is fantastic. If I can say the implementation, now these are the timelines. You can see my presentation in the speakers. These are the acts. Andhra Pradesh, they enacted 2018. So these are the different names of the acts. Okay, what is the name of the act? In some cases, it is called public service delivery. In case of Rajya Seva Adhiniyam. So all these acts, and when they have been with commission, without commission, all these, this status is being given. Now, I'm coming to the map. So next, please, if you can. So in case of Haryana, it was enacted in 2013. Now, what is the, anybody can guess what is the, what prompted the state governments to enact this act? In fact, there was a movement, Anna Hazare movement, India against corruption. So India against corruption goaded government of India to draft a bill, a model bill, and circulate to all the state governments. Unfortunately, the parliament could not enact that bill. In that case, state governments were asked to enact these kind of acts, and that is why you see in 2011 till 2014, most of the states had enacted that, but lastly, now Manipur, Meghalaya are now the commissions. Implementation of this act is there in Maharashtra, where we are there. Sir was there for 5 years, and now there is a full-fledged commission. Mr. Baldev, who is my colleague, also in the IAS, he is one of the commissioners in Maharashtra. Uttarakhand, sir is the chief commissioner. Haryana, and without commission also, we can say Karnataka, plus Meghalaya and the Assam. Assam, they have enacted the act only about 6 months back. They appointed a chief commissioner 3 months back, and then amendment in the act on the suggestions given by Haryana, they were carried out only 3 days back by the Assam Assembly. Although amendments are going to be notified. So this is the history. But the thing is, now what does it interest you? It interests you each and every service which a common man needs. That is notified with a timeline. For example, in case of Haryana, if you apply for a birth certificate, in that case, it has to be issued to you in 10 days. If 10 days it is not issued, this provision is there in Bihar also. This provision is there in UP also. But the thing is, if that is not issued in 10 days in that case, what do? The provisions are there in the act, but they are not being implemented. Similarly, if you are applying for a ration, if you are applying for even a subsidy, the industries, they are applying for subsidy and those subsidies are not being released in time. In that case, what do? In the supposing a person belonging to weaker section of the society, she is entitled to some benefits like marriage scheme. In Haryana, we give marriage for the daughter of a BPL family 71,000 rupees. In that case, if that benefit is not released in 30 days, in that case, so for each and everything, you think of a service which a common man needs, and it is notified with certain timelines. But this, whether this act is sufficient to ensure delivery of service, as I said, no. Even if the commission is there, no. West Bengal, the commission is there, no. Punjab commission is there, no. UT commission is there, no. But if the commission is not there, in case of Karnataka, yes. So the thing is, if the RTS Act, how do we make it work? That is, lack of awareness was there. In that case, we innovated one auto appeal system. That is, you apply for a service. If that service is not delivered in time, automatically an appeal is filed on behalf of that particular citizen to the commission. Now, how these acts operate? In case of Maharashtra also, in case of Uttarakhand also, in case of any other state, if supposing you apply for a particular service, you say, my building plan is to be approved. You have got a plot, you apply for a building plan. If it is not approved, for example, in case of Haryana, it is 6 days. 7 days, if it is not done, you have to file an appeal. In case of Maharashtra also, Uttarakhand also, you have to file an appeal with the first appellate authority. Then, if that is not decided in 30 days, you have to file a second appeal. And then you have to file a third appeal with the commission. Now, people are not aware. They'll say, instead of filing an appeal, going to the offices manually, in that case, instead of that, they'll compromise with the person concerned and get their services delivered. But in case of auto appeal, if they're applying for a building plan, 7th day, automatically the appeal is filed, and in that case, we take care of that. This is, we got it launched on 1st of September 21. And this is only the system, the different ways to file the appeals. Now, what are the benefits of this paperless working e-governance initiative? I'm not going into that because the time is short. Now you can see, in 7 years of the inception of Haryana Commission, there was a full-fledged commission of 5 persons, retired chief secretary as the chief commissioner, 4 commissioners. In 7 years, they got 7 appeals, 2014 to 2021. I showed you in one of the slides. Now, after auto appeal system, we have got 13,35,315 appeals. And the, 13,64,362 appeals and 97.9%, that is the disposal rate prevent. Now, what we have done, we have popularized that. Entire Haryana cabinet is there, all the MLAs are there. We told them about the auto appeal system that is chaired by the then Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister Haryana, who is now the Union Minister, and entire cabinet was there. Then we went to all the districts, we told them what are the features, what are these are the provisions, these are the acts. Now, we have notices issued, 300 notices to IAS and IPS officers and senior officers of the Haryana. I'll tell you one very small example. I went to a district where an MSME owner, he said, you are talking about 30 days. I have not got my subsidy for last 3 years. Immediately, I issued a notice to Director Industries. He said, sir, we have not got the budget from the finance department, and there are at least 1,000 cases which are pending for last 3 years. I issued a notice to the finance secretary of the state, and he was livid. He said, 88 batch IAS officer, who is presently the chief secretary of the state also, he was livid. He said, how can you issue notice? I am not a designated officer, first appellate authority, second appellate authority under the, I am not even that in that department. I said, no, the act says whosoever becomes a hindrance in this delivery of service, but not releasing adequate budget to the department, you have become a hindrance. So in that case, I'll pass an order. But to his credit, he immediately released 500 crore rupees plus all the cases were processed. And we have issued notices to DGPs also. We have penalized now in case of in the entire country, Haryana is the only state we have penalized right from a commissioner rank IAS officer for not clearing a file of building plan to the SHOs for not doing police verification in time. All kinds of police verifications take place, passport verification. Two SHOs, they were sitting over the file for 8 months. Unless a person goes there, they will not do it. So e-governance initiatives are used for that purpose. Where are the delays? And we have taken notice of that. Yeah, just utilizing our service, regular advisories are being issued, conducting, and now, sir, I said, it has been appreciated at the national level also. Full page advertisement appeared in the newspapers, automobile system. Now, the future trends, sir, has already covered. Number one is proactive delivery of service. So instead of applying for service, in that case, we have taken that. Second is the ensuring delivery of all services in online mode, onboarding of all services and auto-populate the things, portal break. Now, I have seen myself portals, they are breaking down. A person is not able to apply for 3 hours. In that case, we are going to suggest to the government, if the portal is broken down, in that case, that should also be a notified service. We'll penalize the IT people who are maintaining those portals if the portals are down, because people are experiencing difficulties even in applying for services. Strengthening of RTS Act across all the states, process re-engineering, of course. There are so many happy stories which our annual report is going to be released in the valedictory session. And if you see the happiness stories, it will tell these stories. Page number 104 to 122. A copy of that will be available on our stall also. 44 number is a stall. You will come to know what cross section of the society this RTS sectors delivering. My firm belief is if this RTS Act is implemented in all the states of the country and union territories, there will be ease of living and it will be a different world to live. All those benefits of digital India and e-governance that will really percolate to the common people at last. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. I'll request Mr. Ramaswamy, our Chief Commissioner for Uttarakhand State, to present his experience and focus on what innovations and what future trends do we need.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll stick to the Uttarakhand experience. Brief history, as Mr. Gupta said, acts were passed in 2011. It took 3 years to set up a commission. Between 2014 and 2019, services were notified at the rate of about 30 services per year. By 2019, the services rose to 243. But at the same time, there was a discussion in Uttarakhand as to why not shut down the commission. So the challenge before me when I joined in June 2020 was to make the commission relevant to the people and as user-friendly as possible. And this quest for relevance led to reforms, innovations, or whatever you may call it. We had about, if you count as these commissions are staffed, we had 2 people dealing with cases, just 2. Rest were support staff. So in about 2 months' time, we ramped up the staffing, taking retired people who are experienced in quasi-judicial matters. And so these were the basic questions before me. Appropriate staffing, how to make the commission more accessible to the common man, how to ramp up the services rapidly from 243 to a respectable figure, cut down procedural delays, use of technology, and how to ensure accountability. And I'll touch on each of these points in the subsequent slides. In about 3 months' time, we finished our staffing and our furnishing because we had just a new building, just this bare building. We furnished that and got the staff in 3 months. It was the time of COVID. Initially, we used video conferencing, and for that, the complainant had to reach the NIC Kendra in the district. So the first innovation was to get 4 mobile numbers with WhatsApp. We published these numbers in newspapers, and any person could simply call up on these numbers. His oral complaint would be recorded, or he could write down the complaint and send it by WhatsApp. But what was more important was he could sit at his home and participate in the commission's proceedings through a video call on WhatsApp. So this is the newspaper ad we released with the numbers. Now, ramping up of services, 30 services per year was not good. So within the limited staff, we had 2 groups. It sounds big, but each group had 3 people. So they mapped about 22 states, what services were notified. And against each service, they noted down which state had notified it and why Uttarakhand government had not notified. And this, we engaged with the government as to if other governments can do it, why can't we? And to be fair to the government of Uttarakhand, from 2019, 243 services to 1,115 at the beginning of 2024. Before the year ends, we'll touch 1,100 and about 100 more are in the pipeline. So before I demit office in April 2020, I hope to see 1,200 services notified. So this is the example of a letter written to say Transport Department. It maps how many states have that particular service, number of days each state takes to deliver that service, and in some you see same day is written. So this is what prompted the government of Uttarakhand to act. This is the progress in notifying services. See the climb from 2020. There is a small dip because some services were incorrectly notified, so the commission got them denotified also. We do that also. No, this was a problem we noticed in the Act about procedural delays. The first stage of appeal, it allows 30 days, second stage 60 days, and if it comes to the commission, 60 days, 15 days notice to the officers to reply at each stage, then the Act has lost its purpose. Because if a service is to be given in 7 days, I would rather go and negotiate with the service provider than appeal to the commission. So I and my 2 commissioners sat down and drafted an amendment to the Act, to our own Act. We removed the second appellate level and vested it in the commission. The government saw the logic of the argument and it was passed The Vidhan Sabha passed the Act in the year 2023. This has cut down at least 75 days from the appeal process. So, how to cut down procedural delays further? In 2020 September, at Chief Minister's meeting, we proposed the setting up of a portal, Unified Service Portal. It took about more than 12 months. It was commissioned in November 2021. Today, any minister or any secretary can see the pendency in his department district-wise. And in the commission, we take suo motu notice of the pendency and issue notices. These are the cases resolved by the commission year to year. Our Unified Service Portal was awarded the Silver Award last year. And this is a letter from you, sir. Now, we have asked our software team, our state ITDA, to build in suo motu notice and directions of the commission into the software itself, because the portal knows that a service has been delayed by a day or 2 days. So it can automatically issue a suo motu notice on behalf of the commission, specifying the number of days within which the service should be given, the date of appearance before the commission. So this is a work in progress. And we have also asked them to build into the software how many times a successful applicant has applied into the system. Is anybody being made to apply again? That first time he didn't succeed and next time it is fixed and he succeeds. So to root that out, we are building this into the portal. About incentives. About 2-3 years back, we started ranking the districts and the district magistrates and awarding them. This is me and my commissioners with the Chief Minister. And soon we are extending this to the government departments also. This is the other part of it, disincentives. In 2023, we also got the power to impose penalty. This was also drafted by the Commission and given to the government. Passed by the Vidhan Sabha in April 2023, and since then we have been imposing penalties. We study the business process of the government departments and make suggestions regarding modification. This particular one is about issue of Jati Praman Patra. This was carried prominently in the newspaper. We have made many such recommendations. Onlining, you see, out of 1015 notified, 597 are currently online. About 300 are in process. And some services which require API integration from Government of India, we have requested, that is still pending. That would cover about 106 services, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy. Now I request Mr. Baldev Singh, our commissioner from Maharashtra, to tell his experience about innovations and recent trends in the implementation of right to services. Around 15 minutes time.
Next slide.
Which one is the next one?
This is next one. बस आपको तो point करना है, चालू.
Good afternoon, everybody. One of the difficulty being the last speaker in the warrant of proceedings, where 3 speakers have already spoken on the same topic, it becomes a little more difficult task for the last speaker, especially when you have 2 speakers from the same state and covering the same topic. So my job in a way is easy as well, but difficult because most of the topics has been already covered by our Chief Secretary, ex-Chief Secretary Subodhin Kshatriya sir, about the Maharashtra. So I will restrict myself to what are the new trends and innovation which we are trying to do in Maharashtra. But before that, just to tell you that Savdeen Kshatriya sir was the chief secretary in 2020, 2013-14 when I was secretary labor. And that's how when we started the journey for the right to services. And as a secretary labor for Maharashtra, we brought all the services, whether it's pertaining to the various labor laws. As you know, there are more than 47 labor enactments which require different kind of registrations, approvals, licenses. And similarly, you have the boiler code of India, and you have a director boiler in every state. All the services pertaining are highly regimental. And then the industrial security and safety, which were the areas where a lot of delays in approvals, especially licenses, were happening. So it was a dire need to bring all these services in the right to services and to provide to all the establishments and the citizens in a time-bound manner. So that was the journey started in 2013, and we have done a lot of progress over a period of time. So from 300 odd services when we started in Maharashtra, we have already reached almost 800 services which are notified and which were available to the citizens online today. During this journey of last 10 years, we have realized the portal we had created, the Aple Sarkar, is facing a lot of issues because it is based on the old technology. And during the peak season, when there are admissions in the colleges, universities, schools, the number of applications are so high that the system sometimes choke. So we are trying to create a unified digital portal which is compatible not only with all the district state portals of various departments and integrating them, also with the various national portals which are available in various departments like revenue or transport or health. So the API integration for the state Aplesaka portal has been done with those national as well as with the various departmental portals of the state government departments. And we find that each department has a citizen charter and has a master list of services they provide to the citizens and to the various establishments. However, all of them are still not covered. And in fact, the CAG report of 2023 pointed out that many of the departments have still not brought all their services which has an interface with the citizens on the RTS portal or on the digital portal. So we are creating a new IT backbone in state of Maharashtra with cloud hosting and using IaaS and SaaS cloud products to create a strong IT backbone and to provide all the services in the master list in the citizen charters of the various departments under the RTS. That is one of our efforts which is ongoing, and I'm happy to tell you that the state cabinet has already cleared that project under the Maharashtra, and we will be taking up that very soon. And all the detailed project plans have been prepared for that, and we are trying to establish compatibility with all the state and the national portals. The focus of the RTS in Maharashtra, which was very citizen-centric, which still remains, is also shifting to the G2B services, which we are trying to cover. We have already, under the industry department, under the labor department, created a separate portal to provide various services to the industry, to various other establishments under the G2B services, which are also being integrated with the right to services, and they will be available to all the establishments in the near future to under the RTS portal, as well as in a very time-bound manner, which we are trying to do. Then coming to the new trend, Maharashtra has been experimenting with the different methodologies. We took a pilot project by the name of Seva Doot in Varda district of Maharashtra, where we are trying to ensure, especially the senior citizens or the people who can't visit even the Seva Kendra at the village level or at the sub-taluka level to provide the services at the doorsteps of those citizens who are entitled to get those services. So with that perspective in mind, we launched a project called Seva Doot in Wardha district, where all the revenue services, 34 services, they are available to the citizens at their doorsteps. They have to just send a message on the mobile that they need this service. The person will reach their home, get the forms filled, get the requisite documents uploaded, and then provide the service and certificates at their doorsteps. This is one which has become very successful, and we are trying to scale it up at the state level. The other, we have recently launched at the hands of our Honorable CM, a pilot project in Kolhapur district of Maharashtra, where we are trying to take right to services subject to the students from the school to the colleges to the universities. We have created QR codes where all the information is available, and that has been also brought into all the colleges. This not only brings a lot of transparency, it also creates a lot of awareness among the younger generation. Because one of the reasons we need to do this, what we are finding in Maharashtra, probably it must be in the other states as well, that the right to information has been very well established now, and the people are aware that they need any information, they can apply under that. But a lot of people still are not aware of the existence of right to services. So a campaign is being launched, and government of Maharashtra has sanctioned a media plan to launch for the RTS, and as a starting point of that is the pilot project we have undertaken in Kolhapur very recently, and it's running very successfully. And again, we will be scaling it up to the state level very soon. RTS in Maharashtra also provides for incentive for efficiency. We talk about providing the services in time within the stipulated time frame to the citizen. Those who are providing those services, the Act provides for incentivizing those. That process we have started from the current year and try to felicitate the people who have done good work in Maharashtra on 15th of August in the district and divisional level functions. Similarly, we have also creating a package scheme of incentive for the designated officers and the first and second appeal, those who perform 100% without any delay, to provide some kind of financial incentive to them. And that is already part of the RTS Act of Maharashtra, but so far it was not implemented. So we are trying to bring that to the forefront, that those who are efficient to deliver the services within the stipulated time frame, they are also incentivized and their services are also recognized. Another issue which we find is when in any government, there are a lot of transfers which keep happening among the various government officers. And there are always a need of capacity building at the grassroots level. So we have created a syllabi for our personnel from the designated officers to appellate 1 to appellate 2 to provide them a proper training. We have a state institute called Yashoda, which is already devised a curriculum to impart training to the various layers of the state administration, so that they know whenever they are posted to a particular post where they have to deal with the RTS, they are aware how to deliver the services in a time-bound manner. Media campaign, which we are launching and which has been sanctioned by the government, is one of the recent things, and we have planned and we are in discussion with the state publicity department. And probably after the elections are over, the media campaign on the RTS will be launched in Maharashtra to make the people aware that they have the entitlement and they should avail those services, and the services are on the digital portal. Anybody can come and see and get whatever service they desire to get or which they require. I think I will stop here. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Baldev Singh. I think we have had views of 3 to 4 panelists over here. And I'm sure there would be a lot of questions. You people must be, as one of my colleagues said, see, the right to service concerns each and every one of you. Let us look at what are these services that are covered under the Right to Services Act. The most popular services which are covered under this act, the experience of our state is pertaining to the revenue department. Those pertaining to land records, जमीन जमीन हर एक को बहुत प्रिय होती है और लोग कहते हैं कि हम हमारे रोजगार के अवसर के लिए we are in urban areas, we are in different states, we are in different countries, and they are worried as to what is happening to my land, what is happening to my ancestral property. The other important, you want the land to be measured, you want the land to be partitioned, so that is one category. The other important service which is required is various kind of documents which are required, particularly certificates. All kinds of certificates which are required by every person, those are in great demand. Similarly, services pertaining to drinking water, electricity, construction of a house, birth certificate, death certificate, marriage certificate, all these are in great demand. And I think that this act is bringing in a new culture of making time-bound delivery the criteria. I don't know of any other act, but this act has both the provisions. My colleague Baldev Singh was saying that it rewards, it awards, incentivizes those who do good work, but it also levies penalties, severe penalties. For every delay, for every default, our act says the penalty can be 5,000 in every case. 20,000. So my colleague says that in Haryana, the delay will cost 20,000 rupees to the person. And that is to be 50, no. So 20,000 is a huge, and that is to be recovered from the salary of the officer who's responsible. So both the provisions are there. And I think that this is another unique feature of the Act. So please, I think all of you should try to popularize, should try to spread this Act to as many people. And I'm very happy to read and hear that now they are going to cover schools, they are going to cover colleges, and they're going to take it to the students. I think those they will become the best ambassadors to carry this message forward. So I now throw it open for another 10 minutes or so for any suggestion, any question, any clarification that you people may have. Yes, sir. बेटा एक माइक दे दीजिए.
नमस्कार सर, मैं हरिंद्र प्रताप, ज्वाइंट डायरेक्टर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एमएसएमई, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया. सर, ऑनेस्टली एक्सेप्टिंग 25 इयर्स मुझे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की सर्विस में हो गया और इसके पहले मैं टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में 10 साल जर्नलिस्ट रहा हुआ हूँ. लेकिन इस प्रोविजन के बारे में इतनी डिटेल जानकारी मुझे फर्स्ट टाइम मिली है. और मैं अपनी मिनिस्ट्री में पब्लिक ग्रीवांस डील करता हूँ, आरटीआई डील करता हूँ. और मैंने ये देखा है कि ये जो सर्विस, राइट टू सर्विस है, इसमें दो चीजों पे ज्यादा ध्यान देने की जरूरत है. एक तो ऑफिसर्स के माइंडसेट को बदलने की जरूरत, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, प्रोसीड्यूरल डिले. वन इज इंटेंशनल डिले एंड अनदर इज प्रोसीड्यूरल डिले. तो ये दो चीजों को एड्रेस करने की जरूरत है. और मैं सर एक्सेप्ट करता हूं और एक सजेशन भी देना चाहता हूं कि ये एक्ट जितना अच्छा है, ये राइट टू सर्विस एक्ट, इसको नेशनल लेवल पर और डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पर बहुत ज्यादा अवेयरनेस चलाने की जरूरत है. क्योंकि जब मेरे जैसा आदमी यहाँ पर इतने साल सर्विस के बाद कुछ चीजों को जान पाया है, तो एक कॉमन आदमी के लिए क्या होगा ये आप सोच सकते हैं. दूसरा सर, अभी हमने एक इनोवेशन किया अपनी मिनिस्ट्री में. हमने एक डिजिटल क्लीननेस पखवाड़ा सेलिब्रेट किया. तो उसका काफी इम्पैक्ट पड़ा। तो मेरी ये सलाह है कि इस सर्विस राइट टू सर्विस के बारे में यदि हम पखवाड़ा सेलिब्रेट करें या मंथली वीकली वन डे इस पे डेडिकेट करें तो इसका काफी अच्छा इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा। थैंक यू सर।
I'll just respond to one important question that you raised कि अगर डिले होता है तो वो जानबूझ के डिले हुआ है या प्रोसीजरल डिले था, ये फर्क होने की जरूरत है। और इस बात से जो एक्ट है वो पूरी तरह सहमत है। एक्ट में ये प्रावधान है कि अगर विलंब होता है तो कोई ऑटोमेटिक पेनल्टी नहीं लगती है। विलंब के बाद कमिश्नर साहब को, उस ऑफिसर को और जिसकी शिकायत हो, दोनों को सुनवाई देनी होगी और ये देखना होगा कि क्या विलंब का कोई अन्य कारण था। और एक्ट में ऐसे प्रावधान है, मान लीजिए कोई नैसर्गिक आपत्ति आ गई, आज हम यहाँ पे बात कर रहे हैं तो इसी समय महाराष्ट्र के 8-10 जिलों में घमासान वर्षा अतिवृष्टि हो रही है। अब ऐसे समय विलंब अगर होता है तो नैसर्गिक आपत्ति के समय विलंब हा क्षमा करना है। उसी प्रकार अगर चुनाव का ऐलान हो जाता है तो सारी प्रशासकीय यंत्रणा उसमें लग जाती है। तो ऐसे कुछ उसमें दिए गए हैं। तो उस विलंब को सजा देने से पहले सुनवाई होगी और कमिश्नर साहब ये तय करेंगे कि was the delay justified or not. So there is no, I mean, one need not be worried about it. There can be technical reasons also for delay. Connectivity नहीं होती है कई जगह। अब इतना प्रगतिशील राज्य है महाराष्ट्र, लेकिन आप कुछ जिलों में जाएंगे तो वहां कनेक्टिविटी के प्रॉब्लम है और ऑनलाइन अर्ज है तो उसको आपका डिस्पोजल में विलंब हो सकता है। So rest assured all of you that not every delay is to be punished. The delay will has to be looked into by the 3 commissioners and chief commissioners who are here, whether it was intentional or not. And the act says that a hearing has to be given and the reasons for imposing a penalty also will have to be recorded. So that is it. Yeah.
Procedural. Then we can suggest business process modification.
Yeah. I think I'll give it to Mr. Ramaswamy. He has a suggestion regarding the procedural delay.
Where the delay is procedural, the commission studies the business process and recommends to the government to modify the business process. It suggests what modifications are to be made. That is done in consultation with the department. And under the act, the government has 1 month to respond whether it's going to implement or not implement. If it says it's not going to implement, it will have to state the reasons in writing. And that is laid on the table of the Vidhan Sabha, informing the Vidhan Sabha what the government has said. I think that answers the procedural delay.
Thank you, sir.
Just one addition to that. In addition to the penalty which is to be imposed on the officer, there is a provision in all the act to compensate the citizen also. In case of Haryana, it is up to 5,000 rupees. एक लेडी के घर में शादी थी, सीवर ब्लॉक था, सीवर खुला नहीं. You can imagine guest coming and the sewer is outflowing outside her house. She emailed the complaint to commission. We ensured that it is automatically, because time limit in that case is immediate. So we not only got it unblocked, we awarded a compensation of rupees 5,000 to the lady who was and she was surprised. That is one of the happiness stories. So all those kind of things are there. So it's a very powerful act. और वही कहता हूँ, जहां जाते हैं ना, लोगों को ये लगता है पढ़े लिखे को, they are not aware of the provisions of the act, while it concerns each and every person, and it is there in all the states, practically all the states. Only 3 states are left and 1 union territory. So out of 36, 32 have this kind of an act.
I must thank Mr. Gupta. There is a stall there of Haryana and they have collected happiness stories. Am I right? तो जाते जाते आप उसका एक कॉपी ले सकते हैं. Yes, sir. आप सवाल पूछिए.
Sir, this question is not specific to any state. This is a very general suggestion, what I observed on the websites of government. And maybe in state of Maharashtra, where I live, I have experienced this personally. The moment a grievance is put in the system, it gets closed over the period of time, maybe within the defined SLA. But I have not seen that. Suppose, for example, I'm not satisfied, I'm not happy. My grievance has not been redressed. So I have not seen in majority of the applications that it goes to L2 level, it goes to L3 level. Typically, the standards that we follow in the industry. Eh, do you have some suggestions or maybe future roadmaps to enable that? Let it go to nth level. That is absolutely fine. As long as I'm not satisfied, I should be, tagged as a dissatisfied citizen in the universe, right?
I would agree with you. At the moment, we are discussing the Right to Services and the Right to Services Act. In our state, the Right to Services Act has 3 levels. The first level will be the appellate authority number 1. He gives a decision. If you are not satisfied with the appellate authority number 1, his decision, you can go to appellate authority number 2. And if you are not satisfied with the decision of appellate number 2, you can go to the highest authority, which is the commission. So there are 3 levels. So, but beyond that, the act says that the decision given by the commission shall be final. तो आपको 3 अवसर मिलते हैं और मुझे लगता है कि 3 अवसर में जरूर व्यक्ति को न्याय मिलेगा ऐसा मुझे लगता है. Yes, anyone else? Yeah.
In our case, whenever the service is delivered, a message is delivered to that person. If you're not satisfied, you can click on that link and you can give your appeal or your thing it has been wrongly closed. Supposing that person is illiterate, that person is a villager and she has applied for Mukhyamantri Varshagun Yojana, for example, or she has applied for that service illiterate. So we have kept a provision where the message also contains, if you are not satisfied, you can file an appeal or call up this helpline to file your appeal. So under the act, the appeal can be filed even by calling up the helpline which is available. And we receive approximately 4,000 calls a day pertaining to all the notified service per day.
So can I add? This is another, I think, the innovation which all my colleagues have done. Appeal can be filed online. कोई वकील की जरूरत नहीं है. एक बटन प्रेस करके आप फर्स्ट अपील दायर कर सकते हैं. बटन प्रेस करके आप सेकंड अपील और थर्ड अपील भी दायर कर सकते हैं. दिस इज अनदर इनोवेशन. नॉर्मली हम लोग क्या समझते थे, अपील का मतलब बहुत सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स की जरूरत पड़ेगी, वकील साहब चाहिए रहेंगे और ये सारा सिंप्लीफाई कर दिया गया है. जैसे सर्विसेज के लिए भी सिंप्लीफाई. आई मस्ट श्रीनिवास सेक्रेटरी साहब यहाँ मौजूद है. इन्होंने जो क्रांति की है इस क्षेत्र में, कहा है कि अब आपको एफिडेविट्स की कोई जरूरत नहीं रहेगी और ना ही गैजेटेड ऑफिसर की सिग्नेचर की जरूरत है. हम लोग तो बचपन से देखते आए हैं कि बिना एफिडेविट और गैजेटेड ऑफिसर के सिग्नेचर के बिना कुछ होता नहीं था. लेकिन अब ये प्रावधान किया गया है इन सर्विसेज के लिए कि आप एफिडेविट की जगह सेल्फ डिक्लेरेशन कर सकते हैं और गैजेटेड ऑफिसर के सिग्नेचर की बजाय आप सेल्फ सर्टिफाई करेंगे. So tremendous innovations, tremendous simplification. And I think lots of people have benefited because of these innovations, that they don't have to file affidavits, they don't have to file these signatures attested by the gazetted officer. Yes, somebody wanted to ask, I'm sorry.
No, sir, I was just adding. So in Bihar, we have 2 acts. One is the Right to Public Service Delivery Act, and one is Grievance Redressal Act. The Grievance Redressal Act, actually, the question that he asked, answers that in a way that if a grievance starts from a basic level, say at a taluk or a block level or subdivision level, it can be escalated up till the principal secretary level of the department. And he becomes the final authority in case of the subject matter when he gives the decisions. So those are the levels. So it's SDO, ADM, there's the district level, there's the commissioner level, there's the Vibhag, department levels.
Anyone else? Anyone else has any question, suggestion? Yes, sir.
Good evening, sir. I am thankful to Haryana to have a success story like this. So they have published good success stories, and I have observed also these success stories. So my request is that in central government departments and ministries, we have also time frame for the each services. We provide services to the peoples, and we have time frame for that one. We have but the grievances and grievances solving procedure is not aware to the peoples how they can solve. So like these state governments, uh, this is not a question to the general questions. So central government have some provision for address grievances and some procedures like that one, like state governments.
What's your question, sir?
My question is that state government have a procedure to redress the grievances. DARPG may please address at central government level if they have the certain procedures.
We have already addressed the question of sensitization. The
Sorry.
sensitization we have already addressed. There is a need for sensitization. Sir from Uttarakhand, he said media coverage. They have also drawn up a plan even to go to the colleges and universities. So we have also the plan to go to the universities and hold a contest in class 11 and 12 so that the persons, they are aware of the provisions of the act. पीपल आर नॉट नोइंग कि रेड यहाँ की यदि हरियाणा में 4 घंटे लाइट चली जाए तो 4 घंटे के बाद आई कैन पेनलाइज द जेई. यदि वहां पे पॉट होल्स हैं सड़क के अंदर 10 गड्ढे हैं तो 20,000 से 10 गड्ढों पे 2 लाख की सैलरी से काट सकते हैं पैसे. पीपल आर नॉट अवेयर ऑफ दैट. सो इट्स अ क्वेश्चन ऑफ सेंसिटाइजेशन व्हिच वी ऑल आर एड्रेसिंग.
Well, if there are no more clarifications or suggestions, I think we can.
Sir, we are winding up our session in notified time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and I thank all the participants for giving us a patient hearing. Thank you, Mr. Baldev Singh. Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy, and thank you, Mr. Gupta. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and thank you to our audience as well.
आपको हमने मौका नहीं दिया.
सर मैं वही बोलने वाला था सर. आपने इतनी अच्छी प्लानिंग की कि सेशन भी खत्म हो गया, इतने सारे क्वेश्चंस भी आपने ले लिए. बहुत बेहतरीन प्लानिंग थी एंड धन्यवाद आपको भी इसके लिए. और फिर से एक टारगेट पेंट हो गया मेरे बैक पे. ऐसे लगता है कि हर बार लोग बोलते हैं गौर से देखिए इंसान को, यही है वो जो हमें टाइम पे रखता है. बट आगे चलते हैं. वीड लाइक टू इनवाइट ऑन स्टेज श्रीमती सरिता तनेजा, अंडर सेक्रेटरी DARPG, and Shri Deepak More, Deputy Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, to please help us with the felicitations.
So let us now begin with felicitating our panel members, beginning with Shri Swadhin Kshatriya. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful session. We can give them a round of applause, everyone. Next, we present the memento to Shri T.C. Gupta. Next, we felicitate Shri S. Ramaswamy. Moving on to the next one, Shri Baldev Singh. Let's take one group picture. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the plenary session number 6, which is on cybersecurity and emergency response readiness. The sub-themes are e-offices protected system, digital trust in times of deepfakes, evolving the national cybersecurity framework in the AI age, future of AI-enabled threat intelligence in healthcare administration, real-time data analytics for crisis response.
And our panelists for this session are Dr. Sanjay Bal, Director General Certain, who will also be the chair for this session, Sri Narendranath Gangavarapu, Joint Secretary, National Security Council Secretariat, Sri Chand Raina, Head Sales and Relationships, Government Business, TCS, and Sri Vinayak Godse, CEO, DSCI. May we have you on stage, please? Thank you, gentlemen. And Dr. Bal, it's over to you. We might have a few audience members joining us coming back from the other breakout sessions as well. So we apologize if that in any way hinders you, but it's all yours now.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. I think we had an excellent session on right to services, and it was very heartening to listen to what all is possible. And though I did have a couple of questions, but I said, let me hold on till I start my session. This particular session is on cybersecurity and emergency response readiness. I think since morning we've been hearing something or the other about cybersecurity. Yes, no? I think people are waiting for a cup of tea or coffee. All right. I'll just quickly give you some idea about the cyber threat landscape because it is changing so fast and dynamically. Today, what we are seeing is a lot of scanning and probing happening on different websites as well as on different ports. There are malwares and botnets. There are issues in supply chain. There's ransomware. There are data leaks and breaches. There's phishing we heard about in the morning, including using artificial intelligence. There are advanced persistent threat actors, state actors. There are vulnerabilities and backdoors. There are fake applications, social engineering, distributed denial of service attacks, insider threats, etc. Now, let me just take a few examples because the previous session was on right to services. And what are sort of current cyber threats in eGov services? You are providing government to citizen services through websites, portals, mobile applications, etc. And it was mentioned by Mr. Gupta in the last session that if the portal is down or website is down, you can complain and you will get compensations, etc. Now, large number of these websites are hosted in data centers, the state data centers. And the attackers are compromising these websites through vulnerabilities which are there in applications, and then they move into the data center and the other websites and exfiltrate the data
and also deliver malware in these systems. Now, if they have already moved into these sort of websites, they put malware inside, and they've also exfiltrated data, what sort of service will you be offering to them, to the citizens who come there? So when you connect to the website, your own digital device is going to be infected by that malware. So instead of providing genuine services, we are providing malware through those websites. So how do you address those sort of things? Could be a question which maybe needed to be answered through the RTS, which is there now, because these are new and emerging areas, and these need to be thought through. We've also observed that these government websites, when they are compromised, the links are or you are being redirected to betting and gambling websites. So the visitors are being redirected. So you are not getting genuine services, but you are being redirected. So this is another area which needs to be addressed. That when you are providing these services, though they are not genuine services, but now you are being redirected. So will you say that this was something which you could not avoid, or you have not taken care of when you were actually developing these systems, etc.? And then obviously ransomware attacks where data gets encrypted and you cannot provide any services. So there's a need for enhancing cybersecurity of websites, data centers, the cloud, etc. There's need to follow secure application design. There's need to look at continuous audit and remediation of vulnerabilities, and also continuous log monitoring and detect intrusions at early stages. The other point which I mentioned was about supply chain security. So the cyber threat landscape, as I said, is changing, and you have seen recently the outage on Microsoft Windows due to a faulty update of CrowdStrike. And this resulted in disruption of services across the globe, including in India for airline services, banking, IT services, manufacturing, etc. So when something of this sort happens and services are down, what happens under the RTS? So there is a need for organizations and all government departments to evolve a supply chain security strategy and create an inventory of your assets, have a software bill of material, look at contractual obligations, and gain visibility into what the vendors are providing and not providing, and what sort of security practices you are following. There's a need for conducting in-depth risk assessment of whatever you are putting on online, and also to understand what are the third-party dependencies you are having, which means you should, on a continuous basis, test your cyber resilience against various emerging threats by conducting mock drills and cybersecurity exercises. You need to develop a cyber crisis management plan and then use that as a standard operating procedure and see that you are able to follow that, the people in your teams are able to understand that, and ensure that when there is a crisis, they know exactly what they have to do. Everyone's roles and responsibilities should be clear in that, and it should also help you improve your cyber security posture as you go forward. Since you are online, you are going to have incidents. So if you have an incident, what sort of incident prevention measures you should be following? How do you report these incidents? And how do you ensure that you are resilient and can stand up quickly? within the shortest time frame. As Computer Emergency Response Team for India, we have published various reports, guidelines, and directions. I just want to mention a few of them. We've published guidelines for secure application design, development, implementation, and operations, which should be followed by all government officers. We have also published guidelines on information security practices for government entities. So these are things which need to be followed, and they are available on the website. You can go. I would urge you, encourage you to kindly go there, download those, and start looking at those, and ensure you follow that. Unless you get trapped by the RTS, you should be able to ensure that you have followed these so that you are not penalized against that. In terms of the cyber crisis management plan, we have also provided a template which helps you to address how do you counter cyber attacks and cyber terrorism. It gives you a framework and gives you actions which help you to prepare for, respond to, and coordinate recovery from any cyber incident. We have conducted 35 workshops for various states and union territories. We evaluate the templates that you fill up, and we give you feedback on those. And what we've seen that those who have implemented the cyber crisis management plan, their cybersecurity posture has been enhanced. They are more resilient, and they are able to contain and minimize the impact. And they have clarity of actions, effective coordination, and communication. We also provided how your systems should be audited on a regular basis. On 28th of April 2022, we gave directions based on whatever we were seeing in terms of the incidents that we were handling. What we realized that government entities were not ensuring that the time on each of the digital devices is same. So why is that important? If the time on your laptop says 1600 hours and the time on your desktop is saying 1800 hours, when an incident happens and when someone starts looking at investigating and looking at logs, do I go with 1600 hours or do I go with 1800 hours? So did the thief get in at 1800 or 1600? Now there's a clash. So when you go to the court, you cannot prove that this is from the same place and this is the way it happened. So you need to have time synchronization across your devices, number one. Incidents are not being reported. So what happens in this? If you do not report incidents, there is no way one can understand as to how someone should help you. And we cannot understand whether this is something which is specifically for a particular sector in the government or particular department or a particular region or a particular state. So what we've said is that you have to report incidents within 6 hours of noticing them. We've also said that you have to designate a point of contact and report to the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, because once there is an incident, I need someone with whom we can talk to at the same technical level who understands and makes sure that they can appropriately provide us details so that we can give a guidance. We said that you have to maintain technical logs of the digital devices for a 180 days period. Why is this important? The reason for this is because no thief gets in today and carries out a robbery. They come in much in advance, focus on how you are carrying out activities, studies them, and then carries out whatever malicious activity they have to do. You also said that you must maintain subscriber customer details of data, whoever is using your data center, cloud, VPN, etc. And if you're not following some of these things, then there are some penal actions of uh, 1 crore rupee fine, 1 year of jail term, or both. So these are applicable to government officers, just like what we saw in the RTS, as well as to private entities. Having said that, we have provided a lot of information, a lot of details. I will go into more details if we have more time as to how we are helping the states um, to look at cyber security. But I have my co-panelists here who are going to go into specific details, and then I will come back depending on the time frame. With this, I'm going to invite Mr. Vinayak Godse, who is the CEO for the Data Security Council of India, to take us through details of how he sees what needs to be done for cyber security incident response readiness.
Thank you, sir. I have my presentation slides. Can you just put that on the screen? Yeah. So, as this year, and it was glad to be part of this conference last year as well, I addressed the gathering here, and we are happy to see the cybersecurity is getting quite a significant priority in the effort of national uh, conference on e-governance. So what I'd like to cover as a part of my deliberation here is to how do you really look at cybersecurity where it is now, and kind of challenges it throws, the scale, velocity, and complexity of the challenges that are, and how should we prepare for it. And it was happening away from us, it is happening around us, with us now. Quite a significant advancement that we see in landscape ecosystem, and in that effort and ecosystem, how do we prepare ourselves from the preparedness perspective, but more from the response perspective, right? So as we see the overall the advancement of technology, and we have been trying to adopt more such technology like AML, IoT, semiconductor, cloud computing, and we are creating those frameworks, basically drone for that matter, the AR, VR nowadays, even robotics, and because of all of those kind of network, the endpoints and third-party ecosystem and API, we just heard about them in last session as well, and the applications and platform that makes us use these kind of systems more aggressively, and especially the cloud architecture. But when we use this and when we make the technology central to the effort that we put together from the e-governance perspective, from the systems perspective, from the business application perspective, so we know that because of digitization, the footprint also rises, right? And also sometimes the loopholes in transaction processing, or for that matter, very level of awareness do get exploited basically from the cybersecurity perspective, right? And then what they do is they leverage the devices, the connectivity in platforms that we have. They try to leverage the current instruments like crypto, NFTs nowadays, and sometimes now a lot of those dark web, deep web operations also at a play. And other side, there are a lot of these advancements which I was talking about, ransomware. Dr. Bail talked about disruption, DDoS attack, identity theft, the devices and application level attacks, and then overall information threat and data security specific threat that we see. And on top of it, we see the generative AI and the kind of challenges those to the security, because in terms of modus operandi designing, in terms of the malware crafting, in terms of uh, crafting or configuring those attacks, and even deepfakes. So such kind of challenges are now changing the paradigm of security quite significantly. And because of that, the digital crime that we see, the cyber crime that we are experiencing at a personal level, and now even societal level, and more importantly, serious crime as well. So internet and digital means are providing those kind of instrument and those kind of pathways for executing a lot of those designs, and those designs may not be local in nature, they may be international in nature basically. So this is what the cyber is and digital security ecosystem is, right? And in that ecosystem, so the security, the way we had been managing, so until now there was mostly focus on doing once in a while assessment, or vulnerability assessment, or penetration testing, or some kind of assessment. And mostly we had a lot of effort of security has been still most of the area and most of the organization focused on doing once in a while kind of assessment, right? And assessment and assurance was a primary goal when we talk about security. When we get aware of security, we always talk about assessment and audit basically. But now the move is more focusing on how do you manage problem on real-time basis, right? So how do you make security to address, because if there are some one vulnerability which is exposed for a moment is like to get exploited. So how do you make sure that you make a security more real-time basis? So that's the effort that most of the organizations are focusing on. Some of the government organizations are looking at to build those security operational capability to make sure you make security more organized, more contextualized, more policy defined, and more agile to take care of those problems on real-time basis. And now we are going from managing security real-time basis. We know that still attack would happen. So how do we make sure that our response and SLC preparations are much better so that we recover from those damages early? How can we make it more organized, the response and recovery processes basically? And on top of that, we have this all the national security requirement, regulatory environment. We have this threats and incident, the kind of culture that we have in the organization basically, the kind of architecture we put together, kind of policies that we have, and the operation that we set up for this, and overall engineering innovation effort we are putting together basically. So the larger message here is how do we focus attention to responding it to better basically. So that's the effort most of the time the most of the mature security operations are going for. So if you talk about the response and resiliency, and that's the effort that we are putting together as a part of managing security diligently, then the response recovery needs to be more automated because the kind of threats and the scale at which it is happening basically. It has to be focusing on how you limit damage. It has to focus on how do you remediate from what are the possible breaches that may happen basically, right? And then how do you make it more automatized, more systematized, and more importantly, more coordinated in nature basically. So that effort requires you to have a lot of these kind of things together, right? One is the your ability to understand the attack vectors and payload. You understand to make sure that stakeholders are getting into the picture. Your ability to understand the multiple triggers and multiple agency support ecosystem that is available for you. Your understand ability to look at those recovery possibility. You look at the dilemmas like you want to recover, rebuild basically, path of recovery that you need to look at. The sometimes the element may be out of your control. You may require to take a support of some of the national level agencies as well. Sometimes you may require to take a local support like police officers. Sometimes you may require to take a larger public policy support because for that matter, ransomware attack, the attack happens, the negotiation has to be done, and whether you have policy support for that kind of ecosystem. And when attack happen like this, there's a reporting requirement as well. So when you talk about response and recovery, all of these factors needs to be considered. All of these elements needs to be considered when you're designing the security systems nowadays. And if you have to really make this work at a national level, basically, right? So at a national level, we are looking at the strategy and policy to address the challenges of one is security preparedness, another is the response and resiliency as well. There are a lot of last national effort and task force which has been set up for that. There are a lot of support ecosystem at a government level and PSC level that is required when there is something happening, and there could be ways to get those supports for them basically. What we can do to make sure that we have those skill and competency to make sure that we provide those skills capability to recover from these kind of threats basically. The different methods, payloads, drills that are happening. Certain India does a lot of drills, and a lot of regulators are doing drills in this area. We need a lot of collaboration at industry level. A lot of sharing of information is required. We need a lot of research in this area because the threat landscapes is very advancing and very innovative in the sense. And how do we create innovation ecosystem that we create solutions out of the challenges that we face basically. And at the end of the day, you need to bring the criminals under justice and enforcement and justice ecosystem. How can you make sure that they are also addressing some of these challenges basically. So some of these effort that we need to put together at a national level, at an individual organization level, to make sure that we not only prepare for defense and protection, we also prepare for responding and recovering much better basically. So this was something I wanted to talk about. And when we talk about the overall security governance, we talk about these two concepts basically, security governance and orchestration. So what do you mean by governance? Is a smaller thing that could create a problem for you. How do you provide attention to that? How do you provide response, timely response? How do you make sure that you are taking the timely action? They are predictable, they are productive, and more importantly, they are delivering the value for the organization. And when we talk about orchestration, because so many things need to be done together, so how do you cover all of those things? How do you go to depth of this? How do you make sure that you are coordinating all that better and synthesize all of those operations together so that you recover from such kind of problems much better, basically? So with this, I think I would like to conclude my talk here. How do we prepare for the prepare and more importantly, prepare yourself for the response and recovery part of this? With this, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinayak, for this excellent session on resilience and incident response. With that, I'm going to invite Mr. Raina from Tata Consultancy Services.
Wow, thank you. I hope everyone is awake there, right? Let me do a check. How many of you watch Hollywood movies? Raise your right hand. Hollywood, wow. And how many of you do not watch Hollywood movies? Raise your left hand. That's an excellent audience. So I think I am here in safe hands. So thank you very much for this opportunity, Mr. Srinivasan. I understand your focus on this digitalization and amalgamation of industry and the governance. It has been very effective, sir, as a feedback to the previous such initiatives, what you have done. I truly appreciate. Thank you very much once again. I want to thank Government of Maharashtra and Sujata Sonik, ma'am G, to organize this and host us here in this wonderful session. This has been incredibly great. Let me move to slides. Yeah. Now, before I get into the discussion, I want to share a quick story. I have been hearing a lot since yesterday, and everyone is loaded here with a lot of information. A personal experience. A couple of months back, I was browsing through my emails, and all of a sudden, I'm seeing a lot of emails coming from Amazon. Gift voucher 10,000, gift voucher 20,000, gift voucher 5,000. I said, wow, how is this Amazon so gracious to me? And I tried to, redeem one of them, but it is not getting redeemed. And I think in less than 5 minutes, 60,000 rupees I could see in my email box. And all of a sudden, the one of these Paytm portals, the messages started coming that I have redeemed these gift vouchers. So I was in a meeting, in a very official meeting. The things were happening. I had no idea and I had no clue that how exactly the things were happening. That is the intensity of cyber security that everyone needs to be aware of, and everyone can be a victim of this. The same day I went to the police station, I wanted to record that. The gentleman made me sit there. Sir, sit down, have a cold glass of water. They were very gracious. They had a very beautiful office, air conditioned one. So, how much amount have you lost? I said 60,000 rupees. You see that gentleman in a retired gentleman there? I said, yes, he has lost 12 lakh rupees. Oh, wow. Now, another one, do you see those two small kids who are in late teens, early 20s? We have just caught them from some other state, brought them here. They have been doing this in and out. So there are so many issues and incidents which have been happening for last some time, and we are now prioritizing. Anything which is less than 10 lakh rupees, we are deprioritizing. Anything more than 10 lakh rupees, they will get the priority. Rightly so, because there is so much of load. So some gentleman was saying that the quantum has reduced while the numbers might have increased. There could be a reason that that some of the amount is not actually getting accounted. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a real threat. I understand some of the people here spoke about it, and they spoke a lot about trust. But if we look at the industry trends, what are shaping in 2024, the trust is one of the important factors which is getting targeted. The age-old belief here is no more valid. The trend today is that when it comes to the cyber related issues, please don't trust anyone. Anyone means anyone, not your wife, not your husband, not your kids. And if your wife calls, your husband calls and say, oh, I am in trouble, please transfer 20,000 rupees. Please don't do that immediately. get it verified first. But be conscious that divorce rates are also increasing a lot, and don't blame me for that. So the bottom line is that please be very, very careful. When I made this slide couple of days back, so I thought, wow, I have caught the trends which have been there in 2024, some of the assessments and research what have been done. But in last 2 to 3 days itself, if you would have followed the media, you would have seen that there was a huge article and news which came about Israeli Army Unit 8200. So that particular news item was capturing the that particular unit of Israeli army as incubator of cyber security startups. So it mentioned that they have in the past few years, sir, $160 billion worth market they have captured in just last few years. You might have heard huge names like Pegasus and Palo Alto. They have originated from this particular unit over the period of time. So the market is tremendous. Market is huge. So there is going to be significant focus from everyone, from the attackers and from the ones who are trying to secure it. Now there was a survey. Sorry for this. There was a survey which was run among us almost 1,500 leaders globally on what are the highest number of threats. What is the highest threat, biggest threat what world is facing today? The good news is here that cybersecurity is not the first. It comes fifth. The first comes the global warming. Second and third comes these fake newses and the polarization which is plaguing the world in big way. However, cybersecurity is the cyber attacks and cyber threats are catching up very, very fast. So now what are the trends? What is the key focus areas which every government, every industry, every individual, in fact, because now that propensity to get that cyber attack is almost in everyone's hands. So what we need to be very aware of, the ransomware surges are going to uh, increase a lot, and believe me, your end device, whether it is connected to internet or not connected to internet, it could create a threat to the entire ecosystem. If you're representing an organization, if you're representing a government, believe me, you are one of the persons who is under the watchdog of these cyber attackers. Be very, very careful. There is a zero trust. I think I already spoke about it. The remote work is now a norm and everyone has to do it. My own company enabled almost 100%. Tata Consultancy Services enabled 100% of remote work security in 2020 in a record time. But at the same time, the kind of efforts what we as an organization had to build in order to ensure that our customers' data is safe and secured, that we know there were significant effects, significant efforts, and a dedicated organization within the organization who was asked to support and have a look at that. Now, AI and ML, a lot of people spoke about it, and if we are aware about it, cyber attackers are aware about it. So the leveraging of these technologies is going to be phenomenally high. And while everyone intends to do that, but where is the talent? Now, when we're talking about the lack of talent, I'm not saying that the number of heads. We are world's most populous country in the world today, right? So it is about understanding, envisaging that particular threat, and accordingly create a reaction mechanism or a preventive mechanism to that particular threat. No one knows that what next threat could be. So accordingly, that how do we develop talent which will get against this particular threat is something challenging, which every organization and Mr. Godse here will acknowledge that's the biggest issue that we as an industry are facing today. In fact, while serving even the governments of India as well as globally. That privacy and data protection we touched upon. Then, oh, I just moved along. Why it's going? How do I go back? Yeah, I'm so sorry. My script got opened a little before. Huh? Now, the cyber security in summary, if we talk about it, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very, very high exposure thing, which is unfortunately happening in the world today. CAM4 data breach, I'm not sure how many of you know it. 10 billion data records got exposed in no time. That kind of data which should not have been in the hands of at least kids the small children, not at all. But unfortunately, it happened. And I personally rate that as one of the worst data breaches. Back in India, Aadhaar data got exposed. 1 billion citizen records got exposed, and it was available. And the biggest trend at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, is that you do not need a very strong subject matter expert to create a threat for any ecosystem. You know, with the advancement of generative AIs, you can go and write an algorithm. The moment you write an algorithm, put it anywhere, it has that ability to get and penetrate into the system and spoil one thing and everything. And it is not just this. Industry today thinks that 445 billion of economic data is annually exposed, and that is half a trillion almost dollars. And it's not just about money, ladies and gentlemen, it's a huge reputation thing which is at stake. And all of us need to be paranoid about it. All of us, each one of us, including our children and even parents who are holding the phone in their hands and taking the benefit of government schemes, because that also could be an exposure to any threat at point in time. We are talking about the reputation, we are talking about the national security, and analysis says that 63% of such breaches, ladies and gentlemen, have happened from exploitation of internal weak points. Your own people, your own organization, your own system, knowingly, unknowingly, mostly inadvertently expose their ecosystem and become prone to these cyber security threats, cyber frauds. So awareness is something sacrosanct, which all of us need to know. A strategic approach, a very strong operating model, leveraging of advanced technologies, which I will touch in subsequent slides, is what totally summarizes. So yeah, how many of you recognize this? Yeah, not many. Now, what is the relevance does it have? It's from Harry Potter series, a phenomenal series which was created a few years back, and there is a movie also on this. Now, the relevance of Harry Potter and Dumbledore in our day-to-day life is very, very much relevant in everything we day in and day out. So Harry Potter is there to protect the realm, to protect his legacy, to protect the good people. But Dumbledore is so strong that he is there to he wants to achieve the immortality, and his continuous focus is to eliminate everyone and eventually eliminate Harry Potter so that he achieves that immortality. So Dumbledore's qualities were that he is he disguises, he morphs, and he escapes. This is exactly what these cybersecurity threats look like. The Voldemort, if you have watched that series, and if you have not watched, please go and watch, keeping this particular aspect in mind. You will see that Dumbledore changes his face every minute, every time, whenever he creates a target strategy, and his ability to disguise makes him completely, unavailable, and his impersonation capabilities. People are not really able to see whether this is an attacker or this is my own friend. So he uses this polyjuice potion, which his followers also use. He has a very, very strong set of followers for multiple reasons that series very clearly and immaculately explains that they could build the fake identities. The way today social engineering happens, SMS can hit your phone, email can hit your email box, anything and everything can happen. So they can take any shape and form. A classical example, just few months back, exactly on 1st May, after the closure of the financial year, 100% of employees got an email showing that this is an email from the compensation department of the organization. And now, though the organization had a real structure in place that they will identify whether this has originated from outside or this has originated from inside, but in that anxiety that, oh, my compensation letter has come, so there are almost 30%, 40% people who actually press that particular link, and here we go. The entire ecosystem of that particular enterprise got exposed. So that capability to disguise and take that fake identities is something which we have to be very much aware of. So Voldemort had Horcruxes, which even though if you go and kill it to the last minute, to the last level, but you cannot really kill it. It is somewhere hidden. It's so difficult to really isolate your systems and come out of it, that it takes so much of time. So it is better to be in a very precautionary mood rather than getting into fighting mood. The chamber of secrets is somewhere in every organization, ladies and gentlemen. There is a chamber of secrets where this particular demon is waiting for to wake up, and before it wakes up, it creates a dark mark, exactly the Voldemort will do. A chilling warning, and that warning can happen anywhere and in anyone's ecosystem. Therefore, an important parameter which we need to understand, the awareness of each and every person is very important in the system. As I said, in the family, in the organization. Few minutes back, I saw an email from State Bank of India where they have started a campaign in educating their customers as well as their employees about the potential cyber security threats they could have. And entire journey of Harry Potter goes in understanding the tactics of Voldemort and fighting them out. Now, there is a very important lesson which is here for us. There is a Harry Potter who we can consider as a subject matter expert in the system, and that is very, very critical. Until and unless you have a subject matter expert in your system, it cannot be done. But can he do it alone? No, he cannot do it alone. He needs the support of Dumbledore. Dumbledore, the sage advisor who has knowledge, who has background, could be your consultant, could be your industry partner, who has to be around, who has to be there. And is it responsibility of one Harry Potter? No, there has to be a collaborative effort by each one and everyone, support the whole ecosystem, ladies and gentlemen. And then the way we talk about the dark marks, which Dumbledore comes out with, and Harry Potter has a answer to that also. He calls it patronus charm. The moment any such sign comes in anywhere in the ecosystem, there has to be the immediate response, and kill it to the last level. Say, for example, malwares have ability to go into the last application which may or may not be connected. State governments, for example, have their data centers, and every application is being run independently. And this malware has ability to find its own path to go to such an application which you will never ever find. Your own people may not know that inventory, for example, that I have this application and it can hide there. So that's very important to get there. And finally, if the battle is done, and that is inevitable, if Microsoft can get exposed, anyone can get up. So you can get, I can get. So there has to be a very, very strong response team standing up and fighting against it. Vigilance and adaptability, as I completely explained, is something which is non-negotiable. I will conclude my discussion with this slide. Yeah. So there are three fundamental pillars which we have to ensure that in our organization, in our departments, in our central government teams, in any enterprise across the globe, on which the cyber security system is developed. The first one is the structure itself. That I today, as a consultant to maybe 150 plus Fortune 500 companies globally, and now serving state governments for last 2.5, 3 years, that structure in most of the cases I have found missing. That structure is to be placed, and that's very, very important. We have a structure in America which is completely, rather it is federated. There is some part of it centralized, some part of it decentralized. We have China on other case where it is completely centralized, monitored by at one place. I give the example of Israel where the army takes care of it. So there is no one particular good structure or bad structure. But in a country like India, which is federated, where we have central government and the state governments, autonomy is important. Even within the state governments, there are so many departments. We have to make sure that we get into a center-led kind of structure where the policies, governance, framework, everything is to be built. But have one particular agency, one particular organization cutting across the whole ecosystem, cutting across the list of applications to ensure that that it is being taken care of. That there has to be always a cyber security emergency response team, and this needs to be audited. And ladies and gentlemen, as I said, that these guys are getting very, very smart in their attacks. But we also could be smart if they can leverage the Gen AIs of the world. We also can leverage the Gen AIs of the world. Gen AIs have the capability to understand that what kind of threat is coming and accordingly replicate, multiply, and create a defense mechanism at there. But how do we do that? That is something what experts have to sit back and do that. And the last point in this, I'm trying to run through it fast, is the legal and regulatory framework. See, we have to understand from the cyber security, cyber threats point of view, this can start from anywhere in the world, right? It can. We have always attributed it to our enemy countries, which may not always be true. But the moment we are able to understand that where from it has come, we need to have a regulatory framework. We need to have relationship and understanding with those countries so that we can go there and catch them there. Because that threat, that fear of law and order is very, very necessary. And I think, sir, that's the great help that anyone would look from the governments, and that's where every industry would get benefited from. I'm closing my discussion, but before closing, some key do's and don't do's. Create an inventory. Every principal secretary IT of every state needs to know that what applications are there across the state. Ignorance is not a bliss here. Uh, Conduct those audits from time to time as a response recovery system. Do it from time to time. It's non-negotiable. Nowadays, we can do it much faster, leveraging the artificial intelligence and machine learning, and then maintain the continuous data backups, because that attack can happen anytime and anywhere. I know there are disaster recovery processes which are in place, but sometimes they do not work the way efficiently because the operating model design is not in the place properly. That backup accelerates the recovery and puts everything back into action. Thank you very much. I can take questions after this. I'll be available. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Raina, for taking us through uh, the narration of a Hollywood movie in the city of Bollywood. So with that, and also very important do's and don'ts. With that, I'm going to call upon our last speaker, Mr. Narendranath from the National Security Council Secretariat.
Good afternoon. You're able to hear me? Yeah, I am the last speaker of the last panel. I'd requested Sanjay Bail, Mr. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, to put me at the end so that I could find out what the others are saying and then pitch in with whatever is left out, and that was the intention. But sitting there, I found that it's very difficult to comprehend what speakers are speaking. I think there's some problem in the hall, and that requires to be addressed. I think somebody has to do that. Maybe because of the echo and all of that, it's very difficult to understand what's there. So, if I'm going to say something and which has already been said by some of the speakers, kindly excuse me. That's one. Then, the other point, that observation I have is that finally we have come to security. I mean, we have spent 2 days, and at the end we decided that, we should also talk security, and we talk security. And this is something that I've observed in most forums, that security is something that we take as an afterthought. And security is also an afterthought when we do system design. Now, we talk a lot about secure by design, but most of the time it's only talk, but it doesn't really happen on the ground. People talk of secure coding practices, and there are some secure coding practices that they should follow, and most of them do follow. But when you talk of secure by design, it is not only secure coding practices, but it's a system design that we're talking about. Because a system has got multiple components. How do those components interact with each other? So that's very important. So when you meet the first time, and this is a message that I've told in multiple forums, and the team sits with the design team or the development team, you list out a list of functional requirements that the system is supposed to execute. And then based on that functional requirements that are listed out, the system design happens. Most of the time, security is also not listed at that point of time. One thing we should realize is security is a functional requirement. So when you start listing security also as a functional requirement, in addition to other functional requirements, you'll find that the system design changes. And this I'm telling out of practical experience. You start off without security as a functional requirement, do a system design. Then you start off with security also as a functional requirement and do a system design. You will find there's a market difference between in the security, the architecture, system architecture in terms of the software architecture, in terms of the hardware architecture, in terms of the protocols and messaging that happens between different units, they all change. So the one message I want to give, because most of the people here are in this business of developing e-governance governance applications, please, when you sit for the first time, put security as a functional requirement and then go through ahead with the design. I think it'll really improve the security posture of your application that is there. So that is one thing that I want to initially start off conveying. When we talk of security, there are multiple dimensions to it. One of them is the intent part, and the other is the quality part of it. When you talk of intent, see, whenever you design any system, any amount of testing, security testing that if the intent is malicious, you'll find that somebody could put some malicious code in that and it'll be very difficult to detect it. So the intent part is to have your trusted partners who we can trust from the intent perspective. So with that in view, the government has come up with a national security directive on telecom sector in December 2020 to take care of the intent part of it. So where we look at trusted sources for equipment and trusted products. So where we examine a company with respect to the ownership of the company, where is it headquartered, the previous history of the company, where does the R&D happen, where does the manufacturing happen, all of these parameters are looked at, and then a company is designated as a trusted source. Then we come to the products of the company and then see where does the product get manufactured, where does the R&D for the product happen, where do the components come from, where does the assembly of the hardware and software take place. So based on that, then you also declare a product as a trusted product. Just because a source is trusted does not mean all the products of that company are trusted, because of the complicated supply chains that we currently have. So this is a mechanism that's been established, and in the telecom sector through the license amendment, it's been made mandatory for the service providers to put only trusted products in their networks. Now this framework has been established. A trusted telecom portal is also there, and the service providers put in the requirements, the OEMs put in the details, and then the products and sources are evaluated. The Indian Railways have also decided to, onboard themselves onto this portal, and they are also going through this mechanism of only having trusted products in the networks. And there are certain other agencies like the power sector also is also in the process of establishing a trusted vendor system, where they would use whatever products and sources are trusted on the portal to be, look at it and then use it. And for the OT related, specific power sector related things that are not there on this portal, they are trying to establish a system of their own. So when we look at cybersecurity, they have, at the individual level, we have the enterprise level at the national level. At the individual level, there was some thought from my colleague here about the frauds that take place and people are getting affected. And there are certain actions that are taken. So one of the mechanisms through which people are defrauded is through the vishing and the phishing attacks that happen. Many a time when we receive a call, we are not sure it's a genuine call or not. Many a time when we receive an SMS, we do not know if it's a genuine SMS or a URL is there, whether it's a genuine URL or not. That's one problem that exercises individual's mind. To address this problem, most of you would be aware that recently a decision has been taken that all the banking telephone numbers should start with 160. I think some of you would be aware, and that is something that's going to be implemented. So a bank's number would start with 160. So when a call comes with 160, it's at the bank, otherwise it's not. So that is one. Then there is also a suggestion that we've been making that why not the URLs? Now, for example, SBI.com is not a SBI, SBI.co.in is SBI, but AxisBank.com is Axis Bank. And we have more than 1,500 top-level domains which are there. How do you know which is a correct domain name? So that's a problem. So we had been suggesting that why don't we end with .bank.in? .in is under our control, and we have URLs ending with .bank.in or .fin.in. then you know that all the banks, and like for example, .go.in is with NIC and they allot to all the government agencies. Let's say one of the agencies allots .bank.in, then we know if it's .bank.in, then only it's a banking URL, otherwise it's not. Or .fin.in is a financial, maybe a financial like insurance company or something like that. That's one thing. And good thing is that after some time, there's an agreement, and IDRBT, I think recently has been designated as the registrar for the .bank.in, and they're in the process of doing that. So that way, to some extent, we'll be able to, and then we popularize that .bank.in or .fin.in is an URL that people across in multiple forums, we popularize it, and people will recognize this. That way, maybe the phishing and the vishing attacks that happen, we will be able to take care of that. The other is the header identifiers for SMSs. That's another problem. So we should be able to identify the headers distinctively. And I think in this area, the TRI is taking some action to see that we have, very distinctive way of identifying headers, and there's a limited set of headers that people should be able to use. And also there's a consultation paper that's been recently released to talk of AI-based detection systems and honeypots also, especially for detecting these things. And there's a on this act. And then you're also aware that recently from 1st September, it was supposed to be told that whenever they send out SMS, they're supposed to filter out and only have whitelisted URLs, APIs, and OTT links. If they are available in the SMS, then only the SMS should be allowed to proceed. Otherwise, they are supposed to be dropped. The operators have asked for some time up to 1st of October. So from 1st of October, any SMS which does not have an whitelisted URL, API, or OTT link, it will not be allowed to. It has to be dropped. Regarding the calling numbers for callback, which is put, there is some technical difficulty, and then I think a further consultation will have to happen before that can be implemented. So this is regarding, some measures that are taking place for citizens. The other is, when you have around 10 calls that come to you, and you know that they are from fraudulent calls that are there. There's one person who falls for that call, but there are 9 people who haven't fallen for that call. But if there's a mechanism for these people to report a call, then through the crowdsourcing mechanism and putting thresholds, we should be able to bar those numbers so that further calling does not happen. So that check soup order has been created, but we have been insisting whether it's possible to create an app which will capture from your phone, if it's an email or phone number, it captures the phone number or the message that has come about and then sends it to the 1930 or the portal there. So this can be aggregated and then, proactive action can be taken to stop these numbers from making further fraudulent connections. So this is other one I want to talk about. Then I was talking of the intent part. Then we come up to the other dimension of cybersecurity. That's all standards based. So just because somebody has good intent does not mean he'll give you a good product. Bulk of you see a lot of cybersecurity incidents that have happened in the West, either in Europe or in North America. You'll find that the colonial pipeline incident that happened, you'll find the underlying infrastructure in terms of the hardware and software is from trusted sources. The companies are all Western-based sources. That did not prevent from those cybersecurity incidents from happening. So just because the intent is good does not mean you have a good product. So the other dimension of it is to have a cybersecurity framework, a proper standard, proper implementation of the standard, proper processes in place. That is another dimension that has to be taken care of. So in this regard, the standards-based cybersecurity, architecture, testing, certification is very important. So that is one part. Time is extracted? Yeah, okay. Okay. So in this place, what I would like to say is, and other thing is, that is one part. The other is the privileged access that cybersecurity solutions have to systems. Any other IT solution does not have a privileged access to the system other than cybersecurity solution. It has a privileged access. It could go up to the kernel level too, and data also get exchanged. You do not know what data is getting exchanged to a foreign platform. So it is there where we have to have indigenization in cybersecurity products. There are a lot of companies, and Mr. Godse will tell you that there are multiple companies in India which come up with cybersecurity products, but they have this challenge. So one of the mechanisms, and here that's where you all can help. is then having a concept of a proof of concept. You know, the BSNL 4G tender that was cancelled, and then we went to a proof of concept, and we have an indigenous solution that's getting deployed in the 4G in BSNL for the more than 100,000 cell sites. Similarly, we should have a mechanism for a proof of concept so that an Indian indigenous product can be tested, and there should be a mechanism for co-creation in the sense that first time it's deployed, it's not going to work properly. It takes time for maturity. So you have to have you have to work with them, give them feedback, make them work on it further so that the product matures over a period of time. And then, you have to waive some of the requirements, like in terms of turnovers, in terms of number of deployments that they have. If the POC is successful, then they should be allowed to participate without any compromise in the quality, without any compromise in the specifications. And that is one way we have to go, especially for the cybersecurity products. And I think that's one thing you should do. I'll just quickly take 2 minutes on some of the initiatives that we are taking up. There's one ACDS project that we have done, Adaptive Cybersecurity Defense System. It's an open source based indigenous cybersecurity solution that's been developed. There are some trial deployments that are happening in the state load dispatch centers, in the power grid and all of that. Once we go through that, we'll be willing to offer it to others, enterprises and departments which can deploy this. It has got a threat intelligence platform, a SOC, all of that built into that, and that could be used. Then there is also a national cyber security reference framework document that is ready for release. And there's a committee meeting that is supposed to be done. And then once that's done, because one of the things that we found out is depending on the capability of an individual, you will find that cybersecurity architecture to similarly placed organization would be different. So, but similar placed organization should have a similar cybersecurity architecture. So we thought, why not come up with a reference architecture, which people would look at it, and then depending on their appetite for budgets and all of that, they could tick off what is that they want to use and what's the risk appetite that they have. And that's one thing that will be shortly released. Then we have a lot of R&D projects that we fund. Some problem statements we have. Hardware security is a problem in this country. So that's one area that we are working on. Security audits is another area. So, a lot of AI-based systems are being deployed, blockchain-based systems are being deployed, but how do you analyze, assess them, and to see if it's okay? How do you audit them? So there's another project we have funded where we are coming up with a framework for auditing of AI-based systems and blockchain-based systems. And also a lot of quantum, QKD systems or post-quantum encryption systems are also getting developed. And there's no mechanism to evaluate them other than the claims made by those developers. We've asked SAG of DRDO to actually do an evaluation. They came back to say that they currently don't have a mechanism, but now we have asked them to set up. So there's a, test facility has been created, and we want to come up with a framework for, doing that also. Then there's a NMR, National Malware Repository, that's been created, and shortly we will also open it for people to, deposit the malware in that, get an analysis for that, and also have access to that. That's another part. Okay, thank you very much. And final capacity building is very important. If you have the right person in the right place, he can take care of the budgets, he can take care of technology, he can take care of process, he can take care of every goddamn thing. So in the case of capacity building, NCIPC, we have tasked them with a certification framework for professionals, training organizations and consulting organizations. That's also a document that's also in ready, and that also within 1 or 2 months, we should be out with that document. So we'll have a certification framework. And with RRU, we have established a national cyber range for training purposes. And we have conducted a couple of national cyber exercises. And this year also, we'll conduct a national cyber exercise. And we're also going to planning to have, every month cybersecurity training. So around 1,500 to 2,000 cybersecurity professionals, especially in the critical infrastructure, we should be having trained so that each vertical should have around 50 to 100 professionals who are properly trained in that. So these are some of the things that I want to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for taking us through the different activities that are being carried out and the trusted supply chain and trusted sources. With that, we have some time. Let me try and open up for some questions if there are any. Yes. Can a mic be given at the back there?
Can you come near to this dais? Yeah, and then ask the question.
Good evening to all the distinguished panelists. Myself, Ashish from NIC. My question mainly pertains to Sanjay sir. Do you think this darknet and deep web are all that undesirable? And if so, why is government not making a regulatory framework?
Keep this closer.
Sir, do you think this darknet and deep web are totally undesirable thing? And if so, why is government not taking a stand on making a regulatory framework to it or take action against it? Darknet.
So, of course, darknet is a major issue, and I do not understand why you get this feeling that the government is not taking action on darknet, because there's a lot of activity which is being already carried out under the Ministry of Home Affairs. Because whenever you're talking about darknet, you're talking about cyber crime, and cyber crime falls directly under the aegis of Ministry of Home Affairs, and they are taking appropriate actions and pretty fast.
But it's not being made public as far as I know what all actions are being done or any legal means framework is designed against it. Are there any which you can quote?
There are multiple such things. I will take that offline because I don't think I want to publicize what all is happening in that. So I'll take it offline with you.
That is confidential.
Yeah. There was another question. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, kindly keep the mic a little closer.
Can you hear me comfortably?
Yes, yes.
Sir, the only reason I'm talking about this, I'm not from security background. I'm just talking because, I thought it's a national interest. When you are driving standard and making sure that everybody follows the same method, the fraudster will have to figure out only one, how to kill that particular application or process. There is no randomness. So I will suggest, sir, when you are designing standard, you must put at least 1 or 2 point which is varying across each other. Otherwise, once fraudster knows how to crack one particular bank, they will crack all the banks in no time.
Absolutely valid point that you are raising, and that is why when we talk about providing standards, it is to give you a baseline. Does not mean that you only follow that. And we talk about defense in depth. So when you're talking about defense in depth and baseline standards, there is a reasonable amount of randomness which is built into the system, and depending on how much you want to build in terms of randomness, you can go to that much of defense in depth, depending on what sort of risk you perceive and what is the amount of perception you have that your data is going to be worth.
See, just adding to what we just said, this digitalization is actually a double-edged sword, right? So it's still evolving. Is there anyone who has the answer to all the questions in terms of that? What is the right way to target these cyber threats and so on? Is there a something what we can go and benchmark, and is that applicable to us? The answer is no. These things are evolving. I think it's going to take some more time to really build that a robust framework, and it will take some further time for the governments to really implement it and answer some of these concerns, if I heard that question right. So it is just, I think, matter of some more time. Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes.
Good evening. Name is Harikumar Janakiraman. We have something like audit the auditors. So is there something similar for the cyber security analysis that gets done? See, you have 6 or 7 software running on your laptop without your knowledge, and it's all related to cyber security for the defense of the data and all the attacks. But how do you definitely know they are not causing trouble? So we do have all checks and balances, but is there a defined policy or a guideline which says this is how you can audit the auditors? Because in the finance parlance, you have something. So is there something around that for cybersecurity?
If I can attempt this, and I've heard this right. See, in my view, the best benchmark is industry for that. if you look at organizations like my own organization, Tata Consultancy Services, it's so difficult for me to get into my own system. There are three passwords which I have to get into, and the changes I have to make every time, maybe every 15 days or every month. And sometimes I empathize with the people, poor people who have to, poor not in terms of a monetary side, but in terms of the number of passwords they have to memorize and remember. But that is something which is required. Go to credit card, you have to memorize a password. Go to phone, memorize a password. Go to WhatsApp, memorize a password, and so on.
But that is on the end user end.
Is your question what? Auditing the auditors?
Auditing the auditors. See, there are 7 software which run in my system, basically for ensuring cyber security.
No, you see, in any organization, government organization, you are supposed to be having your internal audit, just like you have in financial systems, etc. You have your own internal audit, and after doing an internal audit, you have an external audit. So, Certain has already empaneled about 176 auditors for doing technical audits. So once you've done your internal audits, you do external audits through any of these auditors, which will then tell you as to whether your processes are in place, whether your controls are working, not working, and what needs to be strengthened. So you have a mechanism of auditing the auditors, your internal auditors by the external auditors, and there are other entities who have made sure that the external auditors, they do 2 external audits in a year. So one by first 6 months by one auditor, second 6 months by the second auditor, so that there's a check on each of the auditors. I hope that answers.
Thank you.
So I think we've been on time. You did have to come and nudge us, and want to thank Secretary DRPG for giving us this opportunity and bringing cyber security to the plenary session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And if everyone in my life looks at me and says we've been on time and gives me a smile, I'm more than happy accepting it. We would like to invite on stage Shri Sanjeev Saxena, Senior Director, DARPG, and Ms. Preeti Sisodia, Under Secretary, DARPG, to please come up on stage and felicitate our panelists.
Beginning with Dr. Sanjay Bal, Director General, Certain, who has chaired the session. Shri Narendranath Gangavarpu, Joint Secretary, National Security Council, Secretariat. We can clap for them. Come on, everyone. Shri Chand Raina, Head Sales and Relationship Government Business, TCS. And Shri Vinayak Godse, CEO, DSCI. And now let's take one group picture along with all the panelists. I'll request them to kindly come forward. So with this, we are moving towards the climax of our 27th National Conference on E-Governance. All the sessions are done. We're just setting up the stage for our valedictory session.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to proceed with our evening, and we are fairly on track with time. So thank you so much for your involvement in that as well. We are heading towards our valedictory session. This is around the time that we start to feel some withdrawal symptoms already, because it also means that we are coming towards an end of the National Conference on E-Governance, and you will have fond memories, as I'm pretty sure you already have by now, but it's just a little sour taste that we are coming towards the end of our evening. On that note, I would like to invite our dignitaries on stage right now. May we please have first Srimati Sujata Sonik, Honorable Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, on stage, please.
Let's have a round of applause, everyone, as we welcome her on stage, along with Shri V. Srinivas, Honorable Secretary, DRPG.
May we also invite Shri S.N. Tripathi, Director General, IIPA.
Join us as we welcome Shri Paragjan Nenutia, Principal Secretary, IT Government of Maharashtra.
Would also like to invite on stage Shri Puneet Yadav, Additional Secretary, DARPG.
I will also like to request Shri T.C. Gupta, Chief Commissioner, Haryana RTS, to join us on stage. Once again, a warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais. Let's proceed with our valedictory session, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for us to have a keynote address by Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge of the Ministry of Science and Technology, Minister of State, independent charge of the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office. He also holds the position of Minister of State in the Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Minister of State in the Department of Atomic Energy, and Minister of State in the Department of Space. Dr. Jitendra Singh would have loved to be a part of this conference, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, he could not make it to Mumbai. So he has sent a video message to us. So I'll request, can we please have the AV?
Namaste. Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, Srimati Sujata Sonik ji. Secretary, Mighty Government of India, Shri S. Krishnan ji. Secretary, Administrative Reforms, Public Grievances, Government of India, Shri B. Srinivas ji. Senior officers from Government of India, senior officers from Government of Maharashtra, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I wish to sincerely apologize to you for not being able to be physically present amongst this august gathering. I was very keen. I had also planned in advance, but the last minute compulsions are holding me back, and I'm sure you would forgive me for that. I also owe to thank the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, for having spared their time to be a part of this two-day conference and add value to it. Ladies and gentlemen, while I congratulate the organizers for holding this 27th conference on e-governance at the national level, I also like to take you back over the last 10 years or so, ever since this government came in. You will recall that Prime Minister Modi was sworn in as the head of government on the 26th of May 2014, just about 10 years and 3 months ago. And if you look back, the hallmark of the last 10 or 11 years has been reforms, reforms, and more reforms. Reforms which were apparently described as, reported as governance reforms, but actually went on to prove as socio-economic reforms with long-time ramifications, implications, and outcomes. And if you ask me, these were the reforms which changed the scenario at least at 3 or 4 levels. A, they improved the governance by bringing more of transparency, by bringing more of accountability, by bringing more of timeline discipline. B, at the same time, they also aimed at bringing ease of living in the life of a common citizen. C, they enabled democratization of administrative processes, providing a level playing field. And D, in the process, they helped a change of mindset, both at the level of the administrators as well as the level of the citizen stakeholders, which also gave rise to the esteem of aspiration among the common man of India. And if you permit, I shall just cite a few examples, taking a few minutes. Soon after this government came in, within 3 months in 2014, one of the earliest decisions taken under the directions and guidance of Prime Minister Modi was to do away with a century-old practice of getting the certificates documents attested by gazetted officers, which was indeed a dubious legacy of the British Empire, and self-attestation of the documents was allowed. And this single decision taken just within 3 months of the coming in of the Modi government sent a huge, huge message across the country. Look here, now this is a government which has the capacity to trust the citizen of this country, the youth of this country. Soon thereafter, Prime Minister announced on the ramparts of Red Fort that he was in favor of doing away with the practice of interviews in recruitment to government jobs. There was a lot of complaints happening on the malpractice, the so-called appropriation of the interview marks. And I'm glad that this ministry, on the 1st of January 2016, sent out a circular abolishing the practice of interviews in the recruitment to jobs. At the same time, over the last 1 decade, there has been a cautious attempt to address the concerns and the issues of every section of society. If it was the elder citizens, the pension reforms, which have notably taken place under the guidance of Mr. Srinivas and his team, We were the first to introduce a digital life certificate, which gave us a huge relief for the elder pensioners who were asked to go to a medical practitioner to secure a certificate of life every year. And then also we were among the first to have introduced the face recognition technology for the benefit, for the convenience of the elder citizen. Only about 3 or 4 days back, single uniform pension form was introduced with a single window portal. There are also a number of reforms brought in from the family pension, like ease of procedures as far as the family pension to the divorced or separated daughters is concerned, or ease of reform for the family pension which was due to the survivors of the kidnapped or the missing employees. Most of our working has gone online for the last 10 years, which is the reason that during the COVID, there was not a single day's lapse as far as the administrative work in this ministry, most of the other ministries are concerned. And this also enabled an outlet for aspiration, even for those who had earlier given up and resigned to their fate. Another important aspect, which is also directly connected to the Department of Administrative Reform, and as the Honorable Prime Minister has been reiterating on several occasions, the people redressal is an essential part of accountable governance. I'm proud to say that Mr. V. Srinivas' team has ensured nearly 100% disposal rate of legal fees every week. We have an online mechanism for CP grants, and now we are also in the process of connecting most of the states and union territories in central CP grant. Now, as far as today's conference is concerned, I will say that this process of national conferences on e-governance serves as a platform or a bridge between the central government, the state government, the stakeholders, also including the startups. And if the ultimate litmus test of any good governance is how far we are able to carry the remotest corner of the country, I think it's essential to make the best use of the electronic means. And therefore, this journey of e-governance, which began with the vision to bring government close to people as far as possible, also inspired fast-track digitalization of the governance process. And I would rather put it this way, that digitalization of governance has also led to democratization of the governance outcomes. And for this purpose, and to achieve this purpose to the optimum extent, we have not hesitated in making the best use of the latest technology available, whether it's the artificial intelligence or the data analytics. And now we are also open to adapt to the next generation technologies like blockchain, the cloud computing, the IoT. I should also share with you the delight, the appreciation that has been received for the Aadhaar biometric identity system introduced. We also have the Bharat for rural connectivity, and as the e-governance, once Prime Minister said, stands E for electronic, E for effective governance, E for environmental governance. And when we talk of environment, I can't but help mentioning the Swachhata Abhiyan, the Swachhata campaign, which has been carried on in the month of October by the same department, the Department of Administrative Reforms, and which is now due next month itself. As a result of this Swachhata Abhiyan, you will be glad to know, both amused as well as proud to know, to learn that this Swachhata Abhiyan has generated a revenue of as much as 1,162 crore rupees just by disposing of the waste and the crap which was discovered in the various central government offices and offices of the Government of India. And therefore, before I conclude, because in the virtual, the practice is not to speak too long because the person who is speaking on the other side does not know when he has to stop. And when he also doesn't know how the audience are reacting. And maybe sometimes he keeps on speaking and the audience is sleeping. So before that happens, ladies and gentlemen, I just conclude by saying that now our next objective is India 2027, Viksit Bharat, when India celebrates the 100 years of independence. The Century India, the goal of which has been laid down by Prime Minister Modi. Same department is also working on Vision 2047. And now we are targeting the relatively younger civil servants in the third or fourth decade of life who have the prime years to live and who would be known as the architects of India 2047 and whom the Almighty has blessed with the privilege and the destiny of being the ones who would celebrate India at 2047 and bring pride to us. Let's all join in the endeavor to enhance their capacities to achieve that goal respectably and also gloriously. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And we hope next time around we can have this message in person. Uh, I would like to invite onto the podium Shri Puneet Yadav now to please read the Mumbai Declaration.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the last session of the conference. We have a feeling of satisfaction. We have a feeling of achievement. We also have a feeling of nostalgia that this wonderful event will be getting over so soon. It is my privilege to read this Mumbai Declaration before all of you. Our Secretary Shri V. Srinivas, he normally reads the declaration at the end of the conference, but because of his sore throat, so I have been requested and directed to do these duties. So with your permission, sir, I read the Mumbai Declaration. Basically, these are the points which have evolved during the discussions of the last 2 days. There are 18 points, they are slightly technical in nature. I'll read them one by one. The conference has unanimously adopted the Mumbai Declaration outlined below after intensive deliberations during the sessions held over 2 days. The conference resolved that Government of India and state governments shall collaborate to transform citizen service through use of technology by leveraging the artifacts of India's stack that include DigiYatra, Aadhaar, UPI, DigiLocker, Umang and ONDC. Ensure that DPI initiatives are accessible, affordable and inclusive, bridging the digital divide and fostering equitable growth. Point 2. Ease of living for citizens is a high priority for government, ministries and departments to make sustained efforts for bringing citizens and government closer using technology. Point 3. Promote collaboration between government, industry and academia to create a seamless, interoperable, sustainable and secure digital ecosystem. Working collectively towards reaching the saturation of e-service in a secured and sustainable manner. Having a special focus on the Northeast region for enhancing the coverage of the identified mandatory e-services. Point 4. Each ministry and department to effect qualitative improvements in their grievance redressal systems to make them more sensitive, accessible and meaningful. Point 5. Building a next generation public grievance redressal system to be pursued on priority basis. 6. Whole of the government approach to be adopted by ministries and departments in formulating and implementing their e-governance policies, schemes and concerted steps to be taken for India to emerge as a leader in e-governance. 7. Voluntary Aadhaar linking to be encouraged for improving direct benefit transfer in priority sector programs. Ministries and departments to revamp their websites to ensure that they are user-friendly, taking into account the global best practices. 9. If someone has a copy, if it can be scrolled on the screen. So we'll scroll it subsequently. Sir. We can put it, because the Word file, sir, we can put it on the screen subsequently. I think should I continue, sir? It will take 1 minute. So it's there. I'll continue from point number 8. Kindly scroll to point number 8, and you'll have to zoom it slightly if possible. So I'm continuing from point number 8. Ministries and departments to revamp their websites to ensure that they are user-friendly, taking into account the global best practices. 9. Suitable incentives to be devised to encourage officers to take full advantage of capacity building courses and modules available on iGOT Karmyogi portal. 10. Metrics to be developed to foster a competitive spirit among states and districts in order to encourage them to adopt e-governance reforms using the NESTA framework. 11. Ministries and departments to take steps to make their IT systems adequately resilient and to sensitize their officers to ensure scrupulous adherence to cybersecurity guidelines and protocols. This should be a continuing endeavor. 12. Building on the benefits of the NESDA framework, the NESDA to adopt 3 additional parameters: open government data, e-participation, and leveraging emerging technologies. If you recall, Mr. Santosh Mishra had spoken on this topic. 13. Adoption of e-office on a saturation approach in all the offices across India, strengthening cybersecurity measures in e-offices by implementing advanced security protocols to protect sensitive government data. 14. Encourage the adoption of emerging technologies like AI, blockchain, IoT, and cloud computing to transform public services. 15. Strengthen existing data protection laws to address new challenges in the digital age, including cross-border data flows and AI-driven decision-making. 16. Implement the data governance frameworks to promote data sharing among government entities and make all data, except for items on negative list, accessible on data.gov.in. Establish protocols for data collection, processing, privacy, anonymization, security, and preservation to support the development of a data-driven economy. 17. Foster a spirit of research and development and process reengineering in ongoing government services. Last 18, but not the least, it's very important, replication of awarded projects under National Awards for E-Governance 2023-24 for dissemination of best practices through regional conferences, some with focus on women-led development. As you could see, some of these points also are derived from the mandate of the Honorable Prime Minister under the Panch Pran he has mentioned. So this is the Mumbai Declaration, which we all hope to work together on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yadav sir. Apologies if you had a little bit of a technical glitch. Sometimes we falter as well. We apologize for that. And moving ahead, now it is time for the release of the administrative report for the Haryana Right to Service Commission 2023-2024. May we please request that the report be presented to all our dignitaries on stage right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are excited to unveil the administrative report for the Haryana Right to Service Commission for the year 2023-2024, aligned with the conference theme of securing sustainable e-service delivery. This report highlights the Commission's innovative approaches in enhancing public service delivery. The report includes, with happiness stories, a collective of heartfelt messages from citizens expressing their gratitude for the efficient and effective service they have received. So let's dive into the report to see how innovation has transformed public service and made a tangible difference in the community. It is a matter of great pride to read when Aryan Sharan, a national level shooter, writes, "The Commission's prompt action and steadfast advocacy has not only restored my faith in the system, but also reinforced the importance of citizen centric governance."
We'll give our photographers a moment to capture this with instructions, of course, for the perfect photograph. Thank you so much to our dignitaries. We also have a special memento right now. And for the same, we would like to trouble Shri T.C. Gupta, Chief Commissioner, Haryana RTS. If we could please have the mementos for all our dignitaries presented by Mr. Gupta.
Beginning with Srimati Sujata Sone, Shri V. Srinivas, Shri S. N. Tripathi, Shri Parag Jain Nenutia, and Shri Puneet Yadav. Thank you, sir. Let's take one group picture. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our dignitaries. And thank you so much, Mr. Gupta, for that memorable gift that you have for all of them. I would like to invite now Srimati Sujata Sonic, Honorable Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, to address the gathering. Ma'am, please.
My esteemed colleagues on the dais, Srinivasji, Secretary, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Additional Secretary Shri Puneet Yadavji, my colleague from Maharashtra Government, Secretary IT Parag Jainji, my batchmate and dear friend and colleague, Mr. T.C. Gupta, my dear colleague here, Tripathi ji, you were with us last time also. So very nice to have you with us here. So it is with great pride and gratitude that I address you all of you who came from different parts of the country, colleagues from the state, colleagues from outside the state. Kshatriya sir is also here with us. A lot of secretaries, collectors, COs, POs joined us during the day today. And I hope that this conference has been as productive for you in terms of the takeaways as it has been for me. I want to express my profound gratitude to Honorable Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, who we just heard, and whose visionary leadership has been the cornerstone of not only this conference, but several that have happened before. I feel that holding these kind of discussions is very important to share what work we are doing in our states and to learn from each other. Holding an exhibition adds further value because it gives an opportunity to startups and other companies that come and give us a glimpse of the possibilities of using technology in governance. I also want to thank all the colleagues who joined us from Government of Maharashtra, from the IT department, from the new department now we call it the Administrative Innovation Excellence and Good Governance Department. It has a new name. Ever since I joined service, it used to have the same name, AROM, Administrative Reforms and Organization and Methods. Now, due to the vision of Dr. Singh as well as Srinivasji, we have been able to rename our department and give it a new mandate and a new future. I would also like to say that this year's conference theme, Viksit Bharat, that is secure and sustainable e-service delivery, actually encapsulates our collective mission to build a future where digital infrastructure is not only a robust and secure, but also very inclusive and accessible to every citizen. Over the past 2 days, we have explored critical elements that will shape the future of governance in not only this state, but other states and the whole of India. From enhancing digital public infrastructure and ensuring data privacy, to security, to integrating advanced technology like artificial intelligence, IoT, and blockchain into our governance frameworks. These discussions have underscored the importance of a secure digital future and the need for ongoing innovation and collaboration in this space. Some of the startups who had displayed their technology in the exhibition have done fantastic job. It is for us to harness that power and take it back and make it useful in our day-to-day work. The amount of data that government is handling today is already becoming unmanageable. If we do not shift to digital systems, we shall soon be left far behind. And then catching up is going to be very difficult. I would also like to make a special mention of the 16 national awardees who have demonstrated exceptional innovation in the digital landscape. Their contribution to the kind of work we are aiming to do is immense. From improving healthcare accessibility and agricultural support to enhancing education and citizen engagement, their efforts underscore the potential of technology to drive meaningful change and set new benchmarks in the public sector. I often get asked this question: what is it that you are going to do? What is it which is a challenge or an opportunity for you? And my answer is always this: that I would like to see digital systems giving efficient service delivery to all our people, no matter which category they belong to. An all encompassing system of government service delivery and benefits reaching to those who they are meant for is what I always hope to see happen, and my efforts are always in that direction. As we move forward, it is crucial that we continue to foster this collaborative spirit amongst us. We build on the connects we have made today and yesterday. We listen more attentively to people when they are talking, and we try to make improvements in our system, even if it is just a little bit every day. This collaboration, I firmly believe, between government, the private sector, industry partners, academia, and civil society is what forms the fulcrum of good governance in any state. It is not only about government, it is about e-government. And that is what Dr. Singh also mentioned. He mentioned the 3 E's: environment, government, efficient government, and I think there was one more I couldn't catch it immediately. Does any one of you remember the 3 E's? Electronics. Thank you. I am confident that the knowledge and insights gained here will serve as a catalyst for future innovations and will propel us towards achieving our vision of a digitally empowered and developed India by 2047. How many of us are going to be around in 2047? Raise your hands. Yeah, I'm raising mine too. I hope to be around. So, if so many of us believe that we are going to be here in 2047, then I think it is very important that we take our task today very seriously. Since our last regional conference, Maharashtra has made significant strides towards achieving our goals with the continuous support of DARPG. Going forward, not only will we focus on the Mumbai declaration that we just saw, we will use it as a tool to drive further policy engagement and improvements in the coming days and months. But we also aim to prioritize seamless data integration, ensuring a smooth flow of information from central portals to state levels and vice versa. Beneficiary identification and mapping, accurately identifying and mapping beneficiaries for effective program delivery. And the recent example is the Ladki Bahna scheme, in which my colleague, IT Secretary, had a big role to play. We started from a scratch, and in 35 days, we had already listed out 1 crore 1 lakh beneficiaries. Today, we have done 1 crore 57 lakh beneficiaries. We hope to go forward to 2 crore beneficiaries, and we shall create a database for these women so that in future we will use AI and blockchain to identify further, to go deeper into further beneficiary selection. All of this is actually going to form the basis of a good governance in the state. We also hope to work on a robust digital platform for direct benefit transfer. Even today, we are not able to seamlessly transfer money through the banking system. Money gets stuck at different levels, does not reach the intended beneficiary. We hope to improve that. And obviously, work on Aadhaar-based transfer of money. We are confident that with DARPG's continued guidance and the dedication of our colleagues and officers, we will successfully achieve these key objectives in the state. In closing, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to all speakers, delegates, participants, esteemed partners who have contributed to the success of this conference. Your dedication, expertise, collaborative spirit have been very valuable, and I'm certain that the discussions and decisions made here will have a lasting impact on the future of e-governance in India. Let us carry forward the momentum from this conference and continue striving towards a secure, sustainable, and inclusive digital future for our nation. Thank you for coming to Mumbai, and I wish you safe travels back home. Jai Hind and Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As we all know, under her guidance, under her leadership, this entire event has been organized. Thank you, ma'am. It's been an honor for all of us, each and everyone present here, to be a part of this event. And thank you for giving us this great, great experience. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move ahead and we will now felicitate the dignitaries from DRPG for giving us the opportunity to host this event. I will request Srimati Sujata Sonik to kindly felicitate Shri V. Srinivas, Secretary DRPG. Next, I will request ma'am to hand over. Thank you, ma'am. Next, we will present this token of appreciation to Shri Puneet Yadav, Additional Secretary DRPG. Next, I will request Ms. Sarita Taneja, Deputy Secretary, DARPG, Government of India, to join us on the stage. We would like to felicitate ma'am. Presenting the book to Shri Tripathi.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come towards the culmination of a brilliant 2 days right now. And for the same, may I invite onto the podium now Honorable Additional Secretary, DARPG, Government of India, who's been an IS officer with over 25 years of experience in administration. May we please have a loud round of applause for Shri Puneet Yadav.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my proud privilege to offer this vote of thanks. We have had one of the most successful e-governance conferences so far. We had 12 sessions, 6 plenary, 6 breakout, attended by more than 1,000 delegates. So as we come to the closure of this ceremony and this 2 days of function, let me first address this to Honorable Respected Chief Secretary Maharashtra, Srimati Sujata Shaunik ji, Secretary DRPG Shri V. Srinivas ji, Principal Secretary IT Government of Maharashtra Shri Parag Jannanutia ji, Shri T.C. Gupta sir, who is on the dais, and Mr. Tripathi sir, who is on the dais, distinguished dignitaries, speakers, awardees, delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. As we draw the curtains to the 27th National Conference on E-Governance, I express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made this prestigious event a resounding success. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 2 days, we have shared invaluable knowledge and engaged in fruitful deliberations, all with the common goal of advancing the cause of e-governance in our country. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Eknath Shindeji, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji, and Honorable Minister, Shri Deepak Kesarkar ji. Their presence has not only added immense value to this conference, but also infused us with a renewed purpose and direction. Their insightful words inspire our mission of transforming governance through the power of digital technology. I am also profoundly thankful to Honorable Minister of State PP, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, for his continuous guidance and support to the DRPG team. His visionary leadership has been pivotal in shaping the shape of the e-governance in India and the coordinates and structure of this conference. A very special thanks is due to the Chief Secretary of the Government of Maharashtra, Srimati Sujata Shaunik ji, for hosting the conference in Mumbai. As we have seen from so close, Madam has meticulously planned the finest details of this conference, including the venue, exhibition, cultural program, and such perfect hospitality. Your leadership and strategic direction, ma'am, has been the key to successful organization of this conference. A thank you is not sufficient, ma'am, but that's all we can offer you, ma'am. Thanks and gratitude, ma'am. It is my privilege to express my heartfelt gratitude to Secretary DRPG Shri V. Srinivas ji for his unwavering commitment and leadership throughout the planning and execution of the conference. I have seen him from so close, meticulously planning each and every session. Every single word of how the session is coined was thought of over long hours. The depth of discussions we had witnessed over these 2 days are outcome of your meticulous planning, sir. Thank you. My sincere thanks are also due to Secretary Mitri, Shri S. Krishnanji, and the entire MITI and NEGT team for their wholehearted support during the various stages of this conference. I should also thank Shri Parag Jainji for all the support and the communication he has been holding throughout the organization of this event. All the dignitaries and seniors on the stage, from whom it was such a great opportunity to learn and interact. My sincere thanks to all the distinguished speakers and panelists. Your expertise and deep insights into the themes and sub-themes of this conference have enriched our learning. Your contribution has provided us with a roadmap for future initiatives. It is mainly in the form of Mumbai declaration, which we just heard. We'll be loading it in the website very soon. So by the time you reach your home, you should have a proper outcome of this event and you can identify where you contributed in the way forward. Thanks again to all of you. I also extend my thanks to our knowledge partner NASCOM for their support. I must convey my heartfelt appreciation to the organizing committee and the entire team of DRPG for this successful two-day conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I should say this whole process started some 10 months back when we first launched the scheme of the NAEG. It was a very rigorous process of evaluation which continued for over 3 months, and then we could arrive after several stages with the 16 awardees. So this is a effort which took more than 10 months to reach this pinnacle of this conference which we are now about to close. My special thanks to the ground team of the government of Maharashtra led by Ms. Roshni Patilji. The success of this event is a testament for their hard work and dedication. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge the media for their extensive coverage and support. Your efforts in bringing the discussions and key takeaways from this conference to a wider audience have been very invaluable. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this edition of the 27th National Conference on E-Governance, let us carry forward the insights we have gained and the collaborations we have forged over these 2 days. Thank you all once again and for your contributions, your presence, and your commitment to the cause of e-governance. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the climax of this event, the second day of 27th National Conference on E-Governance. Thank you so much. Before we conclude, I will request Sujata ma'am and Srinivas sir to kindly stay back with us on the stage for a group photo along with our organizing team.
Also requesting everyone in the audience to not leave because we have a lot more coming your way. We did mention the cultural program, and yesterday a lot of you enjoyed it. So requesting you not to leave the auditorium right now while the group photo is happening, because shortly after this, we have a very beautiful and magnificent performance for all of you. So do be seated and enjoy that.
I will request the organizing team of Government of Maharashtra to join us on the stage along with DRPG team. May I request Mr. Puneet Yadav also to join us back on the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a loud round of applause for the entire team on the stage.
I just want to thank our two anchors who were continuously keeping the flow, our team backstage, and also to Geo Center and all the staff of Geo Center. They have really taken care of us on these 2 days. So thank you very much to all of you as well. Thank you. Now we have
No, no.
Listen up.
Why? You tell me what the context is. Try करें, video का writing. Check, 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 check. Moderation.
Check, check, one, two, three. Hey, hey, check, test, one, two, three. Okay, so now we are moving on to our cultural program. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down. So, how many of you who were there yesterday for the cultural program? Can I see a raised hand?
Organizing team doesn't need to raise the hand. We know we all were there from the audience.
From the audience.
Only two people, all new attendees today. 4, 5. आप लोग पीछे जा नहीं थे ना कल? वहाँ वो ग्रुप जो मुझे देख के भी अनदेखा कर रहा है. आप नहीं थे ना?
Some of them are raising their
ठीक है,
hands.
आप आ जाए. Very nice.
So, unlike yesterday, even today, we have an amazing group who are going to showcase the culture, the heritage of Maharashtra. We all know that India is a hub of culture, of traditions, but Maharashtra stands as a land of, culture where heritage is not just preserved, but it is celebrated with lot and lot of excitement and great zeal. So today we are going to have such performances. What all performances are we going to have, Arpit?
On that note, because yesterday when we were sitting and enjoying it ourselves, एक सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा. मुंबई बेस्ड, महाराष्ट्र बेस्ड कितने लोग हैं यहाँ पर जो यहाँ रहते हैं मुंबई महाराष्ट्र में?
Most of them.
अच्छा, ये तो गलत सवाल हो गया। जो लोग मुंबई महाराष्ट्र में नहीं है बेस्ड वो बता दो, जो बाहर से आए हैं, अटेंड कर रहे हैं। तो थोड़ा सा बस सिग्निफिकेंस हम देना चाहते हैं, काफी लोगों को ये पता भी होगा। जो कल भी आपने देखा यहाँ स्टेज पर, it was reflective of a lot of tradition that is an ongoing process in Maharashtra. So number one, all of you are here at a very pious time in Maharashtra. I was lucky when I transferred here. My father was in the Indian Navy and we were posted here. And the first time I had an experience of the Ganesh festival, as I would like to call it, it's overwhelming to say one word because you have never seen anything like this in your life before. एंड 7th से शुरू होने वाला है फिर से। अगर आप मुंबई महाराष्ट्र में कहीं पे भी होने वाले हैं, हाईली रेकमेंड टू अटेंड दिस। तो जो हमारे परफॉर्मर्स अभी आने वाले हैं स्टेज पर, एक झलक दिखाने वाले हैं कि वो सेलिब्रेशन कैसा होता है मुंबई में, महाराष्ट्र में, गांव में, शहर में, हर जगह जहां पर भी आप हो, कैसे वो सेलिब्रेट होता है। उसके साथ साथ कल भी हमने ये देखा था, थोड़ी सी टेंशन भी हुई थी हमको, दही हांडी जो सेलिब्रेट करते हैं, जो हमारे गोविंदा होते हैं, जो एक ह्यूमन पिरामिड बनाते हैं, जो बाहर विदेश में बोलते हैं अरे वी डिस्कवर्ड द ह्यूमन पिरामिड, वी मेड इट, द ओरिजिन्स आर प्रीटी मच बैक हियर। दही हांडी होती है लॉर्ड कृष्णा के बर्थडे पे सेलिब्रेशन के लिए, वो उसके लिए चढ़ते हैं और उसको फोड़ते हैं और बड़ी बड़ी ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचते हैं। उसकी एक झलक भी आपको यहाँ पर
Yes,
दिखेगी।
absolutely. We celebrated this festival in last week itself.
Yes.
And now we're going to see a glimpse of it here on the stage. What's next?
उसके साथ साथ महाराष्ट्राची लोक धारा in the month of Shravan, which also just concluded.
Yes.
All the married women come together for a puja of goddess Gauri or Parvati and play various games and dance to tunes of many folk songs. And of course, there is one name that reverberates in every heart, every mind of anyone who has been attended any event in Maharashtra, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, and Raj Abhishek जो उनका होता है, the coronation ceremony and the oath taking ceremony, ये सारी चीजें जो हैं उनकी झलक हमारे परफॉर्मेंस दिखाएंगे। एंड जैसा कुछ लोगों ने हाथ यहाँ पर खड़ा किया था, बताया था कि कल आप लोगों ने देखा था, उसकी झलक देखी थी, थोड़े से नर्वस भी हुए थे जब वो चढ़ के ऐसे घूम रहे थे ह्यूमन पिरामिड पे। चलो वापस नर्वस होने वाले हैं, कुछ ऐसा ही हम देखने वाले हैं फॉर द नेक्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस। सो आर वी रेडी फॉर आवर कल्चरल प्रोग्राम?
Yes, I can't hear.
See, for 2 days we've been very formal.
Yes,
because we've been
absolutely.
told to be very formal.
And now the formal part of the event is over. So now let's get started.
Sir, ma'am, if you could just request you to be a little informal, we can be a little informal, not too much. I know my father has been government background, so I know not too much. But are we ready now to have the cultural program?
Absolutely.
There are about 100, 200 people here. And the volume is less than 10 people. So can we have 100 people tell us if you're ready? Shall we get started?
Yes.
Please enjoy the show.
हे गणराया वारसा हा शक्तीचा लागला मला नाद खुळा भक्तीचा नाम घोष भाळा भिडला मोरया 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 विनायका गौरेश्वर मोरे विघ्नेश्वर संत विनायक गौरेश्वर मोरे विघ्नेश्वर विनायका तुझको फिर से जलवा दिखाना ही होगा अगले बरस आना है आना ही होगा तुझको फिर से जलवा दिखाना ही होगा अगले बरस आना है आना ही होगा ताई आता वाकू नका पुढं वाकू नका दोन पैसे देतो मला पिकवून टाका खिडकीतल्या ताई आता वाकू नका पुढं वाकू नका दोन पैसे देतो मला भिजवून टाका लाल लाल गोष्ट गुलाबी शेला चिंत्याचा जागेला जीव झाला वेळा लाल लाल गोष्ट गुलाबी शेला चिंत्याचा जागेला जीव झाला वेळा नाही पाणी घागर उताणी रे गोपाळा एक दोन तीन चार अमरपुरातली पोरं हुशार एक दोन तीन चार अमरपुरातली पोरं हुशार गोविंदा आला रे आला तो अमरपुरे वाला गोविंदा आला रे आला तो अमरपुरे.
3 2 1 go. 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 3
चंब पर राजवसु अम्ब पर रावण स रंब पर रघुकुल राज है। बाह पर शंभुरति नाह पर चौसहस बाह पर राम द्विज राज है।
शिवशंकर हा मुक्तीची मंत्रणा युक्तीची यंत्रणा कळे दुष्ट दुर्जना भयंकरा रक्षितो शत्रू निकंदतो भावंड भावना संस्थापितो कैसा युगे युगे स्मरणीय सर्वदा माता पिता सका शिवभूपतो दंड पर चीता प्रचंड पर भूषण वितुंड पर जय श्री गुरुराज तम अंश पर कन्याचमी कंस पर तोमलिच्छ वंश पर सैर शिवराज है शिव शंकराचा तू अवतार हाती घेऊन भवानी तलवार नर राक्षसांचा करुणी संहार धरणी मातेचा तू केला उद्धार नाथा अनाथा तू सामर्थ्यवंत आवडते बळ केले जिवंत राजाधिराजा तू होऊन संत जाणता राजा तू योगी श्रीमंत
Ladies and gentlemen, please, once again, let's give them a huge round of applause for the fantastic cultural dance performance. This has been performed by Nriteshwar Group and this was choreographed by Mr. Shashikant Mestri.
Thank you so much for that magnificent performance. Apart from being very talented, they're very brave as well. Some of the moves I would never attempt in my life, even though I thought ek do to main kar paunga, but amazing bravado and talent shown on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, like I mentioned, withdrawal symptoms starting about 2 hours ago. The moment is now to conclude our 2-day 27th National Conference on E-Governance. It's been a pleasure being your host for these two very insightful and knowledgeable days. It's been fun. We've learned so much as well, and we have so much to look forward to in terms of so many initiatives with e-governance.
We would like to congratulate all the national award winners. We would also like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries, honorable ministers, honorable senior officials, and all the honorable Secretary of Government of India, honorable Chief Secretary of Government of Maharashtra.
On behalf of the Government of India, the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, and the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology with the Administrative Innovance, Excellence and Good Governance Department, Government of Maharashtra, we, as your hosts, Mayuri and Arpit, are signing off right now.
Thank you so much, everyone. Let's have a huge round of applause for our audience. Thank you to those who have traveled from so far to be a part of this event. With this, we both sign off, requesting you all to kindly join us for the high tea.
Thank you so much. As you know, high tea is right there. So we will see you over there. Thank you so much.